Good morning. I'm Mary Stein, Assistant Director of the East Baton Rouge Parish Library, and joining me today is Adam St. Pierre, one of our maker men, as we bring you the 7th Annual Baton Rouge Mini Maker Faire.
And it is our first year doing it as a virtual event on Facebook Live and YouTube Live.
That's right. We're making history today, folks. And what we've planned for you is a fun-filled day, and it's a family-friendly day, and it's a DIT day.
Do it together.
Because not only do we have makers from around the community who will be dropping in on them from time to time, either to talk to them or see what they're up to. Some of them have prepared some things for us.
Some things we've got prepared, some things we've got as panels, people coming in.
And a
live build with LASM. We'll also be Knock Knock. We'll also be seeing Knock Knock all day long. We'll be taking apart radios here. And we'll also be building robots out of recyclables.
Right, so we're gonna make a mess. But coming up first, we have one of our favorite makers of all time, Clay Ashe, who has been a wonderful maker for us pretty much since the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a rich history. You may know him as the puppet guy. And
everyone knows him as the puppet guy. He comes in every year. All the little kids love playing with his puppets.
As do their parents. And he is going to be bringing us off and on all day, a little interlude from Ziggy and the Junkyard Band.
Yeah, they've got quite a lot planned for us today. And I think today you'll also be able to find them at the Mid-City Makers Market, one of our great partners.
Oh, that's right. Because before COVID, you would have seen our maker staff at Mid-City Market every month. And they would have come here for Red Stick International. They would have come here for the MicroCon, the Maker Faire. Because of COVID, things had to switch around a little bit, but we have pivoted. That's the P word of the year. And we're ready to bring things to you virtually from wherever they are.
You can so the great thing about it being virtual this year is that you can watch it in your jammies at home.
That's right.
And you don't have to choose what parts of the Maker Faire that you have to go to. There's so much going on every year. We're gonna have it uploaded later that you can watch it at your own convenience. So you can watch it whenever you want.
That's right.
And as long as you want.
And if you're watching now, you know, YouTube or Facebook, and you don't have to have an account. You just plug and go. I love that about it, and I especially love that I don't have to choose, go to this panel or go to that workshop. I can do it all, and we even have some things for you to do along with us during the day. But we're going to get started with Ziggy and the Junkyard Band. Let's make some music.
Little thing, can you sing? Can you sing when you're falling down? Can you smile when you've hit the ground? When trouble coming at you from every angle, and all parts of your life are in a tangle. The point is to muster all the courage you can wrangle. Throw your fist into the sky. Hold on. You're gonna make it. You're gonna be alright. Hold on. Hold tight. Yeah, you're gonna make it. You're gonna be alright. Stand and fight. Can you do what's right? Can you grab life by the horns? Can you win your hope to say it forlorn? When trouble coming at you from every angle, and all parts of your life are in a tangle. The point is to muster all the courage you can wrangle. Throw your fist into the sky. Hold on. Hold tight. Yeah, you're gonna make it. You're gonna be alright. You're gonna make it. You're gonna be alright. Hold on. Hold tight. Yeah, you're gonna make it. You're gonna be alright. Hold on. Hold tight. Yeah, you're gonna make it. You're gonna be
Thanks, Clay and Ziggy. I love it when we make some noise together.
That was fantastic. Did you know that him and Barton Guillory, one of our local makers, worked together with Jim Henson after they met at the first Maker Faire?
Okay, that takes it up to here. That's like having Star Wars in the room.
Right.
But having the Jim Henson, what a magician. So he made some magic. We have coming up next some magic from the River Center Branch Library with Knock Knock Children's Museum. And we're going to toss this over to Jessica, who's standing by in the Zoom room.
Jessica?
Hi. All right. Hi, Knock Knock. Can you hear me? We are connecting. We are having fun with technology. Can you folks hear me? I can't hear you.
Us.
I cannot hear you. Let's see.
Technical difficulty.
There we go.
Oh, that's a
There
little
we go.
better.
Is that better?
Better. Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
How y'all doing?
We are doing great. So my name is Miss Hillary. I work at the Knock Knock Children's Museum. This is my daughter, Katie. We are here in the brand new, amazing makerspace in the River Center Library. And we are working on a project together that I have been talking about for probably since quarantine.
Yeah,
a long time. We make things together all the time as a family, but this time during quarantine, there were some tools that we don't have at home. So we decided to come to the makerspace. We're going to use the soldering iron. We're going to use the 3D printer, and we're going to use a bunch of tools that I brought from Knock Knock. We are making an operation board game, or an operation style board game, called Save the Turtles. You want to show them our pizza box? This is where we are so far. So this is the ocean.
Hold it a little higher and show it closer to the camera so we can see.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the ocean, and it is just a regular pizza box. All right, and then Katie has been working with graphic design for the quarantine. And so she designed us a turtle. And we have a bigger one. We're going to put it on the top of the box. And we're going to cut holes. And we have collected objects that do not belong inside turtles and do not belong inside the ocean. But there was one object we really wanted to do, but we couldn't find one small enough, so we're having it 3D printed. Right? And stay tuned and see how it works. And we're going to do this together.
Well, this is great. So how long have you been making things together as a family?
We make as a family a lot.
yeah.
More during the summer. We do gardening sometimes. Katie and I both have been baking and cooking a lot.
That's
together.
great.
Yeah.
I think the first like big baking project we've done as a family is probably like doing Drake's bedroom, like what, 6 years ago, 7 years ago?
Yes, as
Okay.
a family, when we had my little boy, we did his bedroom together.
All right. Well,
and
Hillary, I hope you don't mind. We're gonna come right back to you guys. I want you guys to get started with your project, and we're gonna check in on you in the next hour and see what the progress is on your project.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. See you later.
Okay, bye.
All right, Mary and Adam, you guys ready?
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Awesome. Where are we going next?
We are going to Hank after we thank River Center.
Hey guys.
Okay, I think that was kind of cool. The mic's a little quiet, I think. I'm not sure quite why that was, but yeah, it's good stuff.
It's real.
Yeah, it certainly is. This is live television. So who is Hank? Tell us about Hank. Who is he? The survival guide.
Yes.
Who is
all right. Well,
Hank?
We're coming up live to hear wonderful young fella from Baton Rouge.
Hank. He is going to be building some survival tools for us, whittling and kind of making as a family.
That's right, because we're not talking about a maker who's 20 years old. We're
talking about a 6-year-old maker, I believe.
Right. That's right. So he has been making from his own experience with his family, and we're going to see what he's put together on video for us.
All right, hey guys, so my name is Hank, and so I got 2 sticks. So today I'm going to be teaching you how to make a spear. I'm going to make a bow and arrow, and also I'm going to make a homemade fishing pole, and we're going to go catch a fish with it. All right, guys, we got the stick, and so I'm going to get my knife out. And so if you pull the knife out, you always want to hold the stick back here, kind of like cut away. And put it at an angle. And you always want to be careful. Don't cut towards yourself unless you really know how to use a knife. I can't cut towards myself yet. But I'm going to be making this spear, and I'm going to start. And so what you want to do is you want to whittle one piece and then turn it. Alright guys, so with my knife real quick. So I'm going to talk about the spear and what I did. So here it is, this is the point. So this is a good stick to like stick fish, small animals, or like you want to cook something over a fire, if you want to do marshmallows. You can do a lot of stuff with it. If you have a short one like this, you can make it an arrow for a bow and arrow. Alright guys, so what I'm going to use is rubber bands right here. So I'm going to tie them together. I'm going to teach you how to tie them. And then, so I'm going to make a big long thing. I'm going to put one right here. And I'm going to make a little slit right here with my knife. So how you want to tie them is you want to take the green one, put it over. Then I think you put it under. You pull the green part and the white part. And I like to pull it to make it tight. Right guys, I got my knife. So what you want to do to make like, I'm going to put a little slit here. What you want to do, take the knife and you want to like do this. You want to turn it over. Turn it to a different part. You want to do that. And then you just want to keep doing it until you get a little slit. Here's a split. Now, slit. Hi guys. Oh, we got an arrow. I made it. So first we cut the skin off so it'll fly faster, or better. And then we sharpened it. At the back we put a little split. Hi guys, now we're on our last item. So we're going to be making a fishing pole. So I got some string, hooks, and a stick. So what I like to do I got the hook on. So bait that we use is bread, and sometimes I use corn. It does work. Hi guys, so if you want to see more videos like this and some silly videos, make sure to go to YouTube, and I have my own YouTube channel. It's called Hank and News. It's me and my sister and all my cousins. We just make a bunch of fun videos. Hi guys, so this is the end of the video, and I just want to say, when you're doing stuff like this with this hook or a knife, you want to always put safety first. And I've been using a knife for a long time, so I know how. And if you want to make any of these things, there's a video. So, bye.
adorable. I must say, my personal survival guide is the worst case survival guide to the zombie apocalypse. Hank is much more practical, and that's the one I really should be following. I love the fact that he is producing his own YouTube channel, and that's something the library really likes to promote: creation, content creation, and then packaging that. We do a lot of work, especially with our teenagers. Every summer, our wonderful partners at Novak come in and do video workshops, and then the teens produce marvelous movie shorts that we have on our website for you to enjoy. But there's always something going on. Now, something that was very important going on since March here in the Capital Region was, of course, the pandemic, the stay at home, and one of our new acronyms, PPE, which is something that we all know what that means now: personal protective equipment. And people were making things out of paper bags. They were making things out of fabric that they had at home. They were making a little bit better looking things with the nose clips. But for our health responders, they needed something, and they needed it fast. And we have wonderful responders in the Baton Rouge community area who not only helped the library with things like producing of PPE and extra guards, but they took it to a whole new level. Jessica, take it away.
Yeah, we've got some wonderful local creators and experts in the field today. I'm going to go ahead and have you guys introduce yourselves. Chris, can we start with you? Introduce yourself, and then we'll go around the table.
Hi, my name is Chris. I'm a research associate at Louisiana State University for the Department of Electrical Engineering, where I run our semiconductor lab, as well as a printed circuit board lab and a prototyping lab there. So glad to be here.
Hi, I'm Megan Moore. I'm a student at LSU in biomedical engineering, and I am the special projects manager at St. Joseph's Academy, Baton Rouge.
I'm Wayne Newhauser. I'm a professor at LSU, and I run the medical physics and health physics education program in partnership with Mary Bird Perkins Cancer Center.
Hi, I'm Ashley Michelle. I'm a librarian here at the main library at Goodwood, and I am also a maker. I was making cloth masks at home during the lockdown, and I also led my son's Cub Scout unit in a service project for making masks, and we had quite a lot of success with that.
Awesome. And I am Adam St. Pierre. I am the moderator of this panel. Work for the East Baton Rouge Parish Library, and we also got a taste of making PPE for our staff and for first responders. So first of all, I just want to thank everyone that's here today for taking the time to come out and be with us with the first annual virtual Baton Rouge Mini Maker Fair. Thank you, guys. So this first session is called DIY PPE, Making Us Safe Together, but it really should be called Do It Together instead of Do It Yourself, because we didn't just do this by ourselves at home. We all had a network of people that were helping us to put this together and to help first responders, to help our various organizations, and just in general help. So there's usually a moment there where that need is recognized for help. And I want to go around and ask you guys, what was that moment or that series of moments that made you want to get involved with the PPE building project throughout the Baton Rouge area? Chris, I'm going to go ahead and toss it over to you first.
Well, I'd say probably within a few hours of the lockdown, I started communicating with my friends who happen to be engineers, and we started designing open source PPE masks right off the bat. But the very next day, I got a call from the professor in charge of LSU Engineering's COVID response, Dr. Nikotopoulos, and he called me back to campus to start making PPE and developing a ventilator. And so within the first 24 hours of the lockdown, I guess as soon as I got the call, I was back on campus making face masks, designing making face shields, designing face masks, and while we were loading up our fabrication equipment, me and another engineer were developing the hardware and software for the ventilator back when we thought there was going to be a huge shortage of ventilators.
That's amazing. That is amazing. So you guys were starting with and how many, do you know about how many ventilators you guys put out, or how many parts, or how did that go?
So we actually didn't send any ventilators out. This one is one of two. We did, however, there was a couple communities that were developing ventilators. One was headed by a forum run by MIT, and the other one was Rice. There was a few others, but those were the ones we were paying the most attention to. Everybody was looking for software, and the hard part about the hardware is immediately within a few weeks of the crisis, there was a mass shortages of things like motors, motors, switches, sensors, everything that we have in there. We had to piecemeal shop from this store, Mauser, DigiKey, Granger, so there was a few different designs. This one was the mechanical design was pioneered by Rice University, but nobody had software out there. So everybody was bug fixing, and there was no open source software. So once we made a few improvements on our hardware and made that open source from our GitHub, we also developed software for it as well, which was quite a few steps above what Rice ended up offering. We have, for one, we have assist control. So this device has a pressure sensor in there. So when you try to take a breath, it assists your breath instead of forcing air down your throat. So once we did that, we put that software out there, and then we started talking to doctors in New Orleans and professors here on campus about trying to get emergency approval from the FDA. And when we passed that into their hands, and nothing actually ended up coming from that. But once we made all of our stuff open source on GitHub, that's when we started getting messages. Our main programmer started communicating with people from Sudan, Brazil, Argentina, to name a few. And so we started helping them with their systems, because in Brazil, they're not going to have access to the same online stores that we have access to here.
So it was a real international effort. That's really great, Chris. Let me toss it over and see. What was that moment for you guys, Megan?
For me, I started as soon as it kind of hit the US and it started trickling through, and we already saw how pervasive everything was with COVID-19 around the world. It was obvious that it was going to keep propagating, and that exponential growth was it's something that we talk about in science all the time, and we were watching it in real time pretty much every day. The news was altering constantly. And I had started looking at designs, working on things. I work in a maker space every day. I get up and go in and I'm making something. And in this case, it was just a matter of talking with my mom, because she's a professional seamstress among many other hats that she wears. And she was starting to sew things, asking me for what hospital designs were the best. And then I was working on 3D modeling. And then I guess the next day, turned around and Wayne was like, "Hey, we got a call from New Orleans. Stuff has gone wrong. Do you want to come over to my garage?" Because I work in Wayne's lab, to give that connection to the audience. But I was like, absolutely. And so I went over there. We had two other students, Kathleen Disatel and Maxwell Cole, that were part of the project over there. And we started working on things. And we were like, anything goes. We're talking bare minimum. We don't know what's going to be available on the market right now. We're talking taking apart like garbage bags. We're taking cardboard and using binder clips and basic page protectors and trying to put them together, and navigating templates that we can send out and put on the internet for free as an open source system. And I think that's the big thing to take away is the more open source you can be whenever a crisis impacts a lot of people, the more it's going to help. And it's not like, no one that I spoke with as we were going through this was about like just making money or like trying to navigate it from that angle. It was, there's a need. how can I fit the need? How can I use my engineering experience? How can I use my maker experience and go forward and make things happen? And like working closely with Wayne on all these different projects previously, we knew how to talk with each other and like what we were looking to navigate. And he has all these different abilities to navigate and network and get the people that need to be part of the projects. And so I'll let him pass things on.
Yeah, definitely.
That was a very nice description, Megan. Like Megan said, there was a, we got a call from a physician in an acute care ward in a hospital in the New Orleans area, and the situation there was quite dire. And at that time, he thought his greatest need was some ventilator parts. And he asked if he somehow was aware that we had been 3D printing medical devices, and he asked if we could do that. Sure. So we understood it as best we could by phone, and then within a day or two, he was on my back porch, and we were discussing things, and it turns out that face shields were the new highest priority. So we kind of switched to that, and but basically it was an ask. You hear about this sometimes, the power of the ask. And it was for me, it was the moment that ask came in, because when it did, I think everyone probably thinks to themselves, well, am I the right person to do this?
Can I actually do this?
Yeah.
Am I the one to join into this? And I think the answer is usually yes. Everything you guys are describing is very human moment of us all coming together to see that need of our community to keep each other safe.
And so when I asked myself, gee, I'm not a gown maker, I'm not a PPE maker, I don't know I barely knew what PPE what was for a couple of weeks, but then I thought, well, wait a minute, you've spent most of your career working in proton radiation therapy. These machines are the most expensive, biggest, most complex medical device available in the United States. I thought, how hard can it be to make a gown or a face shield in comparison to that? And so that, and having had a history of working closely with physicians, this this combination of ability to relate and communicate quickly and efficiently, and having the technical background and connections. I mean, isn't it great being in a marvelous community with multiple universities and high schools like St. Joseph's that has all kinds of maker workshops and capabilities. So, that moment, it all kind of happened within a day, I would say. This whole process of the ask, the contemplation, the decision. Let's move forward.
Well, as Dr. Newhouser said, it was pretty much the same for me. I'm not a scientist, and I'm a librarian, but I went to St. Joseph's Academy, and I took home ec, and all my friends took choir. I took home ec, and I got a little ribbed for it, I think. But here I am.
But it came in handy now.
Many years later, and I'm the one that knows how to use the sewing machine. And when we locked down the community and the library closed, it was about the same time as my son's school also going completely virtual. So the next thing, within 48 hours, I found myself home with my child. My husband works at a hospital, as does my sister, and I also have 4 nurses in my family.
Oh, wow.
Not including the ones that are retired. So, I mean, the first thing you want to do is, what can I do to protect myself, protect my family? One of my cousin's wives is a nurse at Angola, and she works the COVID ward amongst the prisoners. Of course, my immediate concern was for them. My husband going to a hospital every day. So before I left the library, I did some quick research on different mask designs. How easy are they to make? Which ones are the most effective? Some of the first ones I made are actually these. I made these out of old pajama pants. And my husband's blood donation shirts that he never wears. This is the
That's
strength
a
that
fantastic
came
use
on
of that upcycling there.
I started cleaning out my drawers, my closets. This was one of the first ones I made. And I made a bunch of them to send with my husband. This one I made for my son. And you notice the first thing I put on were straps, because I had a really hard time finding elastic. It was an amazing shortage of material. So this is just ripped up shirts. And then, as I got fancier, I started getting a hold of, that Baby Yoda, Baby Yoda one. And I started perfecting the tie design. So all of this is just trial and error for, I think I was home locked down for about 2.5 months before the library reopened. And during that time when I was helping my son with his virtual school, I was at the kitchen table just churning out masks. I think I made something in the neighborhood of about 20 for my cousin's wife who works in Angola. Several more from the other nurses in my family, from my husband, my sister. And, and then from there, it just kind of progressed, so the moment for me was the moment that we locked down. And then, all of a sudden I have this skill that allows me to make these things that will protect the people I care about. And everybody needs at least 5. So if you've got 20 people asking you for masks, well, that's 100 masks right there.
Yes, it is.
So, yeah, it didn't occur to me to charge for them. I just giving them away.
Yep.
Because you want to do something that the anxiety level from a pandemic is the feeling of helplessness.
Right, and you've got to do something to help all of your fellow humans that are out there, not just the folks within your family, but the folks that are in the entirety of our community. And I'm just in awe of all of you guys and all the things that you've contributed to this community, and internationally as well. So that leads me to, you guys have all touched on it just a little bit, but describe a little bit more about how difficult it was to get supplies and where you got them. I think I'm going to go ahead and go back to Chris on this one, because you touched quite a bit on all of the different online sources that you were going towards. So what was the difficult, or how could you get past the difficulty of getting supplies, or just kind of speak to the scarcity that happened in the very beginning or throughout, really?
Well, I had to get permission from for a budget to just jump on purchases, because I would go to one site or one seller on Amazon maybe that had the motors I wanted, and I emailed Dr. Nick asking him if I have authorization to use my LSU card, and by the time I got authorization, it would be gone. So then I just got pre-authorization to make all the purchases I need to make, and then I just started grabbing things as soon as I saw them. Not more than we needed for developments, but because we don't want to take them from other people's development either. It's hard to remember all the weird motor companies we got stuff. I think Servo City was one. We got a lot of weird odds and ends from Amazon once DigiKey and Mauser started running out. And then I think we got some stuff from Granger. Oh, and eBay. I was getting some medical supplies from a seller in New Orleans, actually, that was selling these bags on eBay. So that's where we got those. So we kind of just had to get creative. Usually I have a short list for everything I have in my lab or any of my labs on campus. But this time we just kind of had to use that Google search engine to see what we get.
That magical Googling power. That's very, very helpful at any time. Yes, it is. Yeah. So both Dr. Wayne and Megan, you guys both touched on it a little bit, how you got to get creative for making different things. I'm going to go to Dr. Wayne first on this. So maybe we can touch on some of the things with St. Joseph's Academy with Megan. So what was it like trying to get supplies during this time for you?
It was really it was tough.
It's good that we can laugh about it now.
Yeah. Like Chris said, you find something, you order it, and then minutes later you find, well, it's out of stock, it's on back order. And so we had to do a lot of scrounging. And I would say broadly, the community really pulled together on this. So we got stuff from the community. We have a bunch of industry partners. The university, Tony Lombardo at university, who is the key to university stores, gave it to us essentially.
Oh, very nice.
So we could raid the university stores, which has a lot of useful stuff in it. And the various engineering departments, the physics department, units, all across campus were contributing equipment and materials as the need became apparent. So wherever it was in supply, we were able to get it no problem. So it was just the things being run out. And then another just amazing experience for me in this was at one point we needed a lot of plastic sheeting to make disposable gowns, and it had become very hard to get, and we found 8 pallets of it in Ohio, in a warehouse in Ohio. But it was, I don't know how much it was going to cost, $40,000 or something. And so I said, okay, we need a director of development. So Connie Fabre from the community here became our director of development, and she listened to me and says, okay, call these people. She gave me a list of people. So I made 4 phone calls, and that netted $120,000.
Wow.
In hours. So the community was totally mobilized, totally behind this. And as Chris said, it was just really a matter of finding the things, not so much struggling to pay for them or so on.
Didn't you guys also partner with Lamar Dixon? I seem to remember some Facebook photos of Megan and
Burger Matt and random LSU billboards that we were dissecting to try and navigate the design.
yeah, I kind of remember that.
Lamar was a big one of our biggest industry partners in this. They donated a lot of ideas, expertise, and especially a lot of material. So they donated some. Initially, we had asked for just some used billboards to kind of learn the ropes and play around with, and then they saw what we were doing and liked it and said, well, don't take that stuff into the hospital. Here's some
here's some better stuff.
Here's an unlimited supply of new materials. So we like that.
right, of course.
They're fantastic. Ross Riley at Lamar was just terrific in helping us.
Yeah, you guys had a gigantic setup because you eventually were in the PMAC later.
Well, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step.
That's very true.
With campus closed, we just couldn't do business in the university. So it started in my garage, and within a few weeks, we had figured out how to make ventilator parts, face shields, and we were well on our way with gowns. And then the university, thankfully, came and said, hey, we heard about what you're doing. They'd seen it on the news and said, well, do you think this is scalable? And do you think we could move this to campus? And I was like, that'd be great if we could. And so it was this very harmonious, it was almost like a startup,
Right.
You start in a garage and then you hope that somebody will buy you out. And
I do have to ask, who's the Wozniak and who's
there is no ill-fated angst between the group, unlike some of the other people that I've seen start stuff out of garages.
It was all harmonious. Wouldn't you agree that in the whole project there was never a raised voice, there was never an argument, and this was, in spite of the circumstance being intense time pressure, people working extremely long hours,
14 to 16-hour days sometimes.
That was very typical. And there was also a how do I say this? We didn't know what we were doing, so we had to fail a lot. That was just from the outset.
That's the
glorious failures.
Glorious failures. That's making.
So, despite that, so there's sort of a marketplace of ideas amongst all of the volunteers. And, only a few of those made it to the end. But the shedding of the ideas that were maybe good but not the best, there was no attachment to that. And everybody was like, yeah, that works better. Let's do it that way. Never mind what I've been working on for 3 days. It's clearly better. So it was just amazing to see how altruistic and harmonious the whole group and the community was during this time.
That's amazing.
It was really great to actually sit down even in between, whenever we would get a break, and get to know the people you've been around for, extremely long periods of time that you still haven't had long duration conversations with. And I feel like our lab got closer because of doing all this work together, in fact.
That's an amazing bonding experience. And just I'm just shocked with all the altruism and shedding of ego to make this happen, because you guys went from a shed all the way to LSU and in the PMAC. And I remember the governor being in there, and didn't you guys make over 1,000?
20,000?
20,000? Over 20,000 gowns at the end of the day.
Yeah. Oh, that's quite a lot.
Yeah, in a month it was 20,000 gowns.
And also, I think there was in excess of 7,000 face shields.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that we ever did a tally, but there was a shortage also of ventilator filters.
Mm-hmm.
It's essentially an air pump, and you put a filter on the intake and the outlet side. And these were in very short supply nationally. They were only fabricated, manufactured overseas on back order, etc. So we made a lot of those for hospital in the Baton Rouge area.
Mm-hmm. So Megan, let me ask you. We've been talking a lot about all the different amazing efforts that LSU did. Can you speak to some of the efforts for St. Joseph's Academy, because you had to go from no school at all to being in charge of the STEM lab over there and like making that campus safe.
Yeah, and so I had a great team that I worked with, and Claire Lucart, though she isn't working with us anymore, we started just like hammering out things because they were like, "Hey, we're going back to school in the fall," and we were all like bug-eyed, like, "Oh, okay, what does that mean? How
Right.
do we navigate this? How do we make it safe? What are you expecting from us? Here are some ideas we just came up with on the fly. Now that you've said this out loud to us," and we we started playing together with all these different templates and designs. We had access to a fairly large access laser cutter. And so both of us started playing in Inkscape and Illustrator, trying to play out templates and figure out what the height and width needed to be. Acrylic started going in short supply. I'm sure everybody has
Everyone was
had
looking
a
for
terrible
acrylic.
time. And I mean, like, be it opaque or clear, and just shower curtains were going out of stock that were clear. There were all kinds of different things with PVC pipe and shower curtains and garbage bags and visqueen, and people were just trying to put things together. And we were on the front end because we kind of got a little bit of a warning, but it was still very fast paced because we were trying to navigate the school system and started knocking out templates. And we were like, "Hey, does this work? It's standing, it's a shield, it hangs off the desk this much, there's this much between students."
God.
And
You guys started in July?
it was like
August?
August,
Yeah.
and school starts back, and yeah, it was like July, August. It was in that time frame, and we had kind of been playing with a couple of things, but I was coming off of the other project with everything else, in addition to navigating some of like, okay, the semester in existence, what is it? And went straight went straight into doing the shield development before the semester started for the students, in addition to my semester starting.
Right.
And that was a roller coaster. We had, like I said, acrylic shortages. Even when I was doing the fabric mask at the beginning, back in like February and March, I had my mom was like, "We're out of elastic," and I was like, "Oh, that's not great. Let's go. Like, where can we go? Because we know Joann's is going to be sold out."
Mm-hmm.
And we did find some later, but she ended up taking apart Mardi Gras masks and using the elastic from those to make masks at one point. So I mean, like, all around, everybody was just like, "Well, I've got this idea. This is stretchy. This does this thing. This has this property," and you just kind of navigate what you can with the materials.
Yeah. Yeah. So Ashley, coming back to you,
I
what
had
was it
a
like
similar
getting elastic or any of the materials at all during while we were shut down with the library?
It was hard. Like I said, I started with just what I had in my house.
Mhm.
I couldn't get elastic because everybody who was started making masks the day before me got to Hobby Lobby before I did. I ended up ordering some online, Amazon, even Wish. People actually brought me stuff. A lot of the stuff that I had was donated. I had people who were going to Hobby Lobby bring me like these little beads that are on these straps. They slide. They make adjustable. They're meant to be crafting beads, but they make
Mhm.
really good adjusters. And so my cousin's wife brought me that. I think the materials, as far as the materials, when I finally started being able to get a hold of things like elastic and um, the nose bridge things, those are all
Oh, I've got one of those in my mask. They are a lifesaver.
they are. And what I used were all the twist ties that we save off of the loaf of bread that we
Mhm. That's what
hoard, that
mine's made out
everybody
of.
in the South hoards. Those twist ties, now we don't have anymore, but I must have had like 500 of them in a drawer somewhere. Now we're out. So that's kind of where mine came from. A friend of mine donated, I'm not kidding, the hugest stack of fabric I've ever seen in my life. And I was going through it, and there were tags from TG and Y on it.
Ooh,
So I'm like,
you're gonna have to elaborate what that is
for you
me.
young ones,
Yes.
TG&Y went out of business 30 years ago.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
It's
Thanks
kind
for
of
the
like a Big
context. I
Lots.
appreciate it.
I think it was up in her closet somewhere, and I'm still working my way through that pile. And that's what we used for our project. That's what we used for the no-sew mask for the Cub Scouts. It's what we used. I'm still going through it. So I was lucky to get a lot of donations, and that's what I was lucky for with my materials.
Wow. So let me kick it back to Chris for just a minute here. And just everyone, there's so much advice that went around in the very beginning of this, the pandemic, and so many different designs and standards and everything. Was there a specific one that you were trying to adhere to?
With rapid prototyping, you kind of have the advantage of trying out all of them and seeing which one works best. For the face shields, we kind of finished on the either the Foster or the Prusa designs. The Prusa designs were really good for putting over your Tyvek, so the full bunny suits, but they were kind of uncomfortable just on your bare forehead after a while. So, this is the Prusa design. And so, yeah, this hard plastic up against your forehead for extended periods. For extended periods of time, it gets kind of annoying. So I don't have any Fosters at home, but the Foster design was just all out of PET and then a rubber strap. Oh, and I forgot to mention when we were talking about materials is after a few weeks of testing these things out, the professors at LSU and maybe Dr. Wayne knows started getting big pallets of materials donated, including the clear PET that we have here. So where was I? Where Foster design. Oh yeah. So with rapid prototyping, you have the advantage of testing all these designs, seeing which one works better, and then kind of focusing on that. And then besides that, when it came to the ventilator and different mask designs that we're playing around with, we kind of just were told to, we're kind of given good faith to just do the best we can to find the best solution. And that's what we did.
Okay, that's amazing. That's that is the wonderfulness of rapid prototyping in general, because you can just keep going and keep trying to find what design works the best for you. So I guess I'm gonna toss this one to Megan, and we'll go back to your St. Joseph's Academy experience. How did you guys come up with the designs for that, or were you looking around in different designs online, or what was the iteration of that process like?
Moment to moment was changing. We were trying to figure out what exactly we needed to navigate to fit the specs based on, people being in a space nearish to each other after being away from one another for so long.
Right.
And just talking with, people about what the specs are that they were using in hospitals, industry, and keeping that in mind. And then Claire and I both were looking at different designs that were out there already and going, well, we can't do that because it needs to hang this far off of a table, and the down forces won't work this way, and we need to put this here, and like the trying to get it to stay up. And then also because students like to somehow walk into objects that they don't necessarily see, like it's like not in their mind.
That seems like a general teenager thing.
Yeah, like it's not even just students, I'll admit it. It's like sometimes just like you get so used to the object being there, it's like your depth perception turns off, and you'll walk in like just like bumping objects in general. So we had to figure out like what glue would hold it to the desk best. So it was like E6000, tons of it, cases of E6000 to keep it down on the tables, but we can also pull it up later. And trying to navigate that material was a whole like series of glue tests. It was like weird science fair.
About how many, do you know off the top of your head about how many things you guys made over there at St. Joseph's?
I know there were.
Don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, it's fine. I know there were like at least 8 shield designs that we've worked off of, maybe 10 at this point. Different spaces needed different ones, like the sinks in the painting classrooms for the art classes. They had to be shorter because of shelving units, and they were custom, and so we had to adjust those. And then in certain classrooms, they needed to be taller because students stand sometimes in the science labs, or like at lunch, they needed to be a certain way. And then oh, they don't need them in this space outside because this is how the distancing is being handled. And so we were constantly in communication with different parts of the administration, and a lovely woman named Linda Thompson, just constantly navigating what we needed to do and talking with our nurse and everybody else that needed to be in the know and constantly changing.
That sounds exhausting but rewarding at the same time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Both at the same time.
Both at the same time, of course, of course. So I want to come back to that in just a minute, but Dr. Newhouser, so how did you guys decide on like standards or because you guys did so many different, and Megan, if you want to speak to this too, just so many different designs and so many different objects that you guys made for PPE. Like, where did you start? How did you decide on where you were going?
It's funny. It really is. It started out with a piece of cardboard and a garbage bag, and I was so frustrated sitting there by myself in the garage because I sat on the couch watching the news for a week, and I was, we've got to be able to convert this into something useful. And so it started very humbly, and my sons patiently served as models. So I was putting these, face shields with the covering on their head, and they sat there and tolerated that. But it was just a repetitive cycle of try, fail, refine, repeat, over
just
and
iterative
over.
Design process like Chris was talking about.
And this kind of concluded. It was an interesting little experience. We were trying to complete the replacement ventilator filters, and there's a whole science to filtration, and it's a deep science. And providing N95 performance is non-trivial, and particularly since we didn't know how effective N95 standard was for filtering the coronavirus. So we got the top engineers from Exxon and NASA. Both organizations gave us access to their top engineers on this. And we were having, daily phone calls. And at some point I said, guys, look, let me try to put this in perspective. You've all seen Apollo 13, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they're filtering CO2. We're filtering, coronavirus. I don't understand what you're talking about. I can get things at Home Depot like, HEPA filters and electrostatically charged filters and so on. And we can make, the housings and whatnot in our machine shop. But I don't have time to understand the science. We've got about 2 days supply left in the local hospital, and then they'll be all gone, and we'll be running without filters.
Right.
And so this kind of, helped them. They all, of course, knew and loved that movie, Engineers, I think. Well, everybody loves that movie.
Yeah.
Everybody who's around science loves that movie.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so they got it at that moment, and then they kind of came back with a little bit dumbed down version that I could understand, and we were able to proceed. So it was hard to figure out, to answer your question directly. I mean, the standards were also evolving. So another quick example would be, the requirements for the gowns were very, very high, and then they ran out. And then there were no more requirements. They were happy to get whatever we could give them. And then the national supply chain kind of kicked back in.
Right.
And then our gowns were no longer meeting requirements, and they were preferring to use the things that were manufactured to a higher standard. So it was all changing all the time.
And Ashley, if you could, I know you were doing a cloth mask making at your house, but can you tell us a little bit your design changes over the months? Did you have to have your children model for you as well as patient models?
Yeah. And the thing is, between my husband, my son, and the various people in my family, just like clothes, face masks feel different to different people based on design. My husband prefers the fitted ones, like this. He prefers the ones with ties so that he finds them more adjustable. My son actually prefers the gator style mask, but also these pleated ones that I make. And these actually have a pocket you can put a coffee filter in that adds a little bit more to the filtration. But the ones that my Cub Scouts did were these no-sew masks because they don't require any sewing. And the way these work is you twist them like this and loop them around the ears. They're easy to make. You just need scissors and cloth glue. And they're adjustable. So, it depends on, we made these, you can make a lot of quickly. These take more time, but they fit better. These come somewhere in between. So, the design is based on need, how much material you have, and how fast you need to get a large number out. So I played with about 3 different designs.
All right. Well, this has been a great conversation. I just want to go back around and thank all of you guys for all of your efforts throughout the pandemic, and just going back and all the things that you've done for your communities, all of your altruism. Thank you, Chris, for joining us via Zoom.
No problem.
Thank you for everybody in the studio. This has been a great conversation, and I hope that our services, y'all services, are not needed in the future like this again. But 2020 has been a heck of a ride, so we'll have to see. But I just want to thank you guys, and this has been a fantastic first panel for the first virtual Baton Rouge Mini Maker Faire.
Thanks for having us, and thanks for putting on the fair.
Absolutely.
Download ebooks, audiobooks, music, and video with Overdrive's Libby app.
Hi, everyone. It's Jack Black coming to you from the set of Jumanji.
Everybody run! Why am I running so slow?
I can't even with this place.
Libraries and librarians transform lives every day through digital literacy, discovery, and lifelong learning. There's no puzzle too tough or challenge too great for your librarian. Find the clues to solve your next quest at the library.
As the nation's doctor, I often get asked, what should I do if I think I might have coronavirus?
People who are sick should stay home. You don't go to an emergency room. You don't go to a clinic. You get on the phone and you ask for advice and instructions from your physician.
We don't want you to go into the ER or the doctor's office without talking to them first, because you might spread coronavirus to someone else. Please visit coronavirus.gov for more information.
That's low. That's low. Seriously.
Buenos días. Estoy bien, gracias.
So they say it's a man's world? I don't see anybody's name on it.
While they were doing their thing, we slowly changed our world.
Today, women can do anything men can do. And there's one thing we're even better at.
Welcome back to the 7th annual Baton Rouge Mini Maker Faire, coming to you live virtually from the main library at Goodwood. I'm Mary Stein, and I'm about ready to toss this over to Craig Billings. Many of our making innovations come from need, and who doesn't need a catapult in their lives? This is one of my favorite books, Stephen Macaulay's Castle, and then of course, The Art of the Catapult. So over to Craig Billings. Take it away.
Oof. Oh. Hey guys.
Hi.
They're here. Hey, in this video, we're going to talk about catapults. We're going to talk about how catapults were used in the past and what they used to use in them and what they were used for. And we're also going to talk about how catapult systems are used today. And with that, I have a helper with me today, Mr. Micah. So with that, let's go. So the first thing we're going to talk about is actually what a catapult is. A catapult is a device that launches objects over long distances. But do you know how they were used in the past, Micah?
To attack castles.
Very good. Very good. And they kind of work like a slingshot. If you ever use a slingshot, they have a long rubber band that pulls an object and shoots it far away. And that's how catapults were used. So in medieval times, they used catapults to sling different objects. Can you give some examples of objects that were used in catapults, Micah?
Rocks, boulders, wood.
Wood. You know what else?
Poop.
Poop. Very good. I know it's gross, and it is, but it was actually pretty effective to attack enemies with dead animals, dead bodies, and even poop. It's pretty stinky.
Yeah.
Yep. The first catapult had a basket at the end of the arm, kind of like this one. The first thing that happens is a projectile is placed in the arm of the catapult. It's secured in place by some bindings. The energy is transferred to the bindings that secures the arm in place. Once the arm is released, it rapidly throws the projectile. The kinetic energy transfers from the bindings to the arm to the projectile. This is kinetic energy. Kinetic energy is the energy of an object in motion. So what's really cool is that catapult systems are still being used today, and Micah can tell us how.
They were used in aircraft carriers.
That's cool. They're used in aircraft carrier systems to launch jets off of the aircraft carrier. What's really neat, they work kind of the same principle. Aircraft carriers have large pistons located under the deck. The aircraft is placed on a track and connects to the piston. Steam pressure builds up at the piston. The bar is released and causes the piston to pull the plane along the track at high speeds, launching it off the aircraft carrier. So now that you've learned a little bit about catapults and the history of them, we're now going to show you how to put this one together. So grab your 3D printed parts and get ready to assemble, and Micah's going to help.
The first thing we have to do is get the throwing arm on the frame. We'll have to take these bolts and we'll have to screw them in.
On the right side, make sure you turn the bolt away from you. You don't absolutely have to tighten these all the way. You want to make sure that they're in there and not able to fall out. This is going to keep the throwing arm inside the catapult frame. And once you have the right side inserted, go ahead and move over to the left side and make sure you turn this bolt towards you to tighten it. Next, grab the crossbar and insert it into the top of each side of the frame. Now be gentle when you insert these, as you don't want to break it. Then grab the angle bar, and the angle bar goes into each side of the frame, and you can put this wherever you feel like you need. Be very gentle when you insert this. Then grab the rubber band.
We put it on the throwing arm and put it on the crossbar, and we just put it on the another side.
Then you can adjust the rubber band along the throwing arm. And now that your catapult is fully assembled, you can put a penny in it and pull it back to launch. Be careful not to aim this at anything that will break or any person, as it could cause damage. So thank you for taking the time to watch this video today on the history of catapults and how to assemble your own. And thank you, Micah, for helping me today teach everyone.
Thank you for watching this video.
No, I mean for our...
Thank you, Craig. Coming up, we're going to check in on our good friends at the Knock Knock Children's Museum, recording or coming to us live from the beautiful River Center Branch Library located in downtown Baton Rouge. Jessica, can you bring us into the Zoom?
Sure. Hi, Hillary and Katie.
Hi, ladies.
How y'all doing?
Hi.
How is this Save the Turtles board game going on?
Well, we are working on our Save the Turtle board game, but right now it looks like we are dismantling the turtle.
I love that.
All right. So the first thing we did at home to prep was she designed a 3D printed object. This represents those little plastic rings that hold Cokes together.
Mm-hmm.
That should definitely not be in the ocean.
Right.
We could not find one small enough to go in our Operation board game, so we 3D printed it with the help of the library makerspace.
Oh, that's so cool.
And
How long did
now
that
we are
take?
using some tools. I have an awl, and I have a cardboard saw.
Okay.
These are wonderful things to help you manipulate cardboard and get through some tough projects, and they're very simple to find and inexpensive.
That's right. Even an ice pick will work for an awl in a pinch.
So how long did it take to print that little bitty piece on the 3D printer?
Oh, she wants to see this closer.
Oh, no. How long? Can you hear me? Nope. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. I don't think they can. I don't think she can hear me.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, because I love all technology.
Okay. If you can hear me, yeah. All right. How long did it take to make that little piece? How long did it take to 3D print that?
Well, how long did it take you to design that?
It took me, like for that one, it took me about like 20 minutes just to figure out like the controls and stuff because I'd never used that specific program before. So it did take me a little bit of time, but it was pretty easy once I figured it out.
And the program we used is called Tinkercad, which is free for anybody to use. So you can just create an account and log in and start designing amazing, wonderful things.
Okay. So most of that time went into training yourself and learning how to use the equipment.
What?
Oh, I think we're having some audio issues. That's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jessica. We can't hear you very well.
Okay. Angelo, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Tell me more about what you got going on.
We'll just let Angela be the interpreter.
Oh, so the game is going to be like an Operation board game. We have to figure out how to do the wiring to make a buzzing noise or a light go off when the tweezers, and I have tweezers, when the tweezers hit the side, something will happen, and we are going to do all of the circuitry on the inside of the box to make that happen. But first, we have to make the holes for all of the parts and the pieces to go in. And we have mostly collected things around the house that should not be in our ocean. We were inspired by a sustainability project that was happening at the Knock Knock Children's Museum before we shut down.
So now Katie, what are you doing over there? You're rolling something up.
What are you doing?
I am bending this cardboard. I'm trying to make it like more flexible so we can turn it into like a cylinder. And we're supposed to try and use it so we can like put it on the walls of the holes.
Oh, sure.
So it's more like, instead of just the pieces are flying around inside the box with all the circuitry and stuff.
Well, cardboard is an amazing product. I mean, you can actually make furniture out of it, and depending on how it's kind of like with weaving, the warp and the weave, whatever. It's truly a wonderful product, and it's something we all have a lot of, especially with all those Amazon deliveries we've been having since March. So I'm loving to see that you're manipulating it and thinking about the strength and the flexibility of it and how it's going to work with this game. We all have a lot of pizza boxes too, so that's something we can easily find around the house.
Yeah, I'm not much of a maker, but in terms of being talented, but I can recognize a lot of supplies on your table right now. I see Elmer's glue. I see just regular old scissors. Can you tell me more about like some of the tools that you're using right now?
Yes, so these scissors are called arm wrestlers, and they have a nice big blade, and they look really scary, but they're really not. But the shape of the blade and the angle makes it really easy to cut cardboard. right?
That's a nice,
so
satisfying.
We can manipulate that really easy. In order to do the holes, before we start with the saw, I always poke a hole, and we use awls for all sorts of things, pun intended. I also have another option, which is a small craft drill. It's a hand drill.
Oh, that's so cool.
And you can get different size bits.
And no batteries required.
No batteries. And all of these things I have let children use, my children. We don't let all of the children at the Knock Knock Museum use them without supervision. But my kids have used all of these things since they were young. I think sometimes we underestimate their abilities to follow directions and be careful.
Well, start them young. There you go.
That's right.
I love that scissor. I've never used a scissor like that. It almost reminds me of something like you might use in the kitchen, a special kitchen shear with that angle. Yeah. And I sure liked hearing that satisfying crunch as you bit through the cardboard. There's a lot of plus to making. It's all the senses are involved.
Yeah. We also make sure we have plenty of different types of tape and sizes and scotch tape and different types of glue. And we always just keep lots of pretty things around. So that way, because there's such a good art component to STEAM. And if it's not feeding your soul, then why make it?
Right. You might as well make it beautiful.
That might as well. Yeah.
And you'll be doing this all day, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we're going to come back to you in a bit. We can't wait to see the progress on this new board game that you guys are creating, and we'll come back to you in a little while. Okay. We'll see you later, Hillary and Katie.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. We're going to check in now with a wonderful group, a partner of the library, the Blurtish, with the which we became fans of Blurtish, and fan is intended because it's about beyond fandom. When we started getting set for our first ever microcon, and the folks at Blurtish in the podcast and the comic world and this fandom world have a wealth of knowledge, and they're happy to share it. So Jessica, take us there.
Yeah, what's up, y'all? Welcome to AfroCon 2020. This is the Beyond Fandom panel. What's up? All right, y'all, what's up? I am your illustrious moderator, Nerd Soul, but I'm joined by some awesome folks. You can see in the squares around me, it's a whole bunch of dopeness. We're going to start from the bottom square. You know what I'm saying? Because we started from the bottom, now we're here. All right, so at the bottom square, we got from Blurtish, Keith, the man, the myth, the legend. What's up?
What's up, y'all? Hope y'all enjoy this panel. We got some dope business owners, creators, content providers, and people with high-minded goals.
High-minded goals. So, also in another bottom square, we have cosplay extraordinaire, Gamma Ray. What's up?
Hey, appreciative of that introduction. Thank you. You are too kind. As you said, it's your girl, Gamma Ray Cosplay. Lawyer by day, cosplayer by night, but a geek always. And also the other one part of the Geeked Up podcast. Here bringing you more geekiness and dopeness.
All right. And of course, right here, dope woman in IT, gaming, all that stuff. Look, if you want to get your tech on, holla at her. Leslie Moore, what's up?
Hi, I'm Leslie Moore. I am with Get Rec Tech Support. It's a safe space for women who love IT and gaming, and it's a way we can come in, we can have our own fun. It's a non-boys club here.
No boys allowed.
No boys allowed.
And last but not least, you know him, you love him. He's lazy, he's a nerd. He's also archery Olympic champion 2018 and 19. Lazy Nerd right here.
Yo, what up? As he mentioned, I'm Lazy Nerds.
I am my own print shop, art shop. It's a one-stop shop. We do customs. We do our own stuff. We get it out to the people. We love the people. Come check us out.
And he's a podcaster now too. Got to throw that title in.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's so new to
you
me.
know what I'm saying? All right, this is what's up. So to get it started, this is Beyond Fandom. I'm gonna throw it to Keith first because idea came from you. Why Beyond Fandom?
Beyond Fandom, it came to me because everybody on this panel, believe it or not, I have collaborated with, done something with, and we're also independent. You know, we're not from, I guess you could say, the usual hot spots of geekdom. You know, we're not from, say, New York. We're not from Atlanta. I mean, Mike out there in, Los Angeles, he out there with the big boys in Hollywood. But, it's not the same old, same old. Gamma is she from Jackson, Mississippi. A lot of us, at least 3 of us went to HBCUs. 3 of us went to Southern University. Gamma, she went there for a law degree. And, I just wanted to basically hone in on people who are why they chose to go into their businesses in this, in this fandom atmosphere, to kind of pinpoint that a little bit more and just to show people like, hey, you don't have to be from, the typical places. Just start something. If you want to create an idea, start it, do it to the best of your abilities, and we'll just talk about that.
All right, cool. Now, with that, might as well go on and tee you up first. Got Blurtish, you and your partner, of course, Mark Dub, part man, part thug ain't here. But why did you start Blurtish? Like, you could just, you could be sitting at home doing nothing. Why don't you go to college? You know what I'm saying? Why?
Well, I did. I started this. I did. And you still sometimes in these corona timelines and these ups and downs of recessions and stuff, sometimes you might need another business. You might need another way of income, that's passive or could be direct if, if the world blow up, maybe somebody still might want to buy comics or something. But, excuse me. But basically we started because me and Mark, we both love comics. We both love, animation. I love anime more than he do. We're a little older, I'm almost in the 40+ club. Mark is in the 40+ club. So, we know the stuff back there when Atari 26 was out there and the old Nintendo and all that. So it's been a part of our life, since we, been around. So even before the word blurred or anime was created, we were into some of it. So it's just, how can, everybody got an opinion, but you see some stuff on Facebook or Twitter and it's like, do these people even read? Do y'all even know what y'all talking about? Or it's always some weird stuff or it's just kind of trashy. And it's like, it don't always have to be that way. You can be your own, you can have your own way to geek out. You have your own way to be a nerd or whatever. Or blurred. I personally like to use the word blurred because I always like to represent my blackness no matter what. Be yourself. It's okay. And there's more than one way to do it. So, why not start a podcast? You can start a podcast for free most of the time. You can put as much money as you want into it, but there's ways to do it. No money. You can start out, get your voice heard. Maybe people like what you got to say. And maybe, and I'm joking, but maybe if you are that trashy person, find your trash can if you're that type of person. There's levels to it for all type of ways to do it. And and just to kind of, I guess, to gloss on my history a little bit, and then, we kind of fell into becoming comic book distribution via 133 Art and Jason Reeves. He was like, hey, sell my books for me. And the first person who actually asked was actually Greg Anderson Elsie. He was the first person who actually come up with the idea. It didn't happen. He was supposed to possibly come to the Mid-City Microcon. He wasn't able to attend, but he literally is the first person who asked. Then Jason followed suit. Jason came to the event, and I'm like, sure. I said, I don't know if this is gonna work. Hey, selling comic books or the pop-up. I said, I ain't got nothing to do. And I've been doing it for about 3 years.
But that's dope. That's what's up. That's what's up.
Sure.
that's what's up, you know. And we talked offline a couple times about how important your role has become in just this short time, as far as like being a distributor for comics in times where larger companies gave it up for a while. They was like, look, we ain't distributing nothing.
Look, Diamond distributed, and excuse me if my phone dropped, it says stop charging. So if I bump off, if everybody else spotlight. But basically, yeah, it's like, you know, when the big companies stop, the little guy can still move because he's nimble. You know, nothing is stopping me. Diamond ain't stopping me. I don't have warehouses.
Ain't nobody stopping you.
Nobody stopped me, son. But I'm the warehouse. I'm the store. I'm transportation. I'm the middleman. I'm the advertising agency. You know, I'm the banker as well. So I'm your one-stop processing shop, and I'm an online store thanks to one of our guests here and yourself too.
Yes.
So, you know, and that's just the definition of distribution and of distribution. How can you get this book to somebody's hand, and can you do it efficiently and to make a profit?
And with that said, speaking of your store, blurdish.com, amazing website. The young lady right here, who I'm gonna jump to, you know, Beyond Fandom. Why tech? Why you know, the focus of just like making sure women are taken care of in tech and gaming and stuff like that? What fueled that passion for you?
What started it for me was I've been a gamer since I was about 4 years old, and I love video games. But all I had around me were my male cousins, and we get on the game. We play all the time, and you know, my friends who were girls, they were like, "Oh, you like video games? We're not really into that." I'm like, "Cool, that's you, but I like games." And I've always been kind of a geek. I loved computers since maybe about 12 or 13 years old. My dad got me my first computer, and he told me if it breaks, you out of luck, because I can't afford another one. So that taught me how to fix it. So I got me into the hardware side. And then when I attended Southern, I went into programming, and I loved it. It's a lot of problem solving. And throughout the course of my career in the IT field, I noticed there's a major underrepresentation of women. I'm like, okay, I might be the only woman in the room, let alone the only Black person. And I've noticed that just all facets of IT, hardware and software side, because I've also been a software tester. I'm in Shreveport now, but when I was in Baton Rouge, it was the same way. And came to Shreveport as a software tester. Out of 10, 11 testers, 2 female, only Black female. So the disparity has always been there. And even just being if you notice, most women who like IT usually are also into video games as well, because technology is fun. So I joined an all-girl gamer group on Facebook called the Athena Alliance. Shout out to the Athena Alliance.
Word.
They are some hardcore gamers that'll give some dudes some run for their money. It's real in there. It's real, and it's real fun too. And one morning I saw a post that said somebody was about to get off the game to go to work.
To the folks from
Blurdish.
Oh, I can't even speak with a mask on. We're going to cut away from their panel, but the full panel will be
available later on YouTube. But you can also check them out at the Mid-City Makers Market later today at the Electric Depot.
Yes, because they are live. So we're going to make our next segue to talk about some other makers, some of our colleagues with the East Baton Rouge Parish Library, and then some of our surrounding parish libraries. Making has been such an important aspect of the East Baton Rouge Parish Library. We started putting a name to it back in 2007. And we planned the main library, and then something happened universally called the maker movement. And we were like, hey, libraries have been making stuff all along. We just didn't put a name to it. And when we started planning our new branches and our branch renovations, it was too late for the main library. So we just pop up and make on the fly. But we planned a special place at the beautiful River Center Branch Library. We redid spaces at Bluebonnet. We're working on spaces at Greenwell Springs and Jones Creek now. And the whole idea was this vision for to have a place where
for
you could
people to build and create and just foster that interest in STEAM learning, science, technology,
Right.
engineering, arts, and math.
Imagination, discovery,
Right.
creation. So content creation and making it real. So we're so excited to see what's happening in our own library community and in our
Surrounding
collegial
communities.
libraries because we're all friends. Libraries love to share. So Jessica, let us know what's going on.
Yeah, whenever I got on this committee for the Maker Faire, I couldn't wait to talk to other librarians who deal with maker spaces and just maker projects. So we're so glad that we were able to reach out to our surrounding libraries because I don't know if you know about libraries, but libraries we're not competitive. We like to share resources and we like to share resources with each other. So we've got our colleagues on in the panel today. How about you introduce yourselves? Michelle, let's start with you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Brown, and I am a electronic resource librarian at the main library in Lafayette Parish.
I'm Shelley Miller. I'm our youth services librarian at Ascension Parish Library.
I'm Jennifer Oglesby. I'm the digital services librarian with the Livingston Parish Library.
And hey, everybody, I'm Rain Araneda, and I am at the new Downtown River Center Branch Library Makerspace, and I'll be helping to moderate this panel, which is Building Communities Library Makerspaces. Welcome to the show. So do we want to go ahead and get started, everybody?
Sure.
Sounds good.
Great. Okay, so my first question is, I want to know about your passion for a makerspace. Tell me about what your makerspace does at your library, what you guys are offering. What do you do there? Just give us a brief intro. Let's go with Michelle.
Okay. Well, our makerspace is sort of our flagship, I guess. Each of our libraries have a makerspace, but they're all different. Ours has a laser cutter, 4 3D printers, an embroidery machine, 6 sewing machines. We have a vacuum former, Legos, different STEM building project type things, and cubelets, different robots and stuff like that.
Nice. And how long have you guys been open?
We have been open since the renovation, which happened in it got finished in 2015. And so we've been open since then. We closed, of course, in March due to the pandemic, and we've recently reopened in October to the public.
Oh, awesome. Cool. I'm going to definitely get back with you on that. All right, let's talk to Michelle from Lafayette. Let's hear about your space.
That was just me.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm reading the thing. Okay, let's look at Jennifer. Looking at the wrong screen. Go for it.
I'm with the Livingston Parish Library. I work at the Denham Springs Walker branch, and that's where we have our main Idea Lab. We're starting to have mini Idea Labs at the other branches. They're most of them have a 3D printer and a Cricut machine, which will do die cutting, mostly vinyl, but it can do a lot of other stuff, and we're kind of exploring the opportunities there. Our main space where I work has 5 3D printers. We've got a Vive Cosmos, which we're very excited about. We have button makers, magnet makers, stick-it makers, lamination machine, a sewing machine, and bookbinding. And we've just gotten a CNC, which will do cutting and engraving on wood. So lots of cool stuff to play with.
Nice. And how long have you guys been open?
We've been open about 3 years now.
Okay, cool. And let's hear from Ascension.
Ironically, I think we are the only people here that don't have a physical makerspace. We have a lot of the same things that have already been mentioned: sewing machines, Cricuts, robotics. We have all of that stuff, but we don't have a physical space to put it in yet. We have plans for our future builds to include them, but right now we are doing a lot of open space programming. So for the month of September, I put out a creation station, is what I called it, at all 4 of our locations, and we had button makers and vinyl to do t-shirts, and all kinds of other stuff. I'm forgetting right now, but we had a lot of different things out for our creation stations. And we do that sort of programming where we take what you might have in a physical makerspace and we do it either out on the floor or in a program in a room.
So my follow-up for that is, how do you advertise for that? Since you don't have a dedicated space where you can potentially put up flyers or calendars on what you might be doing, how do you guys make sure that you have that space in a way that is safe and also dedicated for that time so that people are aware of it?
We do all of our advertising through social media and news publications and things like that. But with September, we had I really focused on putting it out in the open where people could see it, where you would be walking past it. In most of our locations, it was between circulation and reference. So staff could keep an eye on it. One of the things we were really concerned about was the press for the heat transfer vinyls. We did t-shirts. Um, and that gets to a pretty high temperature, and we have kids running all over the library, so that was a concern. But we just made sure it was where staff could keep a close eye and help anybody who needed help. And also, make sure everybody was safe.
So library makerspaces are not necessarily a new thing. We've heard from several panelists, and you can see there's a broad range of how long these spaces have been open. At the River Center Library, we are not officially open to the public yet, but we're hoping to be soon. Again, that's because of COVID. We also had to shut down when we were planning to open up, and we're a brand new space. So my other question is, when you guys first opened up, and we're considering safety. We all have a lot of machines that could be potentially dangerous, especially depending on the age group that we're serving in the space. And so what have you guys done as far as badging? Have you guys started badging processes in your libraries, and what does that look like for you? Michelle, if you want to go first, you can. Just go in order again.
Okay. Well, we haven't done any kind of like badging, like you said, or certification. Basically, when people come into the makerspace and they're like, "What even is this? Like, what's a makerspace?" Like, that's not a term. That is just you immediately know what it is. So we kind of give them a little tour and show them what each machine does and like examples of what the final product would look like. And then once they show an interest, we kind of put them on the software, show them, kind of do a tutorial kind of. And then we run the machines. We're not having them. Some of the machines they can run, I guess, like the vinyl cutter. We have a Silhouette. They can run that, but the bigger machines like our laser cutter, the 3D printers, we don't allow the public to operate them.
And so you guys have been open for a while. So is that going to be your consistent plan for library staff to always facilitate that for folks?
Right. Yeah. The patrons are in the room. They can see what's going on. We don't hide it from them, but just for safety reasons, we know how to operate the equipment, and that's kind of how we've always done it.
Okay, and I'm going to ask this follow-up question for everyone as well. Do people have to bring their own materials? So if I want to come do a heat press on a t-shirt, or do I need to bring the t-shirt? Are there things that have been donated, or both? Are both of those things options?
Well, I always like to say we have a programming line in our budget where I do purchase some material for the public to use, and we limit. So like for the vinyl cutter, they're limited to 3 sheets of vinyl, which is like a 12 by 12 square. And for the laser cutter, they're limited to a 6 by 6 little square, unless their project needs more stuff. It just kind of depends. And so we have that money that we purchase stuff with. But I always tell them, we have what we have. If you want a particular color, if I need this, this, and this, please bring it. And for like t-shirts and stuff, yeah, bring your own glasses if you want it etched. Bring your own t-shirts and consumables, so you get the stuff you want.
Well, yeah, I think makerspaces are great for facilitating people's creativity, and I think it's great that we can use our tax dollars to help fund community projects like this. Let's hear from Shelley in Ascension Public Library. How about you guys? Do you have a badging process? Do you tutor as people come in? Do they need to make appointments? And should we bring our own materials to your library as well?
Well, with our maker projects being built into programming, it really does fall where we always have a staff member in the room. So we haven't gotten to a point yet where we would need a badging process. We always, I said, have somebody there to help facilitate. One of the things that I get in trouble for a lot at our library, though, is I like to let people do things on their own with a staff member standing by in case they need help. So I've gotten fussed for letting, tweens use the Easy Press, which gets very hot, but, I think they're capable. They know not to burn themselves.
Do you guys have a release form of sorts for folks to use since they may be using machines on their own sometimes, or are we not there yet?
We are not there yet. The only time I did any kind of a release form was when we did Food Fear Factor, and that was just because I'd heard some people threw up at other systems. But like I said, we tend to let people do things on their own. We are always there and hovering, so whatever good that is. But no, we haven't gotten to release forms. But like I said, because we incorporate all of our maker type of activities into formal programs, we have a lot more control over it than if you have, say, an open space where, people are coming in and out, and you might have people younger than your intended audience. We still have programs are broken down by age ranges. So we do have a lot more control over what's going on in the room and who is expected to do what, who is expected to have like what required skill level. And it's the same with materials. We provide all of the materials for all of our projects, but we know exactly what we're doing. It was worked into our programming budget. So, so that's really not an issue at our system yet either. But I imagine once we do have an open space, it'll be like Michelle was saying, where, you have up to this amount of materials each time you come to play.
And then would folks need to purchase after that? Like, let's say I have a bigger print project. For example, at the main library branch, you have a limit, and then beyond that, you pay like 5 cents per gram. So is there, can you keep going with the project? You just have to maybe potentially add a little bit of your own dollars to keep it going after you reach your limit.
Maybe we'll have a bigger budget. We don't like to ask our patrons to pay for anything ever, ever, ever in our system. So if it came to something like that, I imagine we would just work out a bigger programming budget in the end. Because
I'm definitely for us getting larger budgets, 100%. So
right, yeah.
I mean, these are community spaces. We'll talk more about that DIY culture. We do want our patrons to be able to do it themselves and to be able to go through the learning process themselves and get the hands-on experience. But even without that, having them available to use to prototype your own designs and really be able to explore your creativity is fantastic. So awesome. Jennifer, let's hear from you. What about you guys? Do you have a badging process? Do you have levels for badges? And should we bring materials to your library?
We don't have a badging process. Some of what I'm going to say sound a lot like Michelle, because when we first started our Idea Lab, we went on a field trip to Lafayette to see what they had and then copied all their good ideas. With ours, it kind of depends on what you're doing. If you're making a button, we will teach anyone how to make their first couple buttons, and then we will let you go with that. If it's a 3D printer, which gets really, really hot, you can't touch that. We will teach you all the software. We will help you design your print and put it all together. But when it comes to running the machine, that is going to be staff only. The Cricut varies. It really depends on the person and what their skill level is, how comfortable they are. We're happy to show them and help them get going so that they can operate the Cricut on their own. But if they're not comfortable with that, we'll get them to do the design work and we'll help them and guide them through that, and then we'll run the machine for them. We don't have a badging process, and we don't have any plans to make one currently, but we are constantly expanding and growing, so that could change in the future. It's just going to depend on what we see as the needs of our service population.
And so do you have a tier for materials as well, where you get a base amount and then beyond that you need to pay for some of it yourself, or you can bring your own? If I brought my own filament and just go crazy?
It depends on the machine. Again, we've got a lot of filaments, and we haven't had anybody bring in their own filament yet. We've had a couple people ask and then not come. So with that, it would really need one of our librarians to check it out and be sure that it is compatible with the machine, because there are a lot of types of filament, and some of our machines can handle a huge variety. Some of them are very particular and can only do a few. With our 3D prints, we charge by weight for the finished product, and we're not going to charge you for failed prints. So we're going to make sure everything's set up nicely, and then we will give you a price estimate if you're concerned about that, and patrons do have the right to refuse a print if it turns out to be very different than they expected. With our other things, most of our things are bring your own materials, so whatever price you can get them for, we're happy to help you kind of shop around online and see what will work. But like with our Cricut, as Michelle said, there's such a variety of materials. There's no way we could stock everything everyone wants. So we have patrons select their own material and bring that in, and we'll help them work with it. With the buttons, we have a lot of stuff ready to go, but we'll also let patrons do their own images, and that's what most people want to do. So we kind of help guide them through that.
Cool. I know for our space right now, again, we're not open to the public yet. We are in the process of creating badging. So if anybody wants to come check out our badging process, once that's finalized, we can share. And we also are kind of collecting scrap materials. Are you guys also collecting scrap materials from your community for folks to be able to pick up and use, for example, for sewing or making buttons or anything like that?
We're starting to. We're kind of working out some partnerships with some local businesses. Right now, that's going a bit slowly because people are not open and doing things normally. But we are hoping to have at least some scrap materials available for patrons.
I find, I was going to say, I find that once people in the community know you're doing something, they just start bringing things to you without you even asking for it. You know, when we started doing crocheting and knitting programs, we got huge donations of yarn. We didn't ask for that, but our community is really giving, and so they brought that. When we started doing sewing programs, people started bringing us leftover fabric. It just sort of happens naturally, almost without solicitation.
I think in the last panel we just had with the PPE, I think that's when you see a need, I feel like the community really comes together. And that's a really beautiful thing about these spaces. It provides a place for people to bring materials together and have a creative place where they can all, brainstorm together. And, multiple minds are better than one. So also thank you for the segue. Let's talk about business outreach. These spaces, where I come from, I moved here from Florida, and in Florida we have several maker spaces and hacker spaces that have been up for a while. And what attracted me to maker spaces was the ability to access large tools and things that I would never be able to afford myself. So I have two questions, and they kind of go together because of the potential for business outreach and partnerships within the community. My question is, what kind of businesses are you reaching out to, and what would you consider to be the minimum requirements for technology in the space to be able to facilitate really good and long-term partnerships within the community, where the library is able to work with schools or innovation hubs or downtown, for example, downtown development district here in Baton Rouge, any type of businesses, engineering firms, what have you? What would you consider like base minimum requirements for technology for the types of businesses that you are currently trying to reach out to or already have partnerships with? Michelle.
Okay. So we have reached out to our local you said an innovation hub. We have something called the Opportunity Machine here in Lafayette. And so we're just starting this type of process. We've partnered with like Cox Communications in the past to do STEM kits, where it was like a program in a box, and it was like make a bristle bot or do this or do this. And so like bird watching, non-tech related, but science, And so but we COVID kind of shut that off. We haven't really pursued a lot of the stuff we were going to, but a good way to what we were planning on telling the Opportunity Machine was that we can help them with rapid prototyping, which is I have an idea, I have it, maybe you have the plans drawn, maybe you don't. I want to see it. and so I can 3D print it. Maybe I can laser cut it. Maybe we can make it out of chipboard and just cut it with some scissors or some cardboard, And so it doesn't necessarily have to be an $8,000 laser cutter. It could be a piece of cardboard. So I guess for what your second question about what kind of machines I would have, I would basically maybe a 3D printer. Laser cutter would be nice, but you could achieve that in another way. It just really depends on your budget, I think, and how much you're willing, and like the other panelists said, maybe you don't have a dedicated space. Some of our regionals don't have a dedicated maker space. They just use one of their meeting rooms once a week and have a dedicated, time for making. So yeah, it just depends, I guess.
I think Michelle hit on a really important point. A lot of making it's not a certain budget that you need or a certain amount of technology that you need. It's the impetus. Like, do you have the drive and the will to have some kind of space? You could use a laser cutter or a Cricut, or you could use cardboard and scissors and sometimes achieve the same thing. I mean, not exactly the same thing, but you have that same project going and just in a different way. Making doesn't require huge startup budgets. And I think that's a big part of it. We don't have a room yet, but we've been doing maker type projects for years. And like this year, I might buy 10 sewing machines and put a huge dent in my programming budget. And next year, I might buy a Cricut. And the year after that, I might buy like a bunch of robotics. So you don't need a huge budget to get started at all with any of it.
What kind of business partnerships or community partnerships have you guys been involved with at your library makerspace?
Our community projects are just getting started. We just got a community outreach librarian, so I'm super excited to see where she's going to go with us. All of our partnerships up to this point have been with them giving us stuff, which has been really nice. It'll be nice to see how we can give back eventually. But we did get a $20,000 grant for Little Bits a couple years ago. So our Little Bits collection is super huge. And we're talking about reaching out to schools and making that something that we can circulate among our public school system now that we have enough that we feel we can do what we need to do at the library with Little Bits, but we also have enough to share those. And we're looking at what we've got that we can start reaching out to, like homeschoolers and our school systems, because they don't always have huge budgets in their libraries either. So
would you be doing kind of like a checkout system? I know at the main branch you can check out Arduino kits. Is that kind of a concept you guys are looking at for homeschooling or for reaching out to the schools?
It is. We did a competition a couple of years ago where we did check out those kits to homeschoolers and to some of our school systems, their robotics clubs, and we had a big thing at the end. So they're already barcoded and they're ready to go. So it's just getting
Hear that, community, hear that.
Yeah, it's just getting everybody on board and getting, like I said, we have our community outreach librarian now. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how we are starting to reach out and make some of those connections. And we're looking at science kits and things like that to add to what we have already. So
that's great. Okay, and last panelist, do you have anything you want to add to that regarding your outreach and what you guys have going on for that? What are your minimum requirements for a space?
I think Michelle and Jessica kind of hit on it. The minimum requirement is what your patrons need. So it really depends on who you're working with and what you're trying to do. I really like that we have our own room for our Idea Lab. It's not a big room. I'm perpetually jealous of Lafayette because their space seems huge to me. But we're always finding ways to fit things in. We'll do things in programs, so we'll go to meeting rooms like Jessica does. So electrical outlets are my minimum requirement.
Yes.
So many, the more the better.
Real.
Never have too many.
Never.
Yeah. Definitely, that's definitely a thing. Yeah, we have quite a few machines here. I'm excited for our space to open up, but I think having a dedicated room is really essential. And I think for me, my background, I'm very concerned about the safety aspect of it. So I feel like there's a little bit more of a control to have a space. So community support, make sure you push for your maker spaces because they're available to all of you. You should love them because they're amazing. There's just so much opportunity. I can't say enough about maker spaces, and the fact that libraries are starting to do this around the country more and more is just really amazing. And I'm excited that we have this panel so that folks can find out more about it. I have another question. So we have all these different tools. We've got, for example, we have a recording studio that's getting built here. We also have a laser cutter, 3D printers, all of those things. What is the age demographic that you see asking about different tools that you do or do not have that they might want to have in this space? I think a lot of students now are using 3D printers in school. So it's kind of, a default that a lot of STEAM programs, check out our STEAM panel later, have these tools in their makerspace in their schools. So even some schools are starting their own makerspaces. So is there a broad demographic for things like 3D printers or Cricuts? Do you see a specific age group or demographic that's attracted to these, and do you use that in your outreach?
8 to 12. 8 to 12 is more excited than anybody else. We do get the full range. We've got grandparents who are just amazed at all the technology and very interested in wanting to get involved and see it. We've got little kids who are just thrilled to pieces that they can make a sticker. A lot of things, it depends on the piece of equipment, what your main age group is, but just interest in everything in general is definitely our preteens. And that does tie into our outreach. A lot of our outreach is to our schools, and we will bring examples on machines when we can to show them. We also try to just bring information that they can take home. So if their parents weren't aware that these opportunities were available, they can come and bring the kids. But it's also a really great way to get the parents in, because they may not have known that these things are available to them, and then they can come and get the services as well.
So you don't see a lot of university students coming in, or trade individuals at all yet?
Not very many. We get some,
That's
but
interesting.
not a lot.
I'm really hoping that we're able to build those relationships here, because for me, you know, when I was in college, that was really when I got into the maker community and I realized what type of potential there was. So I'm curious, you know, what can we do more to do outreach to those different groups, university students who maybe can't get into the lab because it's booked and they need a backup to finish a project, or somebody who's in trade school and wants to do some prototyping. Does anyone else have that general demographic where it's mostly schools right now, like K-12 or 8 to 12?
Well, I do youth services, so most of my stuff, like we were saying earlier, is the tweens, those early teens. I find that that's where the most interest lies. But I can tell you, as soon as I plan something, I have the adults asking our adult services librarian, like, why aren't we doing that? Why isn't that for us? Can I go and do that with the kids? So there's interest across all age groups, I think. It's just finding them and letting everybody know what you're doing and what you have available.
You bring up a good point. I think that there's an inherent default to believing that this is always targeted towards like giving K-12 or 8 through 12 experience to the young people, but really maker spaces are for everyone. And I think, you know, I think that we can hopefully make that known here during this panel. Like, come, it doesn't matter your age group. Like, there is something here for everyone. Whether your community group, soccer team, you want to make some buttons. I'm a big button fan. Can't lie, big on the buttons right now. And you want to make some buttons for an upcoming event, where it be, you know, your soccer team or some kind of rally that you might be having, or vigil, or if you want to come in and make some t-shirts. Again, if you bring your own materials, if you're a local business, come use the Cricut, make a card, make some stickers, bring your own materials. You might not want to buy the Cricut, you might not want to buy a heat press, just come and use our stuff. It'll be great. What about, I think, was it Jennifer that did not speak yet on this? Do you guys have a certain demographic?
I started that.
Okay, cool. I'm like, you guys have the same name on my screen, so it's hard to
Oh
spell.
no, I'm sorry.
Okay, so all good. All right, so Shelly is the one that did not answer
No,
yet.
it's Michelle.
It's me, I think, this time.
Okay.
Okay. So particular demographic. I have worked in 2 makerspaces in Lafayette Parish. The first one, where I got my little makerspace wings, was at South Regional, which is by our mall. If you're familiar with Lafayette, it's sort of a more suburban-y type area. And so I would have open access once a week. And mostly what I got was retired people, and a few kids would come after school. Like, I had a particular family that would come every week with their babysitter. And so it just kind of depended. Now at the main library, it's a more urban area, and we have a lot of different people come in, mostly adults. But sometimes it's a mom and a kid or something like that. We have a general rule that you can't be unattended if you're 12 or younger. And so that sort of limits it, because we do have a lot of unattended kids at Maine. And so we don't see a lot of that, because they are without an adult and they will go wild. But right now, we're seeing more participation from adults. You know, they're like, hey, I had heard that I could come in and do this. Or I want to make, this one guy this week was like, oh, I want to make a box because I'm going to send it off to be made. And I want to see, like, hold it in my hand and see what it's going to look like before they do it. And so we got out that we at first thought, well, maybe 3D printing. And then we're like, well, no, because it can't fold. You wouldn't be able to like really see how the box, he had a box from like a nose spray or something that was open. He had unfolded the box. So he knew kind of what he wanted. He just wanted to like hold it. And so we ended up cutting it out of chipboard with some scissors. So I guess it really it is a variety of ages, and so that's why I've always felt it's important to have technology and non-technology. So if we have a big, if I'm really busy at South and I have all these families in here, well, we can make bracelets. We don't all have to be fighting over the iPads or the computers for 3D printing time, you know, or design time. We can be doing something else. We can do structures with the blocks. Obviously, we're not doing that anymore because of COVID and touching, but you know, like it gives you a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think making sure that, you know, necessity is the mother of invention, right? So if you have your limitations and your constraints, especially when you're a designer, that sometimes gives you the best design because you're limited. And so you have to become more creative. So, you know, it's wonderful to have these larger items, definitely. But we don't want to, as makers, as DIY folks in the community, we don't want to like make people believe that they can't do something just because they don't have this tool. Having the access is wonderful, but I agree with you 100% on that for sure. Some of the best things are the most simple things. Don't want to over-engineer anything too crazy. Right. Is there anything that stops anybody besides, and I'll just say maybe budget, but maybe there's other things that are constraints for not getting access to some of these larger items? Do you guys have, is there something you want that you can't get yet? And what's the limitation for that in your space?
I did ask for a soldering gun and was told no for safety reasons.
Okay.
But that's something that I think I could push for again. I think sometimes you just have to ask again.
I think especially when you get your own space, you'll be able to put it away a little more so that you won't have the risk of small children accidentally grabbing it.
Yeah, I wanted it to be a tween activity.
Well, you can.
Well, I
Twins
mean,
are not
you might
small
be
children.
able to let your let the people know who would maybe put this as a note to you that soldering is a very common thing right now in high schools, and it's used in quite a few classrooms. So if you potentially have a badging process or a release form, then maybe there'll be a little bit less hesitant to let you have that in the future, because you know, that is robotics, soldering, engineering classes are really big right now. So it's also wonderful that these spaces exist because field trips, so fun to the spaces post-COVID. Here's hoping. What about anybody else? Is there something that you really want, can't get yet? What's the limitation there?
We've had a little trouble with ventilation because our room is only so big and there are only so many times you can drill out and do things. We've had a couple things that haven't worked with what we were initially looking at because they required a lot of ventilation that we just weren't able to provide, but we found other tools that do the same thing we wanted just without the ventilation requirements because they're created and set up differently. So sometimes you just have to poke around and find what will work for the space you've got while kind of mentally planning ahead for if you ever get a magical, wonderful library with no cost constraints and can build whatever you want.
That's actually, I have a question about that too as a follow-up for, because of the fact that if you do have quite a few machines like a laser cutter or 3D printers and things are just running all at the same time, do you guys stagger the use for larger equipment that might set off, that might give off fumes that could be potentially dangerous if they concentrate in the room, or how do you manage that?
We've checked everything we have as we've gotten it with what we already have in mind, so we don't have anything that does problematic fumes, so that hasn't been a concern for us.
Great, cool. Everybody check it out, safe and fun. There you go. Okay, so let's talk about fun. What is the coolest thing that you guys have seen built at your space with your stuffs? What is the neatest build that somebody has come in and tried to, or accomplished, completed, or tried?
We've had a number of neat things made with our laser cutter. We've done stuff like 3D puzzles that look like a big crawfish that's on display in our little display case, our Makerspace display case. One of our Makerspace librarians is making a scale model of an old planetarium that was in Lafayette back in the 70s. And so he's got these huge pieces that he's cutting in little stairs, and it's so awesome. And he says it's to scale, so it's like very mathematical. I don't know if I'd be able to do that, but I think that's really awesome. People have built keyboards out of various stuff. There's also a lot of crazy 3D prints that people have done. Yeah, it's interesting to see everybody, because if you see something and I look at it and I'm like, well, you could do this and we could put this on there and it could be something else, or it could be, it's neat to see how what people make inspires future makes or additions. It's cool.
Totally. What about Shelly or Jennifer? What have you guys seen at your spaces?
Well, I don't want to say like that there's a big project or a long-term project like that, but one of the things that I found was the most impressive was we did that sewing program in January. That was like a multi-week series, and one of our patrons came in not knowing how to even thread a sewing machine, and by the end she had made her own dress. So that real progression from like I don't want to say incompetence, just a complete lack of knowledge about what she was doing to having an actual finished garment that she could wear. She was so proud of herself. And that in my head stands out as like one of the bigger things. Like it was a dress. She made a dress. But this person who didn't know anything about sewing made her own clothing. And that seems like such a huge accomplishment in my head.
Oh, absolutely. Sewing is not to be dismissed as definitely difficult. So 100%. Yeah, there's a lot of tech going on there. 100%. That's really good. I agree. I think it's amazing to see that progression of learning and then ownership, right? Ownership
Right.
and of what you can do, and that sense that you get, that feeling that you get after you've accomplished something is fantastic. Definitely. What's another cool thing that we've seen?
We've seen all kinds of neat stuff. Some of it is very simple. One of my favorites is a gentleman came in and he made 2 buttons, one for his wife and one for him for their anniversary. And he had found a picture online of a street lamp from where they had their first date. And I thought that was just really sweet.
That is so sweet.
That is so cute. We're all everyone, see, great ideas inspire. There you go. There's your inspiration for your next anniversary. It's beautiful.
We've done really complicated stuff. We helped somebody make a parade float, so we did tons of vinyl cutout on the Cricut. He designed special 3D prints to go on it. It was involved. He was in there every week with his kids and his grandkids, and just always stuff going on.
Wow, what a range of amazing that we've just heard. That's great. That just goes the gamut. It's amazing. I'm going to share. I want to share.
Tons of stuff.
So
What have you got?
sewing is a real thing, and I just want to showcase this cool thing that we recently did at our makerspace. Again, not open yet, but will be hopefully in the future. This is our solar panel backpack. What?
Cool.
Oh, yeah. Check it out. Sewn by our amazing teen librarian, Allison. And then we put our little solar panel on there. So it opens up and it's got a little pocket where you can put your battery bank in here so you can charge all day. And we've got our cool buttons that we made with our button maker. And we have our cool Cricut cut and heat pressed amazing logo. So
it's glitter.
It is glitter. That's right. Got to put that bling on there. So yeah, check that out, right? That's my current favorite thing. Oh, and very exciting. We 3D printed the latch. This is just a little prototype we got off of Thingiverse. It's kind of hard to see because of the light, but it's a T-Rex face.
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's our little latch that closes us. Boom.
Oh.
Like that. Right? Super
cool.
cute. This is my favorite build right now because it was a great team effort. But I'm excited to see what folks do in our space once we're open. It's very exciting. Is there anything that you guys are doing looking forward to post-COVID that you want to just like broadcast now, let people know, once COVID does something different, what are we going to be doing?
I'm going to
Do we
be.
have plans for that? Is anyone thinking that far ahead, or are we just all kind of stuck in the no one knows what's happening game?
We don't know what's happening, but we're really looking forward to getting our patrons back, being able to let them get on the VR. We have new games. And I really miss all of the D&D people who would come in and they would bind their books and they would make all their minis and do just amazing set pieces. And then I would go find my DM and be like, hey, look at this thing. We need that too. So I'm really looking forward to getting to see the patrons again and be able to work with them in person and just have that discovery of, they see someone else working on something and go, oh, hey, that's amazing. What are you doing? And then we can work together and help them learn that. I miss the teens getting to teach the little kids how to make buttons because they would all get so excited about that.
Buttons are cool. I don't know why I'm so excited, but I got really excited when I started button making.
Oh,
It's
buttons
just
are the
fantastic.
best. Everyone loves buttons.
They are amazing. Yeah. What about everybody else? What kind of plans do you guys have going forward, or are we stuck in the unsure phase still?
Well, there is a lot of uncertainty, but I am really forcing things into working. And I mean, it's horrible to say, but we are doing a lot of passive stuff where we're wiping everything down in between. We're looking at, booking rooms where we have stuff available. We're starting our Lego club up again in January, which is exciting and scary at the same time because considering how we are going to handle sanitation and how we're going to handle like limited patrons in the room and all of that, it's scary, but our patrons are missing it and we're missing them and we are going to find a way and we're going to make it work and we're going to make it work safely. So that's the biggest thing in our system right now. We're just looking at how we can handle things safely, but we are going forward.
Nice.
So
Michelle?
here at Lafayette Public Library, we have been pivoting, as they say, because of COVID and because we're not doing any in-person programs except for the open access stuff at Maine. We've been doing grab and go craft kits. So adult services has been doing this, but the makerspace has contributed also. We do a once a month take home sewing project where we cut the fabric. We do a YouTube video, explain how to do it. We include written instructions in case you don't have a computer, and they can sew a small project. We've sewn like masks. Like this was one of our projects for September. It was just a simple little mask with t-shirt ties. And we've done plaques with cut a piece of wood out of the laser cutter, used a vinyl cutter to make a stencil, and then the patrons can take it home and paint it however they want. So this time has been a way for us to like kind of learn new skills because we didn't make videos before COVID. So in January, we're hoping that we can go back to regular in-person programs where we can do the sewing classes at the library with our sewing machine. But, again, we don't know if that's going to really be a possibility or not. It just kind of, it's so uncertain. So right now we're sort of planning for both. What can we do in person? We have to do it in person. And what can we maybe do in person? Or if we have to make it a grab and go or make it a passive, like they said, where you just pick it up and leave. So
I think that's a major theme. Hi, this is Jessica. That's a pretty major theme in all of library programming right now. We're just trying to figure out when we're gonna be able to get back to that. I wanted to thank everyone for coming today for this panel. I'm so glad that we got to share ideas and also share with our patrons across the state the different ways that you can use library maker spaces or just the library space to do maker programs. So thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and take a little break. Thank you for coming, Michelle.
Thanks for having us.
Michelle.
Thank you.
Download ebooks, audiobooks, music, and video with Overdrive's Libby app.
Hi everyone, it's Jack Black coming to you from the set of Jumanji. Everybody run! Why am I running so fast?
I can't even with this place.
Libraries and librarians transform lives every day through digital literacy, discovery, and lifelong learning. There's no puzzle too tough or challenge too great for your librarian. Find the clues to solve your next quest at the library.
As the nation's doctor, I often get asked, what should I do if I think I might have coronavirus?
People who are sick should stay home. You don't go to an emergency room. You don't go to a clinic. You get on the phone and you ask for advice and instructions from your physician.
We don't want you to go into the ER or the doctor's office without talking to them first because you might spread coronavirus to someone else. Please visit coronavirus.gov for more information.
Buenos días. Estoy bien, gracias.
So they say it's a man's world? I don't see anybody's name on it.
While they were doing their thing, we slowly changed ours.
Today, women can do anything men can do. And there's one thing we're even better at.
Welcome back to the 7th annual Baton Rouge Mini Maker Faire, coming to you live virtually on YouTube and Facebook. Coming up next, we've
got Baton Rouge Green.
Yes, we're going to hear from, they're one of my favorite partners.
Oh yes, they're fantastic.
Earlier, someone was talking about making money. Well, we make green here at the library, and we have been partnering with Baton Rouge Green for many years. In fact, I first became part of their orbit when we started working together on GIS Day, which is
coming up on November 18th?
That's right. It'll also be a virtual event. In the morning, we'll be doing virtual programs with students, hundreds of students from all over the parish. But in the evening, again, virtually, you'll be able to join us on, I don't know whether Zoom.
Visit, it'll be gisday.brla.gov.
That's right. And we'll be talking about COVID response and recovery, the West Coast wildfire response, the impacts of wetland loss on flooding, and then this one's really cool, student activities and community engagement over the last.
With all the students and communities.
And it's all topical. These are all timely topics. And how does that fit with Baton Rouge Green? Well, Baton Rouge Green has been a partner because we've been using GIS technology. There's my good friend from Esri to map trees all over Baton Rouge. Trees so important.
And
that green canopy.
Doesn't Baton Rouge Green have an app?
They do, and they're going to talk to us about it.
Hello, everyone, wherever you may be. I want you to take a look around. Whether you are surrounded by buildings or in your own backyard, it is very likely that you are also surrounded by trees. But living in an urban forest, it's easy to overlook the vital functions that these trees serve in our environment. In order to show you, we've built mytreelouisiana.org, available on any device. We have provided you with very helpful tools that make it easy to learn. By using these tools, you can unlock several ecological benefits of the trees in our home state. Upon these discoveries, you can begin to truly understand the importance of trees. Whether you know nothing about trees or are a studied arborist, My Tree can help you on your journey with just a few clicks. Ready to start learning about Louisiana's trees? Visit mytreelouisiana.org today.
Next up,
we've got Humanities Amp. They're going to share some poetry with us, aren't they?
They are. Poetry is really a great thing to use with teenagers. We've been having poetry slams and poetry workshops
with
for years.
Donnie Rose for
Donnie
years.
Rose this summer. In fact, we did it virtually
in
the spring and summer. But Humanities Amped is one of my favorite local nonprofit groups that really highlight talent and creativity. Let's hear from them.
Hi, I'm Dr. Alex Torres, the program director at Humanities Amped. And today we're going to do a poetry writing workshop together titled Transform Yourself to Transform the World. We are at the Makers Faire today, so what a better time to write a poem together. A little background on us. So Humanities Amped was made and founded by Destiny Cooper and Anna West when they were co-teaching together with a small class of 25 students. They were really thinking about how we could make classroom spaces better. How could it be more humane? So today we are a network of almost 500 students in middle schools and high schools in Baton Rouge. We really believe that it is possible to transform public schools from the inside out, especially when the voices of the people inside those schools are listened to, especially those students and the teachers and the communities. Our vision is to build an innovative and dynamic community of lifelong learners and civic leaders. And our mission is to advance transformative learning in public schools so that every educator and youth is engaged and empowered for success. So again, we want to make schools more human-centered, and we do that by amplifying well-being. We don't think that you can learn if you're not doing well, if you're too stressed out, if you're not getting the help that you need to process what you need. We need to be well in order to learn. That's why we try to make sure that we have trauma-informed and healing-centered approaches in our lessons and in the work that we do with students. We also believe in amplifying critical literacy, which means that we want students to think critically and analyze themselves and the world around them. We really do believe that there's more to students than seeing them as test scores. They are the ones that can think critically about solving real life problems in their communities. So we give them the literacy skills and research skills to be able to think through what are some possible solutions to the problems that I see affecting me in my day-to-day. That's why we also amplify community-minded problem solving, because we don't think that youth are problems to be solved. We think that they are problem solvers. So again, if they are well, and if they have the critical literacy and the skills and tools necessary, they can transform the world around them. So when you make schools a little bit more human-centered, we found that students actually want to come to class. And if you come to class, then you do better in terms of graduation rates. And even though we don't focus on testing, if you are thinking more critically and are showing up to class, you do a little bit better on state testing too. So these are the outcomes that come from making schools more human-centered. But again, it's such a huge task to think about how do we make schools what we know they can be, or how can we make so many different systems that could do a lot more? How could we even imagine what it could be like? But that's the thing, right? In order to transform a system or a school or transform yourself as a person, to bring that something into existence, you first have to dream it. You have to envision it. You have to imagine what it could be. But you also kind of have to stay grounded in the situation that you're in. So you have to do both, which I think is what Bill Ayers really says in this quote. It's living with one foot in the mud and muck of the world as it is, while another foot strides forward towards a world that could be. You need both pieces, right? You need to be able to be grounded and know deeply what is happening in your current context. But you also need to feel like you can dream about what it could be, what it could be in a better world. So in this workshop, we will imagine what that world could be. What would be your ideal world? And we're going to write about that vision, and we can do it in poetry style. Don't worry, it doesn't have to rhyme. It can just be your beautiful thoughts. And we want you to have fun. So those are the three main goals in this workshop. Imagining what the world can be, writing about that vision, and having fun in the process. So let's get started. But yeah, let's have a few rules. Again, I really want to emphasize the fun part. Let's have fun with it. This doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to be your words, and your voice matters. And your language matters. So if you want to write it in a different language, if you know multiple languages, if you want to mix up those languages, now's your time. So you can write in any language that you want. No judgment, no mistakes. Go ahead and throw away that perfectionism for the next few minutes. It doesn't have to be perfect. Don't judge yourself. If a mistake happens, get creative with it. Or just don't think about it that way. Again, focus more on the fun. Don't judge yourself right now. Speak your truth, you know? What do you think the world should look like? We're not looking at someone else's opinion. We want your thoughts, your truth. And share if you want to. So we'll share some opportunities for you to share your work with us. And just a quick side note and a shout out to our friends from Andover Breadloaf Network. These are some of the rules that they have for their writing workshops. But before we go off and write our own, let's look at an example text together. So this poem is I Dream a World by Langston Hughes. Okay, so I'm going to read it for us. I dream a world where man no other man will scorn, where love will bless the earth and peace its paths adorn. I dream a world where all will know sweet freedom's way, where greed no longer saps the soul, nor avarice blights our day. A world I dream where black or white, whatever race you be, will share the bounties of the earth, and every man is free. Where wretchedness will hang its head and joy, like a pearl, attends the needs of all mankind. Of such I dream my world. So let's sit with this poem for a minute. Maybe pause it again. Pause this video if you want to spend a little bit more time with it. But think through it. What stands out to you? Are there any words here that are really, really standing out to you as you read it? I love the word peace in this world, in this poem. and that image of a pearl. Those are some of the words that stand out to me. But what about you? Which words stand out? Also, think about what words relate to your experiences. He uses the word sweet freedom. Have you ever had an experience where you feel sweet freedom? Or this idea of love blessing the earth. What would that be like? So think about your experiences or what you would like to experience in a perfect world. So yeah, what would you like to see in an ideal world? What would you see? What would you feel? What would you do? What would other people around you do? What would it be like? Your world. So now let's have some time to brainstorm. You know, if it helps you to jot down some ideas, write down a few phrases or words about what you would like to see in an ideal world. Again, feel free to pause this video and then we can pick up after you've done some brainstorming. So go ahead, pause if you need to. All right, I hope you took an opportunity to pause the video and do some quick brainstorming if that kind of helps. But now that you've done a little brainstorming, let's write. And you can start off in the same way in terms of I dream a world where, and then just keep repeating that sentence starter until you fill up your poem. So you can just say, I dream a world where, and you can fill in the blanks. Do you dream a world where education is joyful? Do you dream a world where there is no poverty, where resources are equally distributed? Do you dream a world where everyone feels happy? Do you dream a world where everyone's needs are met? Or maybe everybody gets to eat ice cream all the time. I don't know. What does your ideal world look like? So go ahead, pause this video for real this time, and set an 8-minute timer. And just write until the timer goes off. So again, pause this video and write for the next 8 minutes. Alrighty, I hope you had a wonderful writing session. I hope that you took the time to write and maybe you even went over time and you just didn't write for just 8 minutes. You wrote for 15 minutes or 20 minutes. I don't know. It's a beautiful prompt to sit there. It's beautiful to think about what the world would be. I know that I dream a world where education is meaningful, where schools are community centers, where students and teachers feel safe and appreciated and can show up and be celebrated as their full selves. So, if you want to share your poems with us, and I would love to read what you wrote, go ahead and you can email that to us at connect@humanitiesamp.com. You can also connect with us in other ways, you can visit our website at humanitiesamped.com to explore curriculum, get involved, donate. You can, see what's happening on our social media. Here is our handles for Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Or again, just reach out to us via email and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. So keep dreaming, keep writing, and keep transforming yourself so that you can transform the world around you. Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to segue over to rejoin Ziggy and the Junkyard Band, but wait.
Aren't they in New York City this time?
They're everywhere, just like Sprocket. He goes all around the capital area region.
So people go, can't people use the Sprocket and take photos all around town?
Instagram challenge, baby. Prizes will be awarded. We want to see that little guy out and about.
You could go to Front Yard Bikes. You could go downtown library. You can go anywhere you'd like.
That's right. A lot of partners on the Zoom and on Facebook with us now. Go visit them. But right now, Ziggy and the Junkyard Band, live from New York.
New York City. It was my first trip on planet Earth, and I started big. A big city with big buildings, big personalities, and big music history. New York was the birthplace of hip-hop, doo-wop, bebop, and punk rock. Oh, I'm so excited to show you what I saw. Behind me is Washington Square Park. After World War II, the park became a meeting place for what was then known as beatniks to play folk music on Sunday afternoons. By the early 60s, the city fathers, in an effort to get rid of the undesirable element, denied the group a permit to play in the park. So they protested by singing the national anthem, which is a folk song. In the East Village, right here on McDougal Street, is the Cafe Wha. The Cafe Wha saw the beginning of the career of Bob Dylan, Bruce Springsteen, and the Velvet Underground, and comedians like Joan Rivers and Lenny Bruce. But Rivers says I'm not old enough to listen to them yet. So, behind me, in a fairly nondescript location, is Electric Lady Studios. It started out as a nightclub, and in 1968 was bought by Jimi Hendrix and converted into a recording studio. Hendrix only got to record there for a short time before he died. But since then, a lot of people have recorded there, like AC/DC, David Bowie, Blondie, The Clash, Bob Dylan, Led Zeppelin, the Rolling Stones, and Chuck Berry. If the building behind me looks familiar, it's because it's the front cover of Led Zeppelin's physical graffiti. This is the corner where the New York Dolls shot the back cover of their first album. Bob Dylan sat on those steps. There are some really great music murals all over New York, too. The site of the Fillmore East is now a bank, so that's weird. We are here at Union Square, where behind me, the Deckard Building, was the home of Andy Warhol's factory on the 6th floor. This is during the time where he was managing the Velvet Underground. This used to be Max's Kansas City. It was a nightclub and restaurant that was a hangout for artists, musicians, and poets in the 60s and 70s, most notably Andy Warhol and his entourage. The Velvet Underground played here regularly. It was the New York home base of the glam rock scene of Mark Bolan, David Bowie, Iggy Pop, Lou Reed, and the New York Dolls. Bruce Springsteen, Bob Marley, and Aerosmith all played important gigs here too. So I'm just a block away from CBGB's, and behind me is Albert's Garden. And despite the fact it's closed for the winter, the groundskeeper, Nick, let me come in and take a picture of where the Ramones took their very first album cover. Look. Then Nick showed me where the Ramones used to live, right on the 3rd floor of this building. All right, this one is a big one. Where you see the black awning, that was CBGB's. It was a New York City music venue opened in 1973 by Hilly Crystal. CBGB's stood for country, bluegrass, and blues, which Hilly thought was going to be the future of music. Now, what he got instead is something so new and exciting, it didn't even have a name yet, but it would be called punk rock. Television, the Ramones, Patti Smith Group, Blondie, the Talking Heads, and Pat Ryan all got their start at CBGB's. The retail space that's in there now kept a bunch of the graffiti and posters from the original space. Excuse me, do you know what street this is?
It's 4th Street.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Positively 4th Street. I need to go that way. Take a wrong turn down 4th Street, and you never know what you might find. Finally, Hotel Chelsea. It was built between 1883 and 1885. Most notably, it has housed countless artists, poets, and musicians like Mark Twain, O. Henry, Dylan Thomas, William Burroughs, Sam Shepard, Allen Ginsberg. The musicians include the Grateful Dead, Tom Waits, Iggy Pop, Johnny Thunders, Joni Mitchell, Bob Dylan, Jimi Hendrix, and Sid Vicious. It's closed for renovations right now, but when it opens up, I'd like to see what's inside. It's hard to imagine how one city could inspire so much art and music. That is, until you see New York, and then it's hard imagining it happening anywhere else. Thanks, New York. I can't wait to come back, but I've only just started exploring this planet, and I just can't wait to see what else is out there.
Welcome back to the 7th annual Baton Rouge Mini Maker Faire, coming to you live from the main library at Goodwood, virtually on Zoom and on YouTube, archived for later. And I want to put a big shout out and thanks to Ziggy and the Junkyard Band, who just took us to the Big Apple Center for Business and Industry. And when I think business and industry, I also
about
think
the
of
career
jobs and careers.
Yeah, did you know that there's a career center here at the library
Who
where you
knew?
can get help job coaching, resume writing, cover letters, interview prep, all sorts of great things that you can get from your library.
Certified career coaches, resume help, interview experience and practice. And it's all here at the main library at Goodwood, 6 days a week, talented award-winning team of experts here. And they have actually gone onto YouTube as well. And they even have their own YouTube channel now.
Oh, yes,
because
they do.
because of COVID, our
Everything's
live
going
workshops.
online
Yeah.
now.
So they repackaged themselves. They did a business pivot
Mhm.
and created a product that could be shared and accessible over the airways.
Kind of like our next panel.
That's right.
Where storefronts became Etsy. They went to Facebook Marketplace, online websites, and it just from in person to, shipping and handling of their items.
So we're going to talk about business going viral. Take it away, Jessica, in the Zoom room and our panel of experts.
Hey, so we're still waiting on one more panelist, but I think we're still waiting on one more panelist who's coming in the room.
Well, we can talk forever.
Yeah.
So let me tell you, I've got something for you. When I think of business and small business, I think of the library. The library has been helping small business owners and entrepreneurs, seems to be forever, and they've really ramped it up in the last couple of years. One of our business librarians will be moderating the next panel, but I like to brag about them.
Oh, well, they're fantastic. We have great business services with the library system, but also there's a lot of skill prep for those businesses. So Udemy is an online source that we've had for quite a while, where you can learn all sorts of new skills.
Right.
Lynda.com.
And those are on demand. You don't have to register for anything. You just grab and go virtually, digitally. All you need is that library card.
All you need that library card for free. Free.
Right, Lynda.com, y'all, come on. Gale Courses is a longer kind of class. There's over 300 classes. Some are fun, you know, maybe you could learn to make this, but most are a little bit more serious. It's kind of like continuing ed out of your computer or your phone, because wherever you are, we are. But Gale Courses is one of my favorites. They're 6-week instructor led. So if you're not the kind of person who just likes to go online and learn something in 20 minutes or 3 hours, and you want someone there kind of helping you and curating the information you're getting, that's the one for you.
So I love Lynda.coms because you can download your practice files. I especially love it for if you're a creator out there using Adobe Illustrator, Photoshop, Lightroom, any of those creative cloud products. They're all in Lynda.com.
So you heard it here, folks. Free workforce development, free skills development in all these high-end things. Free with your library card.
Free.
Through Lynda, Udemy. We also have, if you're more advanced and you want to go and do web design in Treehouse.
Treehouse is fantastic if you want to do any sort of coding language. If you don't know anything about coding but want to start, it's got Android development, iOS development, Ruby, websites, everything.
All the initials, all the acronyms are there. But y'all, we also have things for people, maybe they're not at quite that level. We can take you from the beginning, from 0 to 60, because we have things like the Digital Learn video. You don't even have to read. They announce it to you. There's a complete transcript off to the side. If you want to customize Digital Learn for your own skills development class that you're teaching, whether you're teaching it to grandma or you're volunteer teaching it to some adults or even teenagers. And there's over 20 classes, all in English, but also all in Spanish. So because that's a growing
it's a growing demographic
in our region. So that's there, and that'll take you, like I said, from 0 to 60 for people who are just getting started in the digital world, and they're afraid they're going to break it when they press something. It takes you all the way up through what is this thing called Facebook, and how to get an airplane ticket online. Oh, just pull your hair out. And how to use email and safety for that, because it's a big thing.
Is such a big thing right now.
We realize more than ever with COVID-19 and the stay-at-homes that we are so dependent on our digital highway, our digital.
And keeping yourself safe online is of the utmost importance.
That's
always.
right. You keep
we
hearing,
are there for you for that.
We've been teaching classes on that forever. In fact, we're teaching ourselves classes on that. One thing I like to show off is something called the Library Academy.
Oh yeah, Niche Academy.
And again, these are short little. If you don't have an hour, you don't need an hour. If you have 3 minutes, I've got you. These are short video introductions
to any of our online resources.
And it's some of our premier resources.
Definitely.
Because Adam, we have over 150. You can't do them all at once. So this is.
But I can try. I can try.
This is at least the top 40, and you can go to. What is this thing called Overdrive? Yeah, Adam, we may break 1 million downloads for Overdrive this year. We may join that club if everybody just keeps checking out their ebooks on their Overdrive app.
And again, it's all free.
I know.
All you need is that library card.
Why wouldn't you do this? You're leaving money on the table when you don't use your library card, folks. And whatever parish you're in the state of Louisiana, they've got a library. Whatever parish you're in, there's cards. Whatever parish you're in, there's some kinds of digital information that's shared for you. It may not be the same as what we offer here in East Baton Rouge, but it's a good place to get started.
It is, definitely. And all the parishes around us, you can get a card with us if you live
here, work here, go to school here. We, like I said before, we love to share. So you just need to contact us and see what might be involved in that, because we have 272,000 card holders, but we can always fit a little bit more in. It's kind of like that Jell-O commercial. There's always room for
a little bit more.
That's right. So we are excited to share that with you, and we're going to be very excited for our business librarian, Ned Denby, to bring it home for us on this viral business thing that we're all experiencing these days. So Jessica in the chat, in the Zoom room, and Ned, take it away.
Hey. Okay, so one of our panelists is running a little late, but we're just going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to this panel. We've got a few in-person panelists. We've got a few zooming in. Let's start with some introductions. Let's start with Avery, and then we'll go to Guy and the rest of the panelists inside. And then Ned is going to take it away with the questions. So Avery, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Avery Denby. I'm a co-owner of EB Rose Fiber Arts, a local business that we mostly make accessories and handbags.
And Guy, how about you?
Hi, my name is Guy Bertrand, owner or co-owner of GN Quills LLC. We specialize in paper jewelry and paper arts.
Clay?
Clay Ashe, and I'm part owner of Beyond the Garage. We make largely puppets and toys and art prints. And I'm the creator of Ziggy and the Junkyard Band, which is right now a YouTube, which is a YouTube channel that we're trying to turn into a kids show.
Oh, that's fantastic. And I'm Ned Denby. I'm the business librarian for the East Baton Rouge Parish Library, and I will be moderating this panel today. So let's start off with, I'd like each of the panelists to kind of describe what they were doing before COVID and how the pandemic changed the directions that they were trying to do in, or changed the projects that they were working on. If we could start with Clay.
Sure. So, when I try to describe being a working artist to people, I usually try to describe, it's like the plate spinning metaphor, where like, if you can keep all the plates up, you have a livelihood.
Yeah.
But that's a big if, you know? So before the pandemic, you know, we were doing a lot of all the art markets we could, which those went away. We would do some online sales, which obviously is now more important than ever. And then I always joked, I said, you know, no matter what happens, if I'm having the slowest month of all, I can always go street perform with the puppets in New Orleans. Just go grab some money and grab tourist money and bring it back. And that will never be taken away from me. I can always do that. And then that got taken away from me. And I couldn't do that anymore.
Yeah. As long as there's not a global pandemic.
Right.
And a
As long as
yeah.
there's not something that I could have never predicted. But yeah, so like I said, we did it's even more faceted than that. But I think out of all of our facets, you know, there was a lot of them that went away.
Yeah. All right, Avery or Guy.
We are kind of fairly new. Business is registered just this March, like literally when COVID started. So, I mean, I had a few art shows that I took part in before COVID, but when the business really started, it was COVID. So the first art show I took part in was in Lafayette. That was literally after that COVID hit and everything was closed. So we kind of was shut down from that March all through April. And that's when we started working on getting our website up and running. So honestly, I would say we're still in the midst of trying to figure out how to run the business online. So I don't really have that much experience yet. But at least during this time, we're able to get the site up and running, work on all the logistics to be able to, the photo shots and work on the online marketing and all that stuff. Because one thing COVID has proven is with all the art shows pretty much closed during that time. And I mean, I had a bunch of really big ones canceled. And I was like, okay, we need to find a way to be able to remedy that. So right now, what we're working on is how to boost online marketing. And in our particular business, it's not a common product. I always tell people, when you tell somebody you make paper jewelry, the first thing in their mind is, what? What does that even mean? So, and until somebody comes to an actual show and sees it and they're like, is this 3D printed? I'm like, no, it's actually paper. So the hard thing for us is, how do you market something that nobody really knows about and sell? That is a challenge we're facing right now. And it's a hard nut to crack.
Yeah.
So we're working on it.
All right. Thank you. Avery?
Yeah, like everybody else, before the pandemic, we depended a lot on arts markets around the Southeast, all of which, closed. We were also in a couple of stores, but only a few items. Strangely, though, because we work with cloth a lot, or I guess not so strangely, all of our orders went from being for our purses to masks. And since we had a large stockpile of attractive fabrics, I guess you could say, we started producing a lot of masks for the couple of stores that we had been into. And it actually was enough to hold us over for a few months until recently, when we were able to start getting back into stores, although who knows how long that will last. Also in this time, I had enough extra time, I guess, because we weren't working on our larger projects, to take up a different medium. I've started doing woodworking as well, and having decent success doing that, kind of trying to diversify what my output is, kind of like Clay was talking about. And yeah, we tried to focus on online sales a bit at the beginning of the pandemic, but we actually found that creating relationships with some of the smaller independent stores in the area really allowed us to open up a market that we hadn't really discovered until COVID hit.
Yeah, so let's talk about that a little more. Was there anything that kind of came up because of COVID-19, either because we all had so much free time during the lockdown, or just because you were forced to find new avenues that you see as a benefit or a growth for your business, or is it all bad?
I also learned a new skill. I mean, I think when it started and we were all like, hey, we may have a month of free time on our hands. Remember when we were excited about this just for a moment? It really didn't last long, but I started teaching myself to animate.
Oh, cool.
Which was cool, because the videography aspect of what I do and the puppetry of what I do is all well and good until I try to get other human beings like puppeteers to help. So I actually, my ability to go film the things that I normally film and my ability to produce the content that I normally produce went away really fast. But I did start animating, both out of desperation and an abundance of time.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that was a nice accidental side effect, of a rough thing.
Okay. How ready were you to kind of make those changes? I know that Avery and Guy, your businesses are a little bit newer, but Clay, you're a little more established. So you were kind of on the path that you wanted to be on.
Yeah, I was.
So did you already have like the online part of your business set up, or?
Basically what had happened before was that we we were very, very established with the art markets. But because our product is so tactile and so many of the products we sell are one of a kind, we found it very difficult. We've always found it difficult to be online.
Yeah.
So even beforehand, when we wanted to go to Etsy, I can't just list a puppet. This is the one puppet that's ever going to look like this puppet. So there's all these kind of one-off listings that it's not set up for. And we've struggled with it over the years a lot. So one thing that we did that had worked for us in the past was just simply having social media presence, but also then, throwing $30 into Facebook to get your very specific demographic, the kind of money that you can put in to social media advertising can be highly, highly specific. Unless you make a product that nobody knows what I'm not envious of Guy. Man, the point you made about just having a product that like people aren't specifically looking for until they see it. Like I relate and I feel you because that's anything that sort of that tactile, I think is going to work that way. But at least we can throw like $30 into, a social media platform to get a little advertising going to remind people that we're here while we're not out in the community.
Sure.
So that was something that we were able to do. And then, sorry, I feel like I had one more point. The question was, how ready was I?
Yeah, how ready to switch to online?
The short answer is not really. Yeah, no, we weren't really ready. We've struggled with it in the past and we struggle in the future. I will say this, the thing that ended up saving us over that time period was something your grandpa could have told you, which was have real good personal connections with your established customer base.
Yeah.
So what ended up getting us through was there's a bunch of people who were kind of been talking to me about maybe doing some customized puppets, some very specialized puppets, which is the high end of what I do. And all of them suddenly decided that that's when they wanted that to get done. But we had been fostering those relationships and talking to those people for a long time. And then everybody had time all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So they were thinking about it. So anyway, that really floated us through the hardest part of that.
Great.
A real old school approach.
It's all about who you know.
Right.
All right. Guy, do you have anything you'd like to add? I know that you were maybe planning on doing arts markets for a while, I would imagine, to build up that customer base and those relationships. But did you always plan to have an online store as well, or were you going to focus on more in-person stuff?
Oh no, I always knew I was gonna go online. I mean, first of all, this business is a side thing I'm doing, just trying to grow it. I'm originally a software developer, so I don't think I ever felt the COVID hit because with my job, the only thing that changed was my office moved from the actual office to the house.
Yeah.
Hours did not change. So when everybody's saying I had free time, I'm like, I wish nothing changed. So I'd been working my 8 to 5 and then dealing with the kids and then burning a midnight oil working on my own stuff. So nothing actually changed for me. It was like life went on normally. The only thing was how to market my products. And for me, I was like, being in the software world, I knew that the future is online. That was not a question for me. It was just how soon was I going to get online? So my first thing was doing the markets, the art markets, to be able to test the product. Do people really want this thing? And overwhelmingly, it's been yes. I have been able to start building a whole bunch of, I've done a couple of markets, probably 8 different markets in different geographical areas. I was able to travel out of state just to visit some friends in Texas, Georgia, Washington, D.C., Maryland. And I was able to sell in those different states. Actually, when I was in DC, I was even approached and was told, hey, there is an art show here. Would you mind coming to DC doing it? I'm like, hey, I live in Louisiana. I can't do it. So that showed to me that there's people want it.
Yeah.
Challenge for me was just, how do I present this? Because again, anybody who sees it wants it, like actually sees the physical product. But how do I sell that to somebody who doesn't know? That has been the biggest challenge. So for me, art shows was just to be able to get people's opinions. When I go to art shows, my main target is talking to customers and figuring out when they see it, what's the first impression? What do they think it is? Like trying to just, understand how their perception of it, so I could be able to market it in the way they would understand online. So for me, art shows are just a place, how can I put it?
It's market research. Yeah.
Yeah. Just trying to figure out how can if I don't tell anybody this is paper jewelry and he's looking at it, what does he, like when they see it, what's the first thing that comes to their mind? Because again, I'm trying to be able to portray that online. But your question, did I know I was going to go online? That has always been there in my mind. Finding a way to get it online and moving away from craft shows. Because again, in the long term, craft shows are very local.
Yeah.
And personally, I have a very international point of view. I've created contact with people in France. I've shipped to France already. I've created contact with people in East Africa to be able to ship there. I've sent samples. I have a global view of this market, and being one of the people, not given that it's not a very common product, I'm trying to find out how can I get a huge market share before anybody figures out what this thing is all about. And I can't focus just on local art shows. So for me, local art shows are just a test ground.
I just wanted to interrupt really briefly. We were having some technical difficulties getting Talia Terry of Lazy Nerd Designs in, so she might be popping in the Zoom room as soon as she can get her camera going. So
okay, great. Thanks, Jess.
No problem.
How about you, Avery? What did you always see your business going online as well? Or I know that you mentioned having stronger relationships with some of the local stores in the area.
We'd always tried to go online, but have, I guess, suffered the same problem that Clay was talking about. Our purses are made out of a lot of imported materials that people don't really, or a lot of people haven't heard of. And so each piece also ends up being basically one or two of a kind, and online marketplaces like Etsy or Amazon really don't cater to individual pieces very well, I found. We are trying different avenues. We've had some success with Instagram, just posting stories and trying to get them shared as much as possible. But no, we've always focused on some of the more local stores, partly because we just have had a relationship with them from being customers. So it was kind of a natural evolution to start with the places we were most familiar. And yeah, like I said, I personally have not had a lot of success trying to work online, and that does make working without our arts markets a little more difficult. But we keep trying and hope that one day we'll hit that magic formula. But yeah, having just good relationships with local businesses is the thing that has saved us.
Okay. All of you mentioned kind of marketing and the difficulty of defining yourself adequately. When the pandemic hit, what changed about the way that you tried to do that market research to figure out who your target customer was? Anybody can.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
I didn't want to. I don't have to go first every time. No. Sorry, my last name is Ashe. It starts with an A. I was like, I am like seriously conditioned to go first. So, but no, I think for us, because we had been in business for quite a number of years already, we really understand. I feel like we really understood who our audience was, and then what changed was, wait, they're gone. We can't get to them anymore. I don't know, where are they? I'm not going to go to their houses, so yeah, the for us even if you were lucky enough to have a sort of built-in, like really know your market and really know your customer base, they weren't there. You had to figure out, I think social media is a wonderful tool. I can't imagine trying to do this in the 90s in general, but thank goodness social media was a tool that we could use, and we were able to reach out to our people through means that we had already had set up, but now it was like the most important thing we could be doing.
This in studio, we're going to get her set up very quickly. It doesn't take very long. So Talia, can you scoot on down one chair?
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were asking
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
That's okay.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right. Well, would you like to introduce yourself real quick? Or?
Hello, I am Talia with Lazy Nerds Designs. I am kind of like a manager of the company, and we do screen printing and embroidery. Sorry, I'm out of breath because I sprinted in here.
No worries.
We do screen printing and embroidery. A lot of our merchandise is centered around like pop culture, anime, nerd stuff, different things like that, and we also offer custom services as well.
Great. So we were in the middle of talking about marketing and social media and how the pandemic may have affected how you do that. So if you'd like to speak to that.
So we were already kind of in the process of working out like understanding social media, because social media, especially when you have multiple forms of it, can be vastly different how you like work with their algorithms and things. So one thing that we actually kind of had to focus on was trying to figure out how to use the algorithm to our advantage to help us gain new customers in the pandemic, because a lot of our customer base was kind of hands-on because we travel to different conventions throughout the nation, usually throughout the year. So with everything being shut down, it was like, oh man, people, especially when it comes to apparel, people are kind of, some like, granted, a lot of our things are moving to online right now in general, but people are still kind of skeptical to buy like clothes and things online because it's like, well, how's it going to fit and such like that. So that was kind of, I won't say it was hard, but it was definitely a learning curve of like, how can I market this so that people see it and they're interested in buying it? Like, is paying for product ads on things like social media, like Instagram and things, worth it? Does it help with the reach, like legitimately, as they say, and things like that?
Sure. You have more of an international market. Do you find that social media works differently in different kind of countries or different places of the world, as well as differently from site to site?
Yes, actually, like with like, oh, sorry. Was somebody? Oh,
that was we have some panelists on Zoom as well.
So
that question was actually specifically for Guy, but
my bad. I'll be.
It's all right.
Well, I mean, social media it's the same everywhere. For me, I've been reading and studying a lot about social media, and the challenge with social media is conversion. And from what I'm learning and what I'm finding out, the greatest conversion on social media comes from actually having people who have bought your product and they're posting it, and people who actually know them. Because the thing about social media and selling is it's a trust issue.
Sure.
When you don't know me and I'm just marketing, it doesn't make any sense. Simple example, for me, I have a whole bunch of people who've purchased my stuff in different art shows, and a few of them have posted pictures on their different sites and on their Instagram stories and things like that. And because of that, they've brought in other people to buy. So for me, social media is hard when you just mark, especially for somebody who's new in the area like me. Clay might have built a lot of trust already, but for me, I just started. So it's hard for me to just go out and sell. But what I found out is working the great thing about social media is if you're able to get actual customers, actual people who've bought and tried your product, when they post or repost, the probability that their friends would buy increases. So the power of social media is those people who buy can influence their friends, who can in turn influence their friends in different places in the world, the people you can't reach. So that's how I perceive social media. Wherever it is, it's the same concept. So my goal when I'm going to social media is how can I get the people who have purchased to market it for me? Because I've had repeat sales because of that. Very few have just seen, because I've tried to push on Instagram and, you know, people I'm just trying to target and they're not actually getting or buying. But somebody who has come to my page because they were recommended by a friend, I have had a higher probability of somebody buying that way.
So you're basically transferring trust from you and a customer through their friendship, though. The trust happens through a line of friendship. Or social media friendship. But that's really cool.
Well, and so in that way, it's kind of the same in a sense as the physical marketplace, because you're still trying to find people who will be your advocates or ambassadors to their communities, their circles of friends. Actually, sorry.
The advantage of social media is that your friends are not local. I have people who've ordered stuff from Maryland who were recommended by somebody in Louisiana. That's the advantage of social media.
Yeah.
I have somebody who purchased from Canada. Somebody bought from France. But the people who related to them were based here. So that's the advantage. The thing about art, trust just built on art shows are kind of very local. But the thing about social media is you have friends everywhere and that spreads the market. That's the advantage.
Mm-hmm. Avery, would you like to speak to that as well?
I would, but I just I've not had the success with it. So I've had several businesses that have tried to make it through advertising on social media, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And it just is like everyone's saying, it's building the trust and hitting the right market. I've actually had more success on social media with selling kind of side projects. It does allow you to, it does give you the control to diversify what you're advertising in, within your sphere of influence. When after COVID hit, I started doing woodworking, and I've made things like reeds and birdhouses, and if this, for traditional media, you don't really want to, or you don't really have the opportunity to show things that people aren't expecting to see from you, because that's, can be a waste of money or kind of confuse the market. But in social media like Instagram or Facebook or even Twitter, with the news feed, you can really post a variety of products, and it doesn't run that risk of people getting confused about it because they're used to, in that setting, seeing a variety of things anyway. So they'll go, oh, I really like this purse, and click on it and see we make other things. Or, oh, I really like this birdhouse. Oh, well, this company actually specialize, or makes purses. And also, we've been in stores where we've sold antiques alongside our purses that we just find. So it's kind of, we would also offer, not really offer, but we can give you a wider idea of our tastes and what we're able to find. And that would be very limited if we were dependent on, say, like a static newspaper ad or a once a month magazine ad. So it does just give you an opportunity to, I guess, build a more diverse brand.
It does. It lowers the risk of experimentation, I would think.
Yeah,
because it's
exactly.
It's a little
bit.
Social media advertising can be a little bit cheaper and a little bit wider ranging. So, and a lot easier to cancel if something's not working.
Yes.
Yeah. Have you found that your target customer has changed, or your ideal sort of person who will find your site and not to be crass, but give you all of their money has changed?
Yeah, I actually I would say our target customer has changed because our purses that we're making, we use a lot of what's called Suzani. It's hand embroidered material made by people in different countries in Central Asia, and each one of those things is something. Each one of these pieces is something that someone has dedicated hundreds of hours to. And so when we take it and thoughtfully process it from like a wall hanging or a tablecloth into a purse, that all of that work combined doesn't come cheap. So our purses are kind of premium priced. And since COVID hit, our top seller, as probably everyone that works with textiles, has become masks. And that's we charge, or the stores that we're in usually charge between, $10 and $30 for our masks. And we can get away with that because it uses so much less material that our target has gone from being a super niche thing to trying to absorb as much of this brand new market as we can while we can.
Sure. And Talia, I know that Lazy Nerd Designs recently started offering masks as
Yeah.
well. How quick of a decision was that for you?
It was almost instant, like not immediate, but I think maybe like a week or two into the pandemic, we were like, all right, all our shows are getting canceled. We've got all this fabric that would usually be turned into things like bags or pillows. And so Aaron was like, well, I'll call my aunt and see if she knows how to make masks. And I think we had a couple of customers that were like, could we get this as a mask? And he's like, yes, you can.
Yeah, we had the same thing with some of our purses.
Yeah, they were like, it was like, I don't think it was something that we thought we were gonna have to do, because I think a lot of us went into the pandemic thinking like, oh yeah, this will be fine in like a month. And now here we are.
I can't wait for my bread.
Right. At this point, we've basically like endured a pregnancy, and we don't know when it's gonna end. So yeah, it was, and because it's been going on so long, now we've kind of got to the point where the masks are slowing down because everybody's got masks. You spent so much time buying the mask, and now it's like, okay, now what? We still need money.
Yeah. Once they have a mask that will match everything in their wardrobe.
Right.
Yeah, I know a lot of online places were selling like a mask to match your dress.
Oh
or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So we're sort of starting to come out of that, like you said, like mask sales are kind of slowing down
a little.
So are you noticing that your other sales are picking back up, or is are we all just still in
I
a
think
pit?
right now it's kind of like, because the holidays are coming and people are still really worried. Like, some people are going back to work, some people are just being flat out laid off from work.
Yeah.
And I think right now everybody's in like an economic situation where nobody's really sure if they should be buying things. And
even
so
if you're doing okay, we have no confidence in the next 6 months. So
exactly. So everybody's kind of like, okay,
yeah.
it looks like this is gonna happen. We're going into 2021 with this, which that's what we were told we wouldn't have to do, but it's like this is happening. So now people are, I think, being a little more cautious of how they spend their money and how necessary some of the things that they're buying are. So right now I'll be honest, things are a little slow, but we're hoping for the holidays. People are like into some of our bags and stuff again.
Yeah. I know I feel like everybody hit a point in the pandemic where it was like, okay, now I'm going to spend my money because there's nothing else to do.
Yeah. We had customers, like we had done a sale. I think that when we hit like a certain number on Instagram and we had like 25% off our site, and it was one of our busiest times throughout the pandemic because people literally were saying like, I've got nothing to do with my money. I'm in the house. I know I have food. I've got clothes. So now I'm just buying a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
And I think everybody's kind of like gotten over that part now. And they're like, okay, we're running out of stuff to spend money on that's actually like necessary.
Oh, this is still happening.
Yeah.
I guess yeah.
Maybe I should start a savings account.
Avery and Gabe, you found that as well, that your sales maybe picked up even in the pandemic, just because people do start like needing those endorphins from online shopping or from whatever.
We've had only in the past couple of weeks have we really seen any of our more traditional products start returning to, a normal flow out the door. But yeah, we have definitely noticed the slowdown in mask sales. I think we sold we were probably selling $1,000 a month worth of just masks through one store in June and July, and I think we're down to maybe $100 a month now in that sale, in those sales. But we've actually, in the past couple of weeks, been able to get into a couple of more local stores, and the great thing about getting into a local established store is that if they have done the work themselves to establish a customer base over the years, and have gotten this far and are still seeing into the pandemic and are still seeing sales, then I think that can kind of help inoculate us to the slowdown. We are still seeing some pretty decent sales for our more luxury items, and it's purely because of the stores we've gotten into.
Guy, do you have anything to add to that?
Not particularly. I mean, you asked a question about the target market changing during COVID. So far, personally, for me, not a big difference. When we started this business, it was more targeting the folks or young ladies who wanted something different. But when I did the few arts market, I was amazed. Like kids all the way to older ladies who were buying jewelry. So it kind of confused me because I was like, do I try to figure out how to narrow, or do I just, let the market take its course? So personally, so far since April, the different arts markets I've done and online, there's no particular age group. Honestly, my customer base, I have a bunch of kids who've come with their parents at art shows and have bought earrings. I've had older ladies, I have young ladies. I haven't seen any particular change yet. But for the online one, I think it's more probably because the younger folks do more of the online browsing. They are the ones who tend to come a lot more online. But for the actual physical arts markets, it's just ladies from all age groups. I haven't really seen any change personally. So, and the sales have been, so far, my baseline, which we're trying to grow with 2 arts markets a month, I think we've been able to do at least $1,000 in sales every month. And that's because, again, I am not really pushing as much as I need so far. It's hard running a day job in this.
Oh, for sure.
I really have to hit because there's an arts market every weekend for the on-ground one. If I do that, I'll probably be averaging $2,500 a month, but then I'll have no life.
Yeah. There's that sinking moment in every art market where you're doing really good and you go, oh, I'm gonna have a horrible week this week trying to catch up. A good art market will leave you terrified, having to know what you have to remake to get back to zero there.
Yeah.
Oof.
That's it for me.
Okay, this is just kind of a general question. A lot of everybody was really concerned about like hygiene and things like that, and I think all of you make things mostly by hand. So did anything change about the way you physically produce the things that you sell, or the way that you package them to ship?
I know for us with the masks, we started off because we did have a few like personal in person, like you were saying, art markets that we went to. And I think it was one particular art market that made us kind of be a little more cautious because we had previously just had all of the masks made and then they would sit and they would, kind of like be in sanitation and then we would then sell them and we would have like table setups and we would just lay them out, use gloves, lay them out on the table. And we had one situation where somebody actually walked up and like put a mask over his face and then put it back on the table.
Why would you do that?
Okay, so it was
Why?
actually really terrible and it was really annoying, I'm not gonna lie. And so after that, we literally just went to Sam's and we bought the big box of sandwich bags and every mask is now like after it sanitizes, it goes into its bag and that's where it stays. And if you pick that up and you take that out, that is your mask. You have to buy that. And we we started labeling them with the sizes because we're like, like it really, like I said, it really just bothered me because it was like, okay, you put this over your face. Now I want to be one of those, like, you have to buy that people.
Yeah.
But, I can't force anybody to buy anything, but I'm like, well, now this has to go in the trash, which is like
Yeah.
wasted
Yeah.
material and that's wasted money, So it definitely changed that for us. We were already kind of like, because we work with inks, so we already like wash our hands a lot. We're always trying to be careful. We have like the aprons and the gloves and stuff. But it definitely did make it so that we're like, okay, we're gonna actually have to make sure we sanitize. Like we have a physical like location, and like within recent weeks, we've kind of been letting people come in, and we've got the mask only. You can't come in without it, but we do like basically go through every day and like kind of sanitize everything, the doorknobs, all that stuff. And that was, like you already do, you're used to doing like a weekly deep clean, but then it's like, okay, every day
Yeah.
I'm like scrubbing stuff with a toothbrush because I'm like terrified of, not even necessarily just me getting it. Like people, we have a lot of kids and things like that that come around
Yeah.
for our merchandise or people with kids. So it was definitely we have a lot more bleach than we've ever owned.
The thing that we had to do, we did our first new art market 2 weeks ago, and because it's puppets, because you're literally supposed to stick your hand in it.
Yeah.
So, but we did invest in the hand sanitizer for our booth. So I work from home, so home wasn't so scary. I know how to take care of me at home.
Yeah.
Shipping things, I felt good about. But once we got back into the world and did art markets, the hand sanitizer. What we did find, however, thankfully, was that somebody would ask. Thank God, somebody. I can't believe somebody put on a mask. But somebody would add. They would, oh, can I touch it? I was like, actually, yeah. Just let me squirt a little. And they were, oh, yes, thank you. So like people were very thankful to have the opportunity to have the hand sanitizer, so that they knew they were being part of the safe, the safety of it and stuff. So that was the one thing that we, baggies is a great idea.
Yeah, we did also have the hand sanitizer
we brought
too.
the hand sanitizer because like every time you stop at a tent, now like
now you're like
now it's
transferring
dangerous.
stuff, yeah.
So if you hand sanitize at every tent, you all right.
And then you've just got no bacteria at all.
Nothing.
Which is a whole other thing.
Yeah.
We won't even go there.
You can't win. All right. How about Avery and Guy? Did you change anything about the way that you produce your products?
Most of our products, because we end up selling them through stores, were kind of wholesale. So they would sit around for a bit, and my business partner is also my mom. So they're taking precautions because they're a little bit older, and so we figured, there's not no germ was gonna last as long as it takes for our product to actually get to the store and then get to the shelf. So we really didn't have to change that much.
Yeah, and at the point where it's at the store, it's kind of out of your hands anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, everything is produced from home. So, like Clay said, it's easier to control things when you're at home. The challenge is, how do you do it when you're out? I kind of noticed for me when I go to art shows, what I've noticed for me is people tend to, I'm sorry for the kids, they're just all over the place. How I deal with that. So it's people tend to be a little careful. For me personally, that's what I've noticed. Like people don't really touch. I don't know. It's like everybody's kind of self-conscious. I've just noticed it, but I have a hand sanitizer on my table. People don't put on the jewelry. Again, there's a mirror like they can hold. There's a little paper on it. They can hold it close to themselves by the mirror, but nobody wears them. That's it. The new thing I'm working on now is just having display and sales samples. Like one is just for display, and then the other one is packaged for sales. That's where I'm going towards in the future because of all of this. It's gonna make it a little bit easier. So I'm not yet there, but so far, when I go to art shows, I started doing that, having hand sanitizers, having people use it. Again, sometimes it's hard to control because I remember there was one art show, I had like 10 folks around my tent. And I was like, okay, social distancing, But what I've noticed is some of them are like a group of friends.
Yeah.
Right.
When people don't know you, again, from what I kind of observe a lot, some folks will literally wait out there while a group is just in, and when they're done, they go out. So I try to set my tent in such a way that everything is towards the wall, nothing in the middle. So people can kind of walk on one side, and while they're going around, they can keep that spacing. I try to avoid to have stuff in the middle. So if somebody's looking at stuff on one side of the tent, they can have enough room and let another person on the other side. But again, it becomes challenging when a lot of people are in the tent. So I'm still working on the logistics of dealing with that, how to handle that.
Yeah.
It's hard. Not everybody is conscientious. I remember Rain came to one of my markets and people were not following in, like everybody kept getting in her space and she had to scoot out and back. I'm like, it's hard to control that. So
yeah, it's a challenging time. We're at time, so we're gonna wrap this up. We got to go to a commercial break. I wanted to thank you all for coming. The way that all of your businesses, all of your information, we'll put that up on the batonrouge.makerfaire.com so we can share how to find you guys on social media and each of your websites. So thank you for coming, and we hope that this was great for you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Download ebooks, audiobooks, music, and video with Overdrive's Libby app.
Hi, everyone. It's Jack Black coming to you from the set of Jumanji.
Everybody run! Why am I running so slow? Can't even with this place.
Libraries and librarians transform lives every day through digital literacy, discovery, and lifelong learning. There's no puzzle too tough or challenge too great for your librarian. Find the clues to solve your next quest at the library.
As the nation's doctor, I often get asked, what should I do if I think I might have coronavirus?
People who are sick should stay home. You don't go to an emergency room. You don't go to a clinic. You get on the phone and you ask for advice and instructions from your physician.
We don't want you to go into the ER or the doctor's office without talking to them first because you might spread coronavirus to someone else.
Please visit coronavirus.gov for more information.
That's low. That's low. That's low below. Look, he's watching. Seriously. Okay.
Buenos días. Estoy bien, gracias.
So they say it's a man's world? I don't see anybody's name on it.
While they were doing their thing, we slowly changed ours.
Today, women can do anything men can do. And there's one thing we're even better at.
Welcome back to the 7th annual Baton Rouge Mini Maker Faire, coming to you live and virtually from the main library at Goodwood. We've just been listening to some of our community small business owners share their story of how they've gone virtual and gone viral since the pandemic in March. And I want to give a shout out right now to another local small businessman who's pivoted and I hope has turned his obstacle into an opportunity, and that's our video producer and basically our entire broadcast impresario for the Virtual Maker Faire, Stuart Poulton. So huge kudos to Stuart.
Big kudos.
Yes,
to Stuart.
and thank you for keeping us in line and online. There are so many opportunities for small business owners and entrepreneurs here at the library. And
We've got one coming up this week, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Jay Ducote on this Wednesday.
That's
at 7
right.
o'clock on Facebook Live. He'll be making one of his famous recipes online with us.
That's right.
For his new cookbook.
We put the recipe in the October edition of the newsletter so that you can cook along with Jay as he releases his new book. We were supposed to have an autograph party like you usually do at the library for something wonderful like this. That just couldn't happen right now because of COVID. So we'll be cooking along with Jay from home live on Facebook Wednesday night, October 21st at 7 p.m. So I urge you to join another fabulous small business person from the Baton Rouge area.
Speaking of other local business people, we'll be having Get Wrecked in a minute here.
Yeah.
Creating all sorts of spaces for women in IT and just women in gaming to enjoy themselves and foster development of those skills for women.
Well, there's been a big push in the last at least 10 years on getting girls into math and engineering and encouraging their whole love of and staying in these growth areas for future professional development. And so not the girls today, but these are the women who've come up and
all the way
stayed
up and
in
stayed
it.
in the business.
That's right. So Get Wrecked. Jessica, do you have a conversation in the Zoom chat room for us? Thanks, ladies. You know, coming up, we have a special focus on games at the library.
We do. The second week of November, you can check us out on Facebook Live with International Games Week. So we did Games Day in the past, but now we expanded it and making it better.
And so learning based on our previous experiences, we're going to have games divided by age groups and games divided by the numbers of players. But you'll be able to play along with us on Facebook Live the second week of November. Now let's check in on what's happening with Knock Knock Children's Museum, coming to us live from the River Center Branch Library in downtown Baton Rouge. Jessica, get us in there.
Hey, well, we're here with the Knock Knock Live build. They are making a Save the Turtles board game, but it's not your average board game. So since the last time we talked earlier, what have you guys done with this build?
Quite a lot. So we have installed the wells where the little pieces are gonna sit when we close the whole thing. And we are working on the electrical circuitry that's gonna go on the inside. And in order to attach everything, we are practicing using a soldering iron. And so this is Katie's first soldering lesson. And she is, and we, right now is a lot of trial and error. So far, we have discovered that my tweezers do not conduct electricity. And so we are solving that problem. We've also discovered that the aluminum foil doesn't stick to the solder as well as we'd like. So we're gonna have to solve that problem next. And this is what making is about, is solving the problems and doing it over and over again until you get it right.
Yeah. So you said your tweezers don't conduct electricity. You need them to, right, for this game?
Yes. So
the tips of the tweezers conduct electricity, but the actual body of it that we're connecting the wires to are insulated, so they don't conduct electricity like we were thinking.
So we're going to use conductive tape and probably aluminum foil, and we're gonna figure it out.
It's okay. Yeah. So for those of us who are just joining, Hillary and Katie are making what's kind of like an operation game. It's homemade. And can you show us the front of it again? Are you able to show us what we'll be operating on? Sea turtles. So it's like playing Operation, but what are we trying to remove from these sea turtles?
We will be removing bits and pieces, like we have a little piece of a rubber band, and we have some little pieces of plastic, and we have a replica of a Coke 6-pack ring holder that Katie designed in Tinkercad and 3D printed for us.
Right on. So these are things that should not be inside of a sea turtle, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so we're trying to take them out. We're trying to save these sea turtles.
We are trying to save the turtles. That's right.
And your base right here is a pizza box.
Mm-hmm. Pizza box. From Papa John's. This is a clean pizza box. I did go and ask them, and they were nice enough to give us a clean
pizza box.
Planning ahead. I would have just grabbed mine right out the recycle, but okay. That's why you're doing this live build, not me.
Show you. This is our maker box that we have at home. We started this when Katie was a little girl, and whenever we find things, we just toss it in, and the kids are allowed to do whatever they want with whatever is in the box. So it is bits of ribbon and string, some felt, paper towel rolls are always good, bits of cardboard, just whatever we find around the house that wouldn't really go in the recycle bin, or maybe it would go in the recycle bin, but just kind of looks interesting or would be inspiring. And we keep it around, we keep lots of tape, we keep twist ties, and it makes life interesting, and they just keep making, and it's really a wonderful thing to have in a house.
So Katie is your daughter. So this is something you can do with your family. You can find these recycled materials, these tools that you can get easily at, Home Depot, Walmart, Joann Fabrics, things like that, but also around the house from your old projects, correct? Where did you get the idea to do this actual project, to do this Save the Sea Turtles board game?
That's actually a really good question. in Knock Knock Children's Museum, before the epidemic, we actually got a grant to do a long-term sustainability program within the museum. And every month there was going to be a different activity that related to sustainability. This project related to sustainability and recycling. And our recycling month was going to be in April. And this was just such a cool project. It broke my heart that we weren't able to do it. So I brought all of the materials home, and I've been talking most of the summer about getting it done. And when the Maker Faire project came up, it was just the perfect opportunity to sit in here and play in this wonderful space and get it done.
Yeah. So Knock Knock is they're still shut down right now, but we have Hillary here with us. Knock Knock Children's Museum. I myself have never been, but I have a lot of friends who have families, and they loved going to Knock Knock Museum before the pandemic happened, obviously. So these are the kind of things that you can find there, right? Just kind of working with children. It's a very encouraging play and things like that, right?
Oh, yes, we play with a purpose. I personally work in our maker shop, where we usually have builds that the grown-ups are working on, but we also have projects and builds for the kids to do. And we have all the tools, and we teach them how to use them. We teach them how to use tools that are age appropriate for them. And we have all sorts of wonderful, amazing programming, and we have great plans coming for when we open.
Excellent. So I see that I keep looking at this soldering iron. I think I used a soldering iron a long time ago. What will we be using that for on this build?
Well, we have to first thing that went wrong is one of the wires came off of our motor that we're going to use for our buzzer. And so we reattached that. And then we have to attach the batteries to the tweezers. And we also have an LED light. And then everything has to be attached to the aluminum foil.
And so that's what you're soldering. You're soldering the metals together to where that they,
yes.
So they conduct
solder
electricity.
Works like a glue for metal.
Okay, right on. This is wonderful. It's getting me inspired to go through my house and find all these old boxes and just make new things. This.
Mm-hmm. Katie, we don't learn unless we make mistakes.
Katie, what's your favorite part of making these new kinds of projects?
Well, for this one especially, since I've never done it before, it's definitely got to be the soldering. I always like working with like electrical stuff and soldering and figuring out how to work the electrical currents in the way you want. It's just something about it that makes me feel happy, and so that's got to be my favorite part of this one.
Yeah, learning how electricity works, that is something I try, but it doesn't work. I'm more of a people person, but I end up talking to people and gathering people together. That's what I do here at the library. I do programs, but using those kind of tools and figuring out how that works and learning. Basically, you're making something new. You're creating something new, and I'm really glad to hear that this is something that you're passionate about. It sounds like you're really into it.
Yeah, there's been a few electrical projects you've worked on.
Yeah, I did one for the school science fair. I actually won. I did like a really cool electrical project for our science fair last year.
Right on. Well,
yeah, she built a vest that was covered in LED lights, and the lights were connected to switches on the handlebars of a bicycle. So she could signal to drivers whether she was turning left or right with her vest.
That is a smart project.
So she created wearable tech.
Right on. Well, I'm going to let you guys get back to it. I can't wait to see the next time we check in with you to see how far along the Save the Turtles board game is. I'm going to let you keep at it, and we'll see you later, okay?
Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Thanks, Jessica, and thanks to our ladies at River Center Branch, keeping it real, making not bacon, but I love that sea turtle game that they're working on. I remember the Operation game growing up, and that sound, you know, that, oh, it's so horrible. Every child loves to make that sound when their parents trying to take
just
a nap.
Poke, poke, poke,
That's
sound,
right.
sound.
That's right. And I love the fact that they're stressing that it's STEAM. It's not just science, technology, engineering, and math. Throw that A in there
That
for
arts
art.
is a big part of
Right.
all sorts of design. And
well, sure. It's a creative process. You got to do a lot of critical thinking. You got to make a lot of decisions.
Yes, you do.
And then you get just so much joy back from it. So we're going to get some joy coming up right next as we rejoin Ziggy, Ziggy and the Junkyard Band.
Jack brings it back. Jack brings it back. For a moment there, it was out of whack, but now Jack will bring it back.
Well, time to make the donuts. Jack!
Yeah?
Can you come in here?
Yeah?
Watch this. Every time I hit the bike button, that red light goes on.
Yep.
Well, and every time I turn it off, the light goes off.
Yep.
That doesn't seem a little weird to you?
Well, there's one out here, too.
They're multiplying. What's going on, Jack?
Oh, they're the on-air lights. I installed them last night.
You did?
Now who was ever DJing will know when the mic is on. They also see it in the big room.
How's it done, Jack?
Science.
More specific.
Electricity.
More specific.
Would you believe me if I said magic?
Nope.
Now, to understand light, all you need is a bulb, a battery, and some wire. First thing you do is hook your wire up to the negative. Next, you take your bulb and hook it to the positive. And then you take this thingy over here and electricity.
Now remember, kids, never play with electricity without adult supervision. Unless the adult you know is more like a child, and then just don't play with it at all.
Jack brings it back. Jack brings it back.
I know I'm supposed to tell you something.
It was out of whack, but now.
Hey, Jack, remember to tell him to subscribe.
Yeah, subscribe. And
And don't forget to hit that like button.
yeah, hit that like button. And
And if you like us, you should leave a comment.
yeah, leave a comment.
But if you don't like us, forget you.
Yeah. Hey, that's not nice.
Welcome back to the
Seventh annual
I
Baton
just-
Rouge Mini Maker Fair, the first annual that is virtual.
That's right. We're making history today, folks. And we want to thank Ziggy for keeping the energy going throughout the day. We're about ready to do something that is
anyone can do at home.
Right. And in fact, we invite you to play along with us right now because we have a wonderful guest from the Louisiana Arts and Science Museum, which has worked with BASF, one of our local industry giants here, community partner of many wonderful things. And they are going to help us be young again.
Yes, they're going to help us put together some sculptures to foster the kids they're making and the kid in you. Yes.
So this is one of those DIT
This
activities.
is definitely a DIT.
Do it together with things that are easily found at home. And so, Marion, we can see you. You can see us. What have you got for us today?
Hello, everyone. My name is Marion Bienvenue, and I am here with the Louisiana Art and Science Museum. We have an incredible activity planned for you today, but before we start with that activity, let's get started talking a little bit about the Louisiana Art and Science Museum. Now, some of you guys have probably been there before. If you have, maybe you have seen Jason, our Triceratops skull. Or, ooh, maybe you have seen our mummy, absolutely, from the Ptolemaic time period in Egypt. Or, oh, maybe you have seen a show at the Irene W. Planetarium. The Irene W. Pennington Planetarium shows incredible shows. Right now, in fact, we are open from Thursdays through Saturdays, so come on and visit us at the Louisiana Art and Science Museum. Now, I know what you're wondering. What is BASF? What does BASF have to do with Louisiana Art and Science Museum? Well, guys, we both thoroughly enjoy learning about chemistry. And I'm hoping today that we can both learn a little bit about chemistry, a little bit about science, and a little bit about art. Now, BASF is one of the largest chemical companies in all of the world. That is right. Now, some of you friends out there have probably taken maybe a kids lab class with us at LASM through BASF. Kids lab is such a fun experience, friends. You get to become a scientist all yourself, whether it's chemistry or physics, you name it. You get to become a scientist. And one of the cool things about BASF Kids Lab is that you get an awesome apron just like I'm wearing now. Now, here's a fun fact about our Kids Lab. It is actually celebrating its 10th birthday. That is right. Can you say happy birthday, Kids Lab? Woo! Happy birthday, Kids Lab. We are hoping that we can maybe get some kind of celebration going, virtual, maybe in the spring. So be sure to stay tuned to lasm.org for any details on that. All right, friends. Now, BASF is a wonderful, wonderful company. They actually, fun fact, they actually make a lot of the chemicals that help keep us safe every day. These chemicals go into materials that we use day to day. Let's see if we can figure out some examples, shall we? Oh, what do we have in here? Well, let's see. Oh, I know that we know these very well, friends, don't we? Right here, we have some trusty hand wipes. Now, no, BASF did not make the hand wipes, but they did make some of the super helpful chemicals that go into making these hand wipes work. And these hand wipes now can be used by doctors and nurses and teachers and students just like you. Well, let's see what else we have in the picnic basket. Oh my goodness, look what we have here. Hand sanitizer. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of this moment right now and put some hand sanitizer right there. Now, here's a fun fact about hand sanitizer. You need to rub until it is completely dry. That's right, Adam. That's right, Mary. Rub until you are completely dry. Perfect. Let's see what else we have in here. Oh my goodness. Well, we know this well. Absolutely. A mask. Once again, BASF does not make the masks themselves, but they do make the elastic, some of the chemicals that help make the elastic in our masks.
That is a hot property.
Oh my goodness. Once again, doctors, nurses, teachers, students, we are all using these every single day. Very, very important stuff. Oh, and finally, the plastic that goes into our
face shield.
Face shields.
Amazing.
I use that too. Keeping our faces nice and safe from the COVID-19 virus. Now, those of you who have participated in Kids Lab before know that safety is always a top priority. So that is why we want to make sure that we thank BASF for keeping us safe. Thank you, BASF.
All right.
Now, speaking of safety, like I mentioned, we get these really awesome aprons and we get these really nifty safety glasses. Now, the safety glasses will help keep chemicals stay out of my eyes. For example, maybe some little pieces of soap. Don't want those getting in our eyes.
That would burn.
And my apron keeps me nice and safe from any chemicals that may spill. Now, if you don't have safety glasses or an apron at home, do not worry. You can still make a soap sculpture. Just be extra, extra careful. Okay? Great. Now, if you do have your apron and your glasses at home, let's go ahead and put those on right now. Okay? Now, what does making a soap sculpture today have to do with BASF? Well, BASF values the health and safety of the people, customers, and communities where they operate. Now, did you guys know that BAF site in Geismar, Louisiana, right over there in Ascension Parish, is the largest plant of all North America? I know.
I knew that.
Oh, hey, good for you, Mary. I'm learning something today.
I learned that today too.
Now, do some of you have a family member, a friend, a neighbor who maybe works for BASF? Well, if so, ask them to share information with you about their job at BASF. BASF employees have been extra busy lately, manufacturing essential products needed to combat the COVID-19 virus. And like we already did, we checked out so many examples of how they are keeping us safe. You know what? I think we can all say a big thank you, BASF.
Thank you.
Thank you, BASF. Oh my goodness. Now, friends, I'm sure you are ready to get started with these wonderful soap sculptures.
I'm ready.
But hold on, let's think about something. Sculpture. That's a new word, isn't it? I don't know. Some of you guys maybe don't know what a sculpture is. Well, a sculpture is different than a picture or a painting. Let's see, we have a sculpture right here, which is three-dimensional, right? Three-dimensional. That means that it has both height, it has width, and it has depth. That's right, friends, all three. Now, a painting or a picture only has height and width, no depth. Bonus points. Does anyone know who this is? Go right ahead. Shout it out.
Well, I was just going to say it's two-dimensional, but
oh, two-dimensional. What did I say?
Yeah. No, you did. You said it.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Well, this is one of my favorite artists, Vincent van Gogh. Okay, but enough about Vincent van Gogh.
Yes.
Now, sculptures can be made from many different materials, or as artists call them, they call them mediums. So you could have metal as your medium. You could have wood as your medium. You could have stone as your medium, clay as your medium, or in this case, soap. An artist starts with a solid mass and then reduces it to create the desired form. This is called carving. Now, tools differ with the medium or the material being carved. For example, stone is carved with steel tools like chisels. Now, I don't think we're going to need a chisel to carve this today. Do you guys? No. And by the way, right now, we have an amazing exhibition of sculptures at the museum by a very talented artist named Frank Hayden. And we hope you'll visit us at the museum or maybe check it out online. The exhibition is called Frank Hayden, Lift Every Voice. Gotta check it out.
And you know, there's a Frank Hayden walking tour that was postponed because of a certain hurricane, but it's going to come back in November.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think we have one happening today, but I think they are happening repeatedly because they are so popular. I personally did not know how many sculptures Frank Hayden provided our beautiful city.
We have some here in the library on the second floor.
Oh my goodness. Well, you know what? I'm going to have to go have myself a little scavenger hunt later, and I'm going to have to find all of the Frank Hayden stuff that I can find in this library. Now, all right. Are you guys ready to make a masterpiece? Okay.
Always.
For our activity today, you will need, well, a bar of soap, a pencil.
I've got that.
Let's see, a piece of, oh, look, there's a piece of paper. Perfect. We have a piece of paper. We have scissors. We have a plastic butter knife.
I've got
we
those.
have a paper clip and a paintbrush. These are a lot of tools that you should be able to find just around your household. Now, safety first. First, choose a flat surface with good lighting, or great lighting, for your workspace. The kitchen table or a desk will work fine. All right, next, cover part of your workspace with the paper and place your bar of soap on the paper. Here, let me move this right here so we can get a really good view of it. There we go. Okay, now we're going to use our pencil to trace the outline of our soap. There we go. There is my rectangle. Next, we are going to draw a design. What should I do? Well, let's see. I already have my Erlenmeyer flask, and I already have a beaker. Of course, a graduated cylinder. All right, time to complete my collection and make a graduated cylinder. All right, let's look at this for inspiration. Okay, all right, looks good. So now I am going to draw my design. And, you know, guys, if you make a mistake, that's totally fine. That's what art and science is all about. Learning through our little happy accidents, as Bob Ross says.
Yes.
Absolutely. Got to mention Bob Ross.
Yes.
All right. I think that looks pretty good. What do you guys think?
I like it, Marion, but what does graduated cylinder actually do?
Well, you know what? It doesn't help you. Well, it actually does help you graduate, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. I was going to say it doesn't, but it totally does. A graduated cylinder, just like our Erlenmeyer flask, just like our beaker, help us measure out whatever substance we need to measure. And, you know, we don't only measure things in science. I bet painters, do they measure out different colors that they need to use for a certain mix or a certain blend?
Sure. And Jay Ducote is going to be measuring ingredients when he cooks online.
Oh man, don't mention Jay Ducote right now. I am hungry enough as it is. He has some wonderful recipes. I cannot wait to watch that.
New cookbook.
That's going to be some tasty stuff. But that's right, friends. Cooking, science, art. It's all, well, science and art. So here we have our graduated cylinder. Now, we are going to cut out our little square. And I like to use scissors that aren't too sharp, right? We want to use some scissors that maybe have a little blunt edge at the end, kind of some child-friendly scissors. Now, of course, if all you have is some adult scissors, you can use those too. All right, now I have my graduated cylinder, and I am going to now place it on top of my soap. Now I am going to trace my design with my pencil. Now, when you push down, you push down, you should be able to get it through the piece of paper, and it should show up on your soap. Now, the trick about tracing is you have to make sure that you don't move your paper too much. So if you need to get help from a friend or an adult, go ahead and get their help now. All right, so here we go. Have my graduated cylinder. So now I can see the shape of what I'm going to be carving. Now, carving, that's another word that sculptors use, right? That means we're going to be taking away all this extra material so we can find the shape within our medium, which once again is soap. Now, using a plastic knife, remove the large pieces of soap and then use a paper clip to shave off those smaller pieces. So I'm going to use my butter knife very carefully, friends, and I am going to start carving away at my little bar of soap. So I'm going to do this a little slow because soap is a very, very, very soft material. All right, look at that. We have those big chunks of soap coming right off. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh no, look at all of this wasted soap. What are we going to do with it? Well, I'm sure that you have seen that right in front of me, I have a nifty little bowl or plate that has all my leftover soap carvings. So what you can do is you can take all your leftovers, put it on a little plate, and then that way you can reuse all of that soap later on when you're washing your hands.
Does it help if it's hot or cold soap, or does it make any difference?
You know, I'm using cold soap today, but you know what would be really fun with maybe warming some soap is you could really start to mold it with your hands.
Yeah.
Almost like it was clay, right?
Yeah.
We're treating this more of like maybe like a wood sculptor would take theirs.
Sure.
All right, so guys, if you're going to be making a graduated cylinder like me, you have to make sure that it's not a square anymore. We have to round it out. All right, there we go. Perfect. Oh, I can kind of see it coming together. My goodness. All righty, friends. Now, like I said, we're going to use this for our big details. And then I'm going to come in with that paper clip. You got your paper clip handy? And we are going to add all of those tiny details. Now, the tiny details we were talking about were all those measurements that we see right here. This is a 250 milliliter graduated cylinder. So let's see. I don't know if I'll be able to fit all of those lines on here, but I will put one line, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do 9. Now, oh man, look at all that stuff. Luckily, we have our paintbrush to brush away all of that pesky soap dust and get into all of those little cracks that our fingers can't quite reach. And friends, there you have it, your very own soap sculpture. Wow,
All right,
oh my goodness.
yes. It completes your set.
Well,
of
thank you guys, it
scientific
does.
Yes.
It does. I'll put it over here with its friends. There we go. Perfect. Now take a picture of your artistic creation and share it with family and friends, whoever you would like to share your beautiful artwork with. Finally, remember, you can use those leftover scraps to help fight against the coronavirus and wash your hands. Art and science working together to make the world a better place. Remember, wash your hands often with soap and water for at least 20 seconds. I like to sing my ABCs or Twinkle Twinkle Little Star while I wash my hands to make sure I get them nice and clean. And be sure to wash your hands immediately after blowing your nose, coughing, sneezing, using the bathroom, or touching surfaces in a public space. And of course, wash your hands before eating, preparing food, and before touching your face. Thank you so much for joining me today. If you made a soap sculpture with us today, we would love to see it. And so would our partners at BASF. Tag them or us, well, both of us. Tag LESM on either Facebook or Instagram, and be sure to mention hashtag STEM at BASF in your post as well. And when I'm talking about STEM, I'm not talking about this kind of STEM. No, no, no. I am talking about science, technology, engineering, and math. Had fun today? Come visit us at the Louisiana Art and Science Museum in person on Thursdays through Saturdays. And be sure to check out our digital learning platform, virtual-lasm.org, and keep an eye out for more engaging BASF-sponsored virtual activities like this one in the future. There is so much more to come. Remember, be sure to continue to do your part to combat the COVID-19 virus by social distancing, wearing a mask over your nose and mouth, and washing your hands often throughout the day. Thank you so much to our amazing partners at BASF for making this presentation possible, and to our wonderful partners here at the East Baton Rouge Parish Library for hosting this awesome Maker Faire today. Thank you, friends.
Mutual.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mary, and thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
And I'm so glad you mentioned virtual-lasm.org. Since the pandemic came into our lives in March, we've been pushing out information for the Louisiana Arts and Science Museum, for the LSU Museum of Art, for other wonderful community partners that are producing online content and sharing it to keep us all engaged and active.
Absolutely.
No matter where we are.
So a happy brain is an active brain.
There you go. So thanks for that. Coming up next, we're going to get a little more techie with a little bit of Arduino.
Download ebooks, audiobooks, music, and video with Overdrive's Libby app.
Hi, everyone. It's Jack Black coming to you from the set of Jumanji.
Everybody run! Where am I running so slow?
I can't even with this place.
Libraries and librarians transform lives every day through digital literacy, discovery, and lifelong learning. There's no puzzle too tough or challenge too great for your librarian. Find the clues to solve your next quest at the library.
As the nation's doctor, I often get asked, what should I do if I think I might have coronavirus?
People who are sick should stay home. You don't go to an emergency room. You don't go to a clinic. You get on the phone and you ask for advice and instructions from your physician.
We don't want you to go into the ER or the doctor's office without talking to them first, because you might spread coronavirus to someone else.
Please visit coronavirus.gov for more information.
Yeah, because it's just, come on, Jessica. No, it's not Jessica, it's just a package.
That's low. That's low.
All right, that's fine. You can use the lap mic that we ran for her, sitting down. Just make sure that the mic is protruding away from your fabric.
Buenos días. Estoy bien, gracias.
All right, 30 seconds.
So they say it's a man's world? I don't see anybody's name on it.
While they were doing their thing, we slowly changed ours.
Today, women can do anything men can do. And there's one thing we're even better at.
Welcome back to the 7th annual Baton Rouge Mini Maker Faire, coming to you live from the main library at Goodwood and virtually on Facebook and YouTube. The whole maker movement celebrates all kinds of creation, low tech, high tech, and no tech. But we get real excited when we start seeing some of the high tech stuff, and especially when we master some of the things related to high tech stuff. So coming up next, we're going to hear about something that you can bring home with the Arduino kits from the library.
We'll be doing Arduino today. Today we're using our Arduino Uno board and a simple breadboard attached to a wooden block. To go ahead and get started, we're going to use a 9-volt battery hooked up to a connector that'll hook up to the Arduino. What this will do is this will power our Arduino and make sure that we can work without using a computer, but you're free to use a computer if you have one at home. I'll start by connecting my 5-volt right here to my power over on the breadboard. This will allow me to draw power from the Arduino over to the breadboard and allow me to work on the breadboard independently. I'll use a black cable to connect to the ground. I like to separate my reds and my blacks to indicate which is power and which is ground so that I make sure that I don't make any mistakes. Today, we'll be using a 220 ohm resistor. This resistor will allow us to use an LED without blowing it up. I'll plug one end into the power and another into a line. The actual line doesn't matter, but we want to make sure that it's plugged into the power so that the light will receive power. I'll be using a red LED today. They have a little bit of a lower brightness, so it won't affect the camera that much. I'll be using the long leg, the anode, on the top and the cathode on the bottom whenever we insert it into our breadboard. I'll also be running a small connection from the anode, the cathode, the short side, to the ground to make sure that I ground out the circuit. And there we go. This allows us to create an easy LED without having to use a computer.
Thanks, Wes. I love anything that lights up. Now we're going to take it over to Darcy, one of our teen librarians, who's also going to stay a little high-techy with the Recycled Robot Challenge. That's two of my favorite things, recycling, upcycling, and robots. What have you got for us today?
So today we are inviting you to participate in our Recycled Robot Challenge. So it can be high tech, but it can also be super low tech. This is the recycled robot we have built today. He is made out of cardboard packing materials, plastic bottles, some pipe cleaners we had laying around, and his little head is a CPAP mask that someone had sent to us recycled, that we have cleaned thoroughly all of these materials and then built him into a little robot.
I happen to know where that CPAP mask came from.
I bet you do. So we would love it if you guys would participate with this with us. All you need to do at home is collect recycled materials, either paper boxes, bottles, whatever you've got at home, little odds and ends that you might just throw away normally, clean those and save them for like a week, 2 weeks, set them aside, keep them for later. The only other materials you need are something to take those materials apart with. So that can be scissors, that can be craft knives if you have an adult to assist you, or if you're very confident with those skills and an adult yourself. It can just be your hands. You can pull these materials apart a lot of the time.
But do not rip them apart with your teeth.
No, do not use your teeth to take apart these recycled materials, even if they're clean.
Again, I speak from experience here.
So once you have your recycled materials, something to pull those materials apart with, you need something to put them back together with too. I used a lot of hot glue, but any kind of glue would work. Tape is great. You can even just tie them together if you have some really nice string or something you want to use.
Or use those pipe cleaners.
Yes, all those pipe cleaners you have hanging around from old crafts.
The twist ties from the bread.
Yes, exactly. You could tie it up however you want. Once you've got all those kind of materials together, lay everything out and just start building. You can do so much stuff with weird egg cartons.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Build us a robot. Once you have built some crazy kind of robot, take a picture of it, show it to your friends, family, and
put
then
it on Instagram.
Yes, put it on Instagram, put it on Facebook, Instagram, whatever, and tag us in it. You can tag us at EBRPL. You can tag us at BR Maker Faire. We want to see the recycled robots that you have built because they're so much fun.
Yeah, and Darcy, this is a fabulous activity that the family can do together.
Yes.
You don't get into too much trouble. It's not expensive.
Exactly.
You can do it at the kitchen table. It's as messy as you make it. So because making a mess is part about being a maker. And then clean up afterwards. But the creative sparks. And here at the library, we've done that. And then the children have made stories with their creations.
Yes.
And then you can take it one step further and make the book of the stories that you made with the stuff. And you can just keep going. And I can just see an endless world of making that just starts at your kitchen table.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Make recycled robots together as a family. Make a recycled robot yourself. You can use all of that extra mess that you make to make more recycled robots.
That's right. You can't go wrong with this. It's not a letter grade. Nobody gets an A or a B or an F. It's all fun. And I want to take this opportunity to remind people that we have this really cool thing called Creative Bug in the digital library, which is if you like to make stuff, whether it's high tech, low tech, or no tech, it's in there. And these are fabulous, well-produced video instructions done by the people who brought us Joann's Fabrics. And so it's not just me going random on YouTube trying to show you how to do something not very well. These are professionals, and it's it's a jumping off point and to spark your creativity. So I encourage you to spend a few minutes going down that Creative Bug rabbit hole, not just the Pinterest rabbit hole.
Yes, absolutely. There's tons of great projects on Creative Bug.
Okay.
So go explore.
Well, thanks, Darcy. And I'm so glad that some of those objects have found a new life. So upcycle, recycle, just keep it going. Coming up next, we're going to hear from a wonderful friend with bicycling. Baton Rouge is a big bicycling town. We're always talking about transportation. We're going to hear a little different twist on it this time with the mini bike. And Jessica is going to drop us into that video, I think, right now.
Hey everybody, my name is Glenn Faird-Salehi. You might recognize me from the soldering workshop over the past couple of years at the Baton Rouge Maker Faire. I hope everyone's had a nice, safe quarantine. I've been safe myself, and something that keeps me occupied while I'm spending a little bit more time at home has been this guy here. I had this frame already, and I started to think, the stock ride was a little rough, and so I was like, well, why don't I put rear suspension and front suspension on it to give me a little smoother ride? I'm not getting any younger, and it can be hard on your body with something that rides rough. So I put in this aftermarket front suspension, and that allowed me to use the metal from the front bars to make this bracket you see under here for the rear suspension. The swing arm is from an old Yamaha dirt bike. I had to move the rear brakes, which were right here. I moved them to the swing arm over here. You can't really see them from this view. And the important part of a project, I feel, is like getting outside your comfort zone. I'm not a very good welder, but this project has really helped me get comfortable with it and allowed me to push my limits. And I really appreciate that about having a project. And I can't recommend, just doing exactly that, getting outside your comfort zone and just doing something that makes you happy. Because, this might not be perfect, but it has been a great learning experience for me and something that I really enjoy. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of everything you're going to see today here at the Baton Rouge Maker Faire, and I hope to see you next year, hopefully when we're out of this quarantine. Everyone stay safe and have a good year. Thanks.
Thanks, Glenn. Now, you know, Adam, we like to make things that go here at the library.
We do, and we have a great online resource for that in a small engine repair center.
We're thinking about you all the time, folks, because we got it because our lawnmowers kept breaking, and our tractors,
all those small little motors, always
outboard
break.
motors. But here's a better and a more fun application on the mini bike. So just the same way you can go into the library's databases and do auto repair.
You can also do small engine repair on any of those great things. And speaking of, you know, bikes in general, this is a good point to point out front yard bikes.
That's right.
You can take your sprocket in your grab and go bag or your sprocket on the grab and go sheet and tag us on Facebook, on Instagram, on anywhere with our DIY scavenger hunt.
Yes, because we've got that scavenger hunt challenge out there. So that's happening right now. But now it's time for us to check in at Knock Knock Children's Museum and see how that sea turtle is doing.
Okay.
Jessica,
Extra is always good.
Can you handle that for us?
I made it so that we could just stick the LED on top and attach this.
Hey. All right, so hey, we're back at the River Center Library Makerspace with Hillary and Katie of Knock Knock Museum.
So we have attached our tweezers and tested them, and they work. And now we are about to attach the LED to where it's going to show up on the front side of the thing. And we have done I don't know if you can see it here, but we've done a wiring diagram. So we're just going to go step by step, very carefully, and test along the way.
Okay. Managing this Zoom room. This is pretty cool. So you were able to figure out, you were able to solder the pieces together. So that wiring, we can't see the whole wiring diagram. Angelo, can we look up at the top and see what's going on? There we go.
So we start with the foil, and that's here, and that goes to the tweezers, which we've done. And we've attached battery pack 1 and 2. And now we're working on the LED. And then the next step is the motor. And our motor is not going to make, it's going to make an interesting noise because of something else that we're going to add to it, which will be a surprise coming later. So the next step is she's just making a hole so that the LED can go through, and then we're going to tape that down and solder it to the wires.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So
she's pretty much doing it and not letting me help, but I think that's part of the goal, right?
Well, teamwork makes the dream work, you know. And this is for the both of you to do together. It's not just all right, Katie, time to do a homework assignment.
Oh yeah, no, this was completely for fun, just so we can do it.
Yeah, this is pretty great. Okay, so for people who are just joining us, we have Hillary and Katie. They're working together, a mother-daughter team working together to make this new game. Can you show us the front of the game and tell us what it is? Just real quick, remind us what you're building.
We are making an Operation style board game called Save the Turtles. So we have already done the wells for the objects that we are going to save the turtles from. Katie has graphically designed the turtle herself, and we printed it out and put it on the top of a pizza box.
Looks so good.
And now we are working on the guts. So we took apart an old Operation board game so we can see how they did it. And that's how we got the idea to cover the inside of the box with foil instead of doing an individual wire from each well. So we don't have to wire all 5 of them.
That's smart.
And we have 2 battery packs, so our LED will be nice and bright. And we're just going step by step through the process.
Are those special batteries? Or are they just AA, AAA?
These are C batteries, and I have I have 6 volts here. So each battery is going to be a 1.5 volt. The size of the battery, whether it's A, B, C, or D, relates to how long the battery is going to last. So I choose to use bigger ones. They're heavier and they're bulkier, but in a children's museum, if I use AA's or AAA's, I'm changing them all the time. They give me the same amount of power. To use 4 batteries of this size would be the same as 4 AAA batteries, the same amount of power. I would just be changing them all the time. So I tend to go with the bigger ones, even though they are a little bit bulkier. But you definitely can go with smaller ones. You can even go with coin cell batteries, which are really small and very inexpensive. But make sure that children don't put those in their mouths.
Oh, yeah.
That's important.
They are shiny. So I see, okay, so you have some recycled materials. You have a pizza box. You have some cardboard. You also have some materials that you created yourself, right? Yeah, you used a 3D printer earlier, correct?
Yes, we did. We thought very hard about the objects we wanted to put inside the wells. And one of them that was important to us to focus on were the plastic rings that hold 6-packs together. But that was really hard to find in a really small scale. And so Katie got on Tinkercad and designed her own, and we printed it at the Makerspace 3D printer. It's really hard to see because it's tiny and it's transparent, but it is a flat rectangle with the 6 holes to represent where the cans go.
I love it. Normally, when you see
clear,
these,
and that will be one of the items that we have to pull out. The other one is a ring from the top of a bottle. We also have a bottle cap. And Katie thinks this one's going to be the hardest, which is a little piece of rubber band and some bubble wrap. And these are the 5 items that will go in our 5 wells.
Okay.
That you'll have to get out to save the turtle.
So you've got recycled items, you've got brand new things, you've got things you created. So this is, it's just all repurposed to be creative and fun and to learn how to operate, well, literally operate, and operate electricity and wiring and circuitry. And this is just fantastic. I love seeing the progress that you guys have done.
Yeah, so we always remember that electricity moves in a circle. That's why we call it circuits. And we just go slow, step by step, one at a time.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We're really glad that we were able to check in with you all day as you were sitting here at the River Center Branch Library Makerspace. You're working with Katie, doing this wonderful project out of recycled materials, out of new materials, Save the Sea Turtles board game. We're so happy. And we want to thank you so much for joining us today. You're welcome. You're going to keep making it, I'm sure, but we're going to go on over and start a panel in a minute. So I just wanted to say goodbye. Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, Katie. Great job, Katie. And we'll see you guys around, all right?
Yeah, definitely.
Happy Saturday.
Yes, bye.
Thanks, ladies. So while we're starting to bring our panelists into the Zoom waiting room, Adam, I just want to take this opportunity to do a little, shall we call it a humble brag, about all the wonderful ways our community partners are trying to, bring the capacity up in the capital region with STEM education. And it's starting with the very youngest. Knock Knock Children's Museum is the leader here, and they're being very humble, but I want to tell you, they are the official Making Spaces partner for the region, and secured, you know, all kinds of accolades to do this. They've created the Making Spaces initiative, and the library is fortunate enough to be one of the pilot sites coming up soon. So what this means is, at the Carver Branch Library, we're having a special emphasis on making STEM tinkering. That's one of their favorite words for the very youngest, not the middle school, not the ones who are already in school and getting it in a formal way, but our very youngest, so that making starts at the very beginning, just like we want literacy to start while you're still in mama's belly. We want you to be read to. We want you to read together as a family, but let's think about this creative content. So, Adam, the Knock Knock Children's Museum has started working with our children's librarians to kind of up their capacity to build programs to deliver to these very young patrons once we start touching things again. Right. So we'll be ready. We're going to pivot and make a little COVID lemonade, use this time where we can't do those hands-on programs with the children to really up our game, as it were. So that's one thing I wanted to share. But we've also been doing things with LPB, with the Ready, Jet, Go camp, Molly of Denali. Those were the Ready to Learn initiatives for the 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old. We've been doing that for several years. Of course, the Author Illustrator program takes a different look at things, but talks about that creative process. And then all the programs that normally go on in libraries, everything from Lego story times, some of the staff training and community training things we've done, practical magic, and even things for adults, like the GIS Day program that's coming up in November, where we're going to be featuring panelists that talk about the COVID response, the wildfires, the wetland loss, and student activities and community engagement, using GIS technology to map that and figure out something that means something, not just data for data's sake, but what does that tell you? And then can you move the needle in a positive direction once you've gathered this information, or does that lead you to the next question? Those, like you said, Adam, earlier, the iterative process of gathering, doing, redoing, figuring out what you need to improve on. That's what we're doing here at the library. We are doing some other fun things for adults. Some are data related. So let's just imagine those 5-year-olds are now grown. The Citizen Data Academy, which we do with the city parish. We're a member of digital communities. The city parish is an award-winning community that has been awarded accolades for being so transparent, with open neighborhoods, open checkbook, open data BR, the library's own city key, all work together to provide information to you, the resident of the community. And we have some programs coming up for them in November and December. It's a 3-part series. And then there's fun things like making gardening wonderful things for holidays coming up, and not making a mess with organizational programs.
Yeah.
Virtual, whatever. We've got it, Jessica.
Yeah, a lot of our stuff, a lot of like open data and all of our digital resources and the things that we do with what you were talking about, it helps, we help to supply these resources to our local teachers and our local educators, which is what our next panel is about. We've got full steam ahead with some wonderful local educators. I'm going to have you ladies introduce yourselves, if you'll unmute yourselves. And we'll have you introduce yourselves. Start with Paige, and we'll go around the room. And we have Adam here in studio. He's going to be our moderator. And after you introduce yourselves, he's going to guide our conversation.
Hey, everybody. My name is Paige Colwell. I am one of the art teachers at McKinley Middle Magnet. And we use a lot of technology in our art classes.
Hello, everyone. I am Allie Rhodes, known as Miss Rhodes in the educational world. I teach at McKinley Middle Magnet as well. I'm a 6th grade science teacher, and this is my 6th year in education.
I wonder. Thanks. Julia?
Hi, I'm Julia. I run Novak's youth programming, and so we deliver digital media education across Southeast Louisiana. And so we're teaching technology and art blended.
Natalie?
Hi, y'all. I'm Natalie Roy. I am the 2021 Louisiana State Teacher of the Year. I teach at, thank you, I teach at Glasgow Middle, and my technology is a little bit more unusual, but I teach a STEM class called Roman Technology. And in this class, we use ancient tools, just like the Romans did, to reproduce the products and processes of daily life in ancient times. We do use, of course, modern technology as well to deliver our curriculum. But one of my particular challenges this year has been how to translate such a class in a home environment, because half my students are still hybrid.
And Rain.
Hey. Hi guys, I'm Rain, known in the educational world as Mix A, because I can't say my last name, is Araneda. And I'm really excited to be here with everybody. I teach engineering and science, AP Environmental Science. I'm a big environmental fan and background in environmental engineering. So that's what I do at Bel Air Magnet Creative Arts and Sciences High School. And I and Ms. Roy were also STEM Fellows together for the East Baton Rouge STEM Fellows program. So I'm excited for everyone to get to hear the amazing things that I saw from her when we were in the program together.
And I am Adam St. Pierre. I'm here over at the library. I'll be the moderator for this discussion. Thank you, ladies, for all being here today. All right, so today's topic is full steam ahead, teaching for tomorrow today. So we're all talking about those 21st century skills, and all of you guys are engaged in those in different ways. So I'm going to kick it off with a kind of an easy one. What does STEAM exactly mean to you? Yes, it's science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, but what does it mean to you besides just that acronym? I'm going to go ahead and start with Rain and go backwards to Paige.
Okay. For me, so when I got involved with teaching and in engineering, STEM was the acronym. And I'm really excited that art has been included in it, because I think, especially for me as a former engineer and who still does engineering on the side with Engineers Without Borders, I get really frustrated when people assume that it's just about math and science. I consider myself a designer before anything else. And that means creativity. It means innovation. And so for me, STEAM is really about looking at the tools of math and science in a way that's applicable towards creativity and innovation. And that could be for art, it could be for engineering, it could be for landscape architecture, your garden, it doesn't matter. But including that A is extremely important. And I think making that connection so that people are not seeing it as so much of an isolated field for STEM where it's computers, it's engineering. Graphic design is very technologically focused, but it's also creative. So that's what STEAM is to me. It's that intersection of the beauty of creativity with the tools of efficiency. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, and also just shout out to the fact that this is an all ladies panel in STEM. STEAM, what up? Just gonna say that.
Agreed. Fantastic to have all ladies on the call. Natalie, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to throw it back to the Romans. When we think about the Romans, we always, think about their amazing designs, their engineering, right? Like aqueducts and all the stuff that has come down to us through the years. But I brought home a few things to share with y'all today, because one of the first things we started with was more of a STEAM project in my class. And normally for this type, which is mosaics. And normally for this type of project, y'all, we actually use like these real mosaic hammers, okay, in my classroom. This is the Hardy. These things are really heavy, y'all. This is the thing we use to, the Hardy is like a wedge that you use with the hammer. And my students actually use these tools. But the thing that most people don't realize is that there's a whole lot of design in mosaics. Okay, so this is the one of the paper mosaics that we created. Now, of course, there's lots of math in this because, of course, we had to measure everything. We had to count it out. We had to make sure that it would fit on the page that we had. So there was, you know, a lot of course, the typical STEM stuff in that. But then there's also the idea of, you know, the colors we used and the design of it. So that's our art piece. And a lot of that can be found in Roman technology. I mean, it's not just about the STEM aspects. The Romans are just as well remembered for the beauty of their designs and not just the engineering.
Those are beautiful. Thank you, Natalie. Julia.
Yeah, so I'm a little opposite, I guess, than Rain, where I'm in art, like my background is art and design. So when I think of STEAM, I think of like creative problem solving and design thinking. And like, because I had an art background in college and undergrad, like I was able to take engineering classes. And I think the two are like very integral. Like if you think about color theory and color science and how we observe like behavioral science and like understanding how to motivate people like that, the golden ratio is all rooted in math. And so I like that they added the A, and to me, I've always seen it that way. And so I think you can't really have any of the acronyms in an isolated context.
I definitely agree. The A is probably one of the most important things in there, and the folks that don't include the A are wrong. Sorry, not sorry. But let me kick it over to Allie.
So STEM and STEAM to me, basically I've been bred in all of the letters. So when I was growing up, I wanted to be an artist. My dad is an engineer. My mom is a teacher. So I ended up being hybrid of everything above. My degree is actually in biochemistry. So as a science teacher, I'm able to take things that I'm passionate about and my content knowledge from being a biochemist and bring it into the classroom. And being a sixth grade science teacher, this is the first time that my students have ever gotten to be in a real lab with real science experiments and get their hands dirty and dive straight into content with our new NGSS standards. So it's really important for me as an educator to teach them how the world works around them biologically and chemically. Also how to incorporate modern technology into that and prepare them for careers in any STEAM field, but also to have them understand the world around them in a creative sense too, and giving them that space to learn and grow while having that artistic outlet. I think that's really important as well.
Excellent. Kick it over to Paige real quick.
So I'm going to kind of pick up with what Julia was saying because I also come from an art background. So my kids, most of the time when they come to me, they come to an art class and they think, well, I don't know how to draw, or the only art that they've really been exposed to is like, your typical like Van Gogh or Frida Kahlo, and all that is great and fine. But what I try to do in my class is teach them that art goes into all of these different fields and that they are related to all of these different fields. If you
I think we had a little bit of a cut with Paige right there, but that's okay. We're gonna come back to her in just a moment. Paige, are you still there? Well, that's okay. We'll come back to Paige on the next go around of questions, kind of tying into this one that we've got here. Paige, you back with us? I can't seem to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can. I can. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Hey. Okay. I was talking about making sure that they understand that all of these jobs in the arts are connected to science and technology and math. So I owned a t-shirt company for a little while, and in doing that, I still have all of my stuff that I bought all the equipment for my company when we shut down. And so my kids learned how to do all the math that goes into designing a t-shirt, because there's a lot of math that goes into that. And using the actual technology, because there's specific technology that you have to use to plot out a vinyl cutter. And I'm not talking like a small little vinyl cutter. I'm talking a big industrial vinyl cutter. So there's a lot of math and science and technology that goes into the things that they learn in art, and it usually blows their mind because they don't realize that, yes, you want to, play basketball, but that is still connected to the arts, because that's how you train your hand-eye coordination and things like that.
Fantastic. All great. Everybody's touching on the complete blend of all of the different parts of the acronym of STEAM, because none of it's tied together. So I guess that really leads me to my next question, which a lot of you guys have already touched on. But for each lesson or each sit down you have with your high school students, your middle school students, or any of the people in film camps and whatnot, how do you try and tie all those letters together? Or how do you all try to tie everything together in each one of those? We'll start it with Rain and go backwards.
Okay, so I'm going to throw out a bunch of terms that are popular in the world right now of teaching, and especially at my school, is project-based learning. So I think Julia had mentioned design thinking, and that's huge. It's really the part that pulls it all together, because you're going from the research aspect to the brainstorming aspect to looking at other people's minds and how they think, and incorporating all of that, and then building. And so then the building brings in the math and the science, and kind of like those finite details that you have to focus on. Once you're done with the fun creative part, you really have to like hone in and iterate. So for me, project-based learning is the best way to really do that. And I'm glad that that's a big push right now in education. I think that's the best way to apply the real world skills that they need to learn, and to utilize those 21st century skills, which include the verbal skills and the presentation skills and those soft skills that they're going to need for their career. So it kind of includes everything that they really need to have.
Excellent. Natalie?
I'm also going to add, I agree with everything Rain said on that. It's so important to have kids in the process with you. In my classes, we start with the ancient world, and that's how I kind of plan backwards. I always start with something from Roman daily life, or in my myth makers class, we use an ancient myth to spark a maker project. So making is another term that's big right now in the educational world. And it just means tinkering, just learning how to take materials that you have and make something out of them that is useful or creative. And I think that is so important. It helps to draw all those letters together, because no matter where you start with that plan, you can always figure out a way to put all that stuff together. And as a teacher, that's your job to make that happen, to connect all those dots before you bring it to the kids. And I will tell you now, it's one of my favorite parts of teaching is, thinking through those thoughts and getting those concepts all together in one project that I can present to the kids. And I just love it.
Julia?
Yeah, so I think whether it's design or film production, that I think science, technology, engineering, arts, math are prevalent in every step of every phase. And so I think when we're designing lessons and camps and experiences, we really focus on emphasizing the process just as much as the output, and really thinking through like framing, lighting, sound, and then connecting that to different emotions or what you're trying to achieve, so that I think is really how we focus on, incorporating it into our lessons.
Beautiful. Allison?
And I totally agree with what everybody has said so far. And it makes me so happy and my teacher heart really happy to see a panel of passionate educators and people who are out in the field working every day to make our students better people. So as a teacher and a science teacher, it's really easy to make science, technology, math, and engineering connections. The challenge for me in my classroom is how to make the artistic connections to science, because kids think that science is science, math is math, engineering is engineering, technology is technology, art is art. They don't see that all of these things are woven together in our everyday lives. So one of my favorite things to do as an educator is just bring in real world examples and challenge their thought process. So for example, right now, my sixth graders are learning all about light and how light works. And they are very intrigued to learn that white light is made up of all of the colors of light, but pigment is opposite from light. So they're learning all about color in the process of a basic science lesson. And we're taking it even further into theater and how to use stage direction lighting and how all of those colors play into a performance. So it's just flipping the script on traditional science lessons, putting their minds and their creative processes in different ways and challenge them to apply everything that we've learned scientifically in the real world, which is really awesome.
I am loving this conversation and all of these different connections between all of the different parts of STEAM and how we are helping our kids learn for 21st century skills. Paige, can you close us out on this part?
So I'm going to touch on what Rain and Julia said. Project-based is big. Project-based was always how art classes ran anyways, because, you know, that's just how it works. And in my project-based lesson plans, it is more focused on the process. So one of the first STEAM lessons that I do with the kids is one, of course, color, which I want to thank Miss Rhodes, because we do cross-curricular stuff all the time at McKinley. So our science and art department usually link up and are teaching color and stuff at the same time, so we can kind of tag team that. And then I take them into watercolor, and instead of focusing on doing a watercolor painting, for the first week we focus on what are the chemical reactions that happen with watercolor that you can use to create different textures in your painting. So what happens when you pour salt on it? What happens when you pour alcohol on it, and things like that? And usually, you know, they get really excited about this, because it's literally just them playing with a bunch of materials and seeing what they do. So that's you have to make it's exploratory. That's the only way that they learn.
I'm seeing a lot of head nodding and finger snapping and agreement between everyone, and I'm loving this. So I want to touch on what Paige said and Julia mentioned, and so did Rain, about project-based learning. And, you know, that's a big thing that's happening in makerspaces and in schools and everywhere, and it's always been a part of any sort of arts program, whether it be in a school or outside of the traditional school. So I want you guys to think about a project-based project that you did with your students or with your kids, and what was like the best one that you can think of off the top of your head. It doesn't necessarily have to be one that turned out amazingly. It could have been the one where people iterated a whole lot and failed, and it was the most interesting. Just the first thing that you can think of. I'm going to hit it with Rain first.
Okay, that's like so hard. So hard. I think one of my favorite things that I've seen my kids do that they've completed, because there's like a couple things I'm thinking of that we kind of didn't get to finish because of COVID, and it was really fun up until that point, and I still don't know how we're gonna make that work. But last year, when I first got to Bel Air, we did a project with Simple Machines. So they had to design a pulley system to pull themselves up on the JROTC bars. And they could use whatever material, but they had to basically repurpose everything. I didn't want them buying a lot of stuff, because that's not really their abilities anyway. And so it was really fun. They were taking apart bikes and all kinds of things to like scrap material, and they were attempting to pull themselves up and putting, pulley systems together and trying to hold each other up and spot each other. And it was just fantastic to watch them fail and learn over and over again, because that, like Paige said, they have to explore. They have to fail. And I think that's one of the things that as a teacher, I'm hoping that we see this transition, because there's been such a focus on standardized testing, where you're not supposed to fail, and it's a lot of just rinse and repeat for information, where failure is not an option. And as a designer, failure has to happen. As a scientist, failure has to happen. That's the only way that you can learn. I mean, it's the iteration process. So I hope that project-based learning really takes over more, because it gives them the opportunity to fail. It spreads out the learning process so that they have more time to explore and to verify resources. And I also just want to shout out everyone that talked about art and color. There was a fantastic, I'm going to shout out downtown right now really quick. The Louisiana Art and Science Museum had a fantastic, what am I trying to say? They had an entire piece there, a whole program that you could go to last year. And it was focused on art and science. It was music and sound and color. And I took my kids there, and it blew their mind. You know, they had the staircase with piezoelectric. So like when you jumped on it, it made the sounds. It was like the piano. And I think that those types of cross-curricular lessons are imperative, because what we hear all the time is, why am I learning this? Why am I learning this? And without those cross-curricular lessons, without that project-based exploration, it's just, they're never going to understand why they're learning it, in my opinion. Of course, I have statements. But the pulley project was dope, and there's video of it somewhere. You guys can find it. I think it's in our broadcast for the school. It's amazing. They look fantastic, and I love it so hard.
That is fantastic, and just all of the different connections. Again, you gotta tie it all together, and you gotta bring it back. So I'm gonna go to Natalie real quick.
Okay, so this was a project that we did last year. It was our kind of mid-year project, which is usually an end-of-the-year project. Because I was working with the STEM Fellowship with EBR, which y'all should all consider doing, by the way. It was really amazing, and Rain can attest to that. But this was the project that I was working on for that fellowship, and it was all about heat. And we translated this into building our own kilns. So the Romans were,
What? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. That it was just too amazing to hear. Go ahead.
Yeah. If you want to follow me on Twitter, I have pinned to the top of my Twitter feed when we built them.
Yes,
so
please.
We used, bricks, and of course we always start our process for big projects like this. We always start with the ancient world, like what did the ancient Romans do to make bread, to make pottery. So we always start with the ancient, and we start by trying to read, an original how-to manual about that, if there is one, because oftentimes there isn't. But there's always lots of archaeological evidence, which for me is extremely important for us to look at. In this world of fake news, I want kids to always ask the question, how do we know this for a fact? How do we know? Is it from literature? Is it from, archaeological evidence? Is it from found objects? That is super important in my program. So we started with all of that. And then we took a field trip. Never, Rain's talking about field trips. Field trips are awesome. So many of our students, especially at my school, don't have a chance to go to LSU and meet the pottery instructors who can talk about kilns and, thermodynamic energy and all that stuff that we needed to know to build our own kilns. So then after that, the kids actually built small models of what they thought a good working kiln would be like. And that was kind of our testing phase of the engineering design process. And then we got a pallet of bricks. Oh my God, it was crazy. I thought I was going to lose my mind, but we did it. We had the kids working in pairs, and they each built a small kiln. During this process, on days when it was raining or we couldn't work outside, the kids learned to make pottery objects. And I wanted it to be something simple. I didn't want them to have to learn how to throw pottery, because I thought that would be too difficult and out of scope. We didn't have the materials for that. So instead, the kids learned how to make small votive objects. So they were learning about the daily life of ancient Romans who daily went to temples to pray to their gods about their health. And they all made, votive body parts that they would put at their temples. And we had lots of eyes because eyes were easy. We also had some booties, of course, because I teach middle school. And, you just roll with it. So we finally got to the stage where we were ready to fire up our kilns. And we did this on actually, it was not a school day. So I got the community involved. I had parents there. I had teachers helping. And we actually did fire our kilns. This, of course, led to lots of scientific measurements about heat and energy and that kind of stuff. So they ended up not working very well, but we think we know why. So that was also part of the process. Unfortunately, right after, we kind of finished up, the pandemic shut us down. So we weren't our original plan was to build one large, actually working kiln that we could continue to use over and over again with Roman concrete. But that didn't happen. But that's, just something for the future.
Natalie, just a follow-up question. Why do you think that the kilns didn't work so well in the first
I
go around?
think that we did not we really didn't have enough bricks for what we wanted. The bricks that we ordered were not exactly what we were promised. We were promised that they would be solid bricks, and a lot of them were not. So, at that point when that happens, just have a Tim Gunn moment. You have to make it work, and it doesn't always. So, but that's a good lesson for the kids, right? And then when we disassembled our kilns, we actually counted, like, let's go ahead and count how many bricks were not the proper bricks. And those bricks were, 30 cents more. So how much does the company now owe us? And so it turned into a whole math problem that was just awesome. The kids handled it like pros. It was great.
That's amazing. Julia, can you bring us an example of probably your favorite project? It's okay if you have a dog in the background. We all have dogs at home.
Sorry. So I think. Sorry.
It's
I
okay.
apologize.
It's okay. He's just talking to us, or she's just talking to us.
I was first gonna say, like, color is like the first thing we teach, and like the science of how a digital image captures images. And so I think that's really important. Light is like very integral to everything we do. And so we make videos. So I think inherently, like, every project at Novak is a project-based PBL. But the one that I think comes to mind is more recently in COVID, we did animated shorts on constitutional amendments. And I think, and it was after, I don't know if anyone listens to More Perfect. It's a
sometimes, yes,
podcast. And so they had done songs for each constitutional amendment. And so we decided to make animated shorts. And I think that's what video lends itself really well to project-based learning projects, because it's like insert content here. And so I think the challenge is watching them think through, like, how am I going to explain this very short, simple, but very complex idea with just visuals, with no sound, and like tell my story. And so like working through that, and like I think what you say, like iterative design is also just a part of the process, like constantly evaluating what works, what could be better, is my message being perceived in the way I'm trying to deliver it? Like, does this color connect with this emotion, or the framing, or the shot type, or the transitions, and like how visually am I pushing my story or message forward? But then also thinking like there's so much math. Like I use math all the time, and I tell them, like, you're never going to get away from this. Like in art, like a lot of kids will be like, this is art class, why are we learning about ratios and fractions and pixels? And so yeah, I think that's kind of like what we do. But I mean, I have infinite examples.
Ooh, so with the constitutional one, what was your favorite video that was put out, or one of the coolest ones that you can come up with off the top of the head?
So they each picked different amendments, which was also really interesting about their understanding of their rights.
Okay.
But I think my favorite, we didn't actually get to finish a lot of them. Stop motion's very tedious. And then there was COVID. And so we couldn't like they couldn't wrap them. But I think one of my favorite ones was the women's right to vote. And so she had translated it to sort of this women empowerment and like looking at all the women who like powerful roles that women now occupy. That sort of like looking at the history of this movement and how like it didn't go through at first and like what it would be like. She like in her whole point of view was like, well, what happens if women never got this right? Like what the state of the world would be in. And that like it's our responsibility as women to actually vote and be a part of it because like we make the world, like we have better judgment. This was, so I did appreciate, and it was all pink, and I thought her transitions were really good and sort of like taking back different stereotypes that maybe have been used negatively against women. So I think that was my favorite concept, and hopefully when we return, she'll get to finish.
Yes, that sounds absolutely amazing. Allie.
So I'm lucky enough as a science teacher. I'm one of the few in the state of Louisiana that actually works really closely with the Dana Center at UT Austin to pilot a new student-led, student-driven, hands-on curriculum. So our curriculum is actually 100% project-based learning. The students start each unit off with an anchor phenomenon, and throughout, when they learn each different piece of that unit, they actually build or design a solution to a problem. So I've been lucky enough to be able to do that for the past 3 or 4 years, and seeing what our kids can do even in 6th grade is amazing. For our thermal energy unit, they actually build a Yeti cup. So they try to understand why the Starbucks cups are terrible for hot and cold beverages, but why Yeti cups are popular and why you see them all over social media and all over the world. I know whenever we did the force and motion unit, we built little mini catapults. So I love changing all of my kids into
catapults.
Evil little scientists, and they were catapulting pumpkins everywhere. And my principal was mad that we had pumpkins all over the place, but it was fine because it was in the name of science. And then we did for another forces unit, they actually build an OtterBox to protect their phones and to see how high they can drop their self-made OtterBox to protect their iPhones or their tablets or their computers, because as we know, kids in the modern world are stuck to their phones and stuck to their screens. So how can we protect them and use science to figure that out? And in our magnets unit, they actually built an electromagnet from a speaker they dissected from another unit. So it's really cool to see all these things that the kids can come up with. And one of my personal favorite things, because cells is my jam, my biochemistry background, I'm all about cells. And if you ever come into my classroom, and Paige can tell you guys, you'll hear the cell rap playing all the time. It's what I'm really passionate about.
The cell rap?
The cell rap, yes. You have to look it up on YouTube. It'll be stuck in your head forever, and I love it.
I'm always down for a good rap, so.
Yes, you need to check it out, the cell rap. And in our cell unit, I actually got, one of my friends is in charge of technology for East Baton Rouge Parish, and she purchased through a Donors Choose grant the Google Expedition glasses. So I took my kids on a virtual field trip of the cell, and they were freaking out. They were looking at viruses, they were looking at bacteria, they were comparing plant and animal cells while actually walking around and experiencing it like it's a roller coaster ride, which was amazing. That was one of my favorite moments in my teaching career.
That is amazing. Paige.
So I originally wanted to talk about our screen printing because my 7th graders do screen printing every year. And it's kind of down and dirty screen printing, but I actually
what is down and dirty screen printing?
Down and dirty screen printing is whenever you have to use what's available to you and not the expensive screen printing supplies. So like pantyhose stretched over embroidery hoops.
Yes, I love that.
But I actually want to talk about a project that I did with them after COVID started. Because it's one of my favorite projects that my kids have done to date. And when my kids went home, a lot of them don't have art supplies at home. And so I thought to myself, gosh, how am I going to do this? And so I sent a survey out to my kids that had a checklist of tell me what you actually have in your house. And it doesn't have to be an art supply. Like, do you have fruit? Do you have berries? Do you have food or spices in your spice cabinet? And so when we started doing classes again, when we were all virtual, we did pigments out of their kitchens. So they had to find stuff in their kitchen. So like cayenne pepper, blueberries, anything that they had that they could then kind of mush down or mix with oil or water or egg, which brought us back to the ancient times, like Natalie was talking about, because we go over how they used to mix their own pigments and what they would mix them with. And so my kids were mixing their own pigments with all these things they found in their kitchen. Coffee. I had a kid whose mom was like, "Where's my coffee? Why did you take my coffee?" He was over there painting with it. And it became a family-wide project because a lot of my kids were at home with younger siblings. And so their siblings were coming in and trying to figure out what they were doing. And the younger kids really weren't having very much virtual at the time. And so I would have on my Google Meets, I would have like the older kid who's actually in my class teaching the younger kid, okay, and this is how you mash it into, the bowl, and you can mix it with this and it will do this color. And so my kids were learning by teaching. So,
That's
and then
amazing.
parents were involved. It became an entire family-wide project. And when they had to present their paintings that they did, I had them do flip grids, where they record little short videos, and their entire families were in the flip grids, where like the little sister would be like, and I did that part. So it was a lot of fun. I think that's one of my favorite connections that I've had as an educator, not just with my kids, but I was able to connect with their families.
That is absolutely amazing. So we've been touching on it a whole time because as we all know, we're in a pandemic. So I'm going to flip it to, I've got a two-parter here. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to go with the one part. How has your use of tech and how you're delivering your teaching changed during the pandemic? What tools are you using that you love, that you want to tell other teachers about or educators about right now? Rain.
Well, it's kind of interesting because we do and do not have a lot of flexibility in what we're able to use. So I think most of us are in East Baton Rouge, and so that probably means we're all on Google Classroom, which means that we have to use Google Meets for a meeting. I don't know that that's the best platform. There's a lot of options.
I saw a lot of eyes there.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to not make it too opinionated, but yeah, there's a lot of other options out there, and I think as teachers, I think we struggle with the ability to have the freedom that we need to do what we know it's best sometimes. And it's interesting to see a top-down approach happen when you're on the ground, if you will, and in the trenches, especially right now. And so we're kind of pushed into using certain things that may or may not be effective. And then we're iterating like on the fly, trying to figure out how to navigate this technology with or without a PD that helped us learn it. And, maybe we're used to something else that would have made it easier to use and to do our jobs. So we're using Google Meets. Google Meets has adapted to having breakout rooms now. You can have it as an extension and things like that. And so, for some of us, it might be easier to navigate that technology because we might already come from a world where we're utilizing technology pretty regularly. But I think it's been a really big struggle for a lot of teachers. And trying to create a way to get the kids to be engaged on the technology and to ensure that they're accountable on the technology with cameras on, and how do you get them to participate in a class discussion? And so it's been really fascinating just figuring this out. I don't know that anyone has completely figured it out yet. I mean, please let me know. Yeah. But one of the things, Paige mentioned Flipgrid. I try to give them a lot of independent time right now because, honestly, it just feels like I'm talking to a screen sometimes. But, in the vein of safety, I would prefer that at this moment. But for me, Flipgrid's been really good, getting them to do interactive presentations. So I'll put them in little breakout rooms, whether it's using Teams or Google Breakout or anything that I can find really. And then I'll have them navigate. One of the things that has been really good though, that I like about the virtual teaching with the technology is that I get my personal experience is that I've had much better one-on-one conversations with my kids when I can take them into a separate room. For example, GoGuardian is a platform that we use to monitor their screens so that we can see what they're doing and hold them accountable. And one of the things that I can do is open up a tab for them. So I can go onto their screen and open up a tab remotely. So if they're kind of lost, I can give them some research to look at. And, you know, maybe that's not their forte yet. They're not great at research and they're not really sure what's fake information or not. And I'm like, don't do that. Here's a better one. And I'm able to actually call them now. So GoGuardian's adapted to including a call feature where I can actually like talk to them one-on-one just through that. So I don't have to use as many platforms. But as far as engagement, letting them do simulations online, like using PHET or any of those type, that's like a fun science simulator, or having them join other type of classrooms like CK12, which is a really great open source classroom that you can use. That seems to help because they have more interactive games that they can do. But it's been a struggle. It really has. And also it's been a struggle, and then I'm going to pass this on. Our kids grew up with phones pretty much in their hands at all times. And it is fascinating to see how little they know about how to use their technology. Like you would think that, you know, all of us being a little older, that like they would run circles around you. Absolutely not at all. And they have zero idea. I mean, this, again, my opinion, not that much of a great idea about security, online security, and how to make sure that they're safe online and that they're using their technology safe online. So
that
for the parents out there, please go through online security with your kids, because we can see what they do online when we're with them, and it's a little scary. It's a little scary. I'm just gonna say that.
I bet. Yeah, definitely. Natalie.
Because I know that we're almost done with this panel, I'm going to keep this short and say that I feel Rain's pain here and all of us are struggling right now. A particular struggle for me has been assessment. How do you assess a student that you know has all access to, you know, the internet on a phone, on another device or whatnot? My answer to that has been just to do so many more formative assessments, you know, assessments that I can see, you know, what you're doing right now. Or I love Google Jamboard. I'm going to shout out Google Jamboard. It's great. It allows you to move things around on the screen. If I'm watching them on GoGuardian, I can see them, what they're doing. And it's easy visual tool that makes some little fun activities that you can do with them. I'm also going to say that I just, you know, I like to think that I try not to think that my students are doing bad stuff, although I know that some of them are not doing things they're supposed to, but I always try to remember you just don't know what's going on at home. I had one little boy, a 6th grader, who turned on his microphone one day to tell me something, and his camera, and he had literally a younger child, maybe 4 years old, who was like yelling at him, screaming at him, doing this in his face. And it's like, she's my cousin. She lives here. There's nothing I can do, you know, and my parent is busy working and she's kind of my responsibility. I have students who sit in the library all day long because their parents are not home to care for them. They've got a mask on. I mean, you just, in this situation, you just have to give people as much grace as possible. And I try to extend that to my colleagues, to my administrators, to my parents, and to my students, and try to remember that in 20 years, when this is over, let's hope it's over sooner than that, but in years in the future, I just want my students to remember, you know, Ms. Roy was kind to me.
Yes, that's definitely a big part of everything. We've got about 3 minutes left, so I'm going to try and hit go through our last 3 panelists a minute each. So Julia, if you could talk to what you guys are doing in COVID.
Yeah, I was going to say, so as Novak, we don't actually operate inside a traditional school system, which I think in a lot of ways gives us a lot more flexibility. so we use Zoom to deliver our live classrooms. But I think we piloted some ideas. We did a lot of research at the beginning of the summer, and I think our approach, like really just letting go of how you think about a traditional classroom or education, and like starting from scratch. And so we've adopted sort of like a flipped classroom model where really like we view our roles as instructors as a facilitator, and then all the structures and resources we're providing allow the student like to learn on their own, so that I am no longer like the person that holds this power of education. Like I'm giving them everything, and I'm more of just like a support or resource for them to help like discover and deepen their learning. And again, like this goes back to tech and access, and like we've come up with really creative solutions to help kids in terms of like software and ability to access our curriculum, but there's still like hotspots and internet and like being flexible around that. I would say like I really love Loom, which is like a way to record. So we basically like our entire classroom that would have been delivered in person is recorded and on an online platform. And then our live sessions are really like building community connections, like discovery, deepening learning. And I think a lot of the silver linings is, I think what Rain said about one-on-one connections, but also them in the past, especially like because we're teaching like Adobe software programs, they really only have the ability to work on our content when they're with us. And so when actually in this environment, we'd be able to reach kids in like rural Louisiana have been able to participate in our classes, and they're actually able to like sit with the material, and like they have more time to explore, like more space to fail and start over again because they're not restricted by like a class time. And so I think that's been like a really nice silver lining, and just to see kids building relationships like across city, like from all over the state. I think that's been really fun for us, like for me to watch and hear them talk about things in all their different perspectives.
That's fantastic. We've got about a minute or so left, or maybe a little less if we can go to Allie and then Paige.
Sure. So first of all, I want to shout out to every teacher in the entire world right now. We've had to become technology unicorns and wizards, and every teacher is doing the very best that they possibly can, sacrificing time with their families, with their significant others, and any other aspect of their life to make education work. So they all deserve a shout out for that. But I think keeping in mind what's keeping me afloat right now and not losing hope in the struggle that we're having every single day is that I teach kids first and I teach content second. So keeping that in mind, that my kids come first, their emotional wellness and their health, and just hearing them laugh is what's more important to me than necessarily teaching them a skill. So it's trying to just stay afloat throughout all the struggles that we have going on, just remembering that kids come first and content comes second.
Love that. Love that. And Paige?
I'm going to build on what Allie said. I use Google Voice a lot so that my parents and kids can directly text me. And I have found that my kids who don't participate usually even if they're in the classroom, they don't participate because they're shy, or if they don't want to participate on the Google Meet, they will text me what is going, like they will text me how they're feeling or their answers and stuff like that. So I think that one-on-oneness has definitely been better since we've been virtual, because it gives them that outlet. And also, like Allie said, I just have to remind myself every day, I'm here for my kids first. Every single day, I'm here for them first.
I love that. I want to just thank all of you ladies for today. Thank you for all the teachers that are out there, all the educators that are out there right now, learning on the fly all these technologies for their students, for their kids' families. You guys are amazing, and what you guys do every day is amazing, and don't let anyone ever tell you that it's not. And we're going to go to Jessica for a commercial break.
Download ebooks, audiobooks, music, and video with Overdrive's Libby app.
Hi, everyone. It's Jack Black coming to you from the set of Jumanji.
Everybody run! Why am I running so slow?
I can't even with this place. Libraries and librarians transform lives every day through digital literacy, discovery, and lifelong learning. There's no puzzle too tough or challenge too great for your librarian. Find the clues to solve your next quest at the library.
As the nation's doctor, I often get asked, what should I do if I think I might have coronavirus?
People who are sick should stay home. You don't go to an emergency room. You don't go to a clinic. You get on the phone and you ask for advice and instructions from your physician.
We don't want you to go into the ER or the doctor's office without talking to them first because you might spread coronavirus to someone else. Please visit coronavirus.gov for more information.
That's slow. That's slow and blue. Seriously.
Buenos días. Estoy bien, gracias.
So they say it's a man's world? I don't see anybody's name on it.
While they were doing their thing, we slowly changed ours.
Today, women can do anything men can do. And there's one thing we're even better at.
And we're back with the 7th annual Baton Rouge Mini Maker Faire. And next up on the program, Clay Oshay with Ziggy and the Junkyard Band making some noise over at Capital City Records.
Ships is hard. It's time for Ziggy's here, the junkyard band. Ziggy's here, the junkyard band. Ziggy's here, the junkyard band. Ziggy's here, the junkyard band.
River, where do the records come from?
Well, most of them come from here in the junkyard, you know, unless we need something specific.
Well, where do you get them if you need something specific?
We'll go to a record store. You know, like Capital City Records.
Did somebody say record store?
Can I come too?
I just got the car running. I can drive.
Looks like we're going to the record store.
Sweet.
Guys.
Wow, a place that actually sells records? This is awesome!
I want so many of these records.
Hey, they got new stuff every time I come in here.
Hey, River, weren't you looking for this record?
Yeah, and remember, if you're on a budget, like we are, they got a great bargain.
I can't believe all these records are $1.99.
Mm-hmm. Let your light orchestra.
Look at all that soul.
What's this section?
Well, those are new releases.
Wow, they all look so brand new and shiny. I don't know any of these names, but I want this one. Oh, I love the smell of vinyl in the morning.
Is that it, guys? Somebody must have got a Spotify account, huh? Anyway, you guys cash or charge today, huh?
I forgot my wallet.
My turn to pay. How did you make sure? I think my pieces run out.
Wait, are you telling me nobody brought any money?
Guys, I think I have an idea. Yeah, I'll make that price.
Hey, Dana, thanks for giving us a ride out.
Hey, no problem. It's on my way anyway.
Hey, Jack, was it worth it?
The records, it's always worth
All right, thanks to Ziggy and the Junkyard Band. Let's stay in a musical mode, and my colleague and fellow maker Wes is here, and today is going to be an unmaker. What are you going to do for us today?
So as we've talked about, making and everything today, it's time to look at the dirty side of making. So usually we talk about putting things together, but there's also a bit of an art in taking things apart, if you will. So what we've done today is we've taken apart an old CD player, radio, cassette player, and we're going to take a look at the inner workings of it and how at home you can do the same thing with old broken pieces of technology, but do it safely. Now, the only thing you're not going to see up here is my multitude of screws, probably about 25 or 30 of them. But if you're going to do this at home, it's handy to keep a magnet so that you can keep track of all of them.
Yeah, you don't want to be tripping on those on the floor.
You also don't want to lose them in case you want to put your thing back together.
Well, you can always use them for something else, can't you?
There you go. Save them. Put them together for another project. So mostly what you see here is an outer shell. You'll see a little container for the speakers. You'll see the container for the inner workings. But the fun lies inside whenever we look at things like the motherboard.
Ooh.
On the front, we've got that classic microchip look with its green lines and all those little pieces of metal and everything. But if we flip it over, we're looking at all the inner workings of what's going on in here. All these little black cylinders you see are capacitors. Every one of those capacitors helps deliver energy and power throughout the entire CD player, and each has a specific function as we go through and look at it. Now, if we were to actually delve into this, we'd be here all day, and we don't have that kind of time. But take a look at what you're seeing. See how many capacitors go into a project maybe you're unmaking.
And Wes, can you touch those safely? Will it give you a shock?
As long as everything is unplugged and turned off, you're fine to touch them.
Okay.
They're absolutely okay. Now, do be careful because the little pieces of metal you see on the back,
they're sharp.
The soldering are very sharp and you can hurt yourself, so be careful. Now, hooked up to this soundboard, this is what we have, the speakers. Now, you'll see that I've got two speakers here, and I've purposefully broken one so that you can see how easy it is to damage them. This one over here is in perfectly fine condition, but we've got one over here that's been damaged and pushed in. That's going to make your sound really bad whenever you put the whole thing back together and try and play something. You'll get good sound out of this side. As you can see, it's nice and pristine. But on our other side, you'll definitely get a bad sound, and that's going to affect the quality of your speaker. So we see things like this inside. We also see our faceplate. But as you can see, if I press on them, nothing happens. That's because on the back side, you'll see that they're all just little pieces of plastic. So where's our actual buttons coming from? Well, that's what this little guy is for. On the back again, we've got yet another circuit board. But on the front, we've got tons of little switches that make sounds whenever you click them. Those are all the buttons on your faceplate. If we attach and line up the screen, you'll see where all those little buttons go, and you can map them out for yourself. That helps putting it back together, and that helps you to understand what those buttons do.
Wes, this is how MacGyver got started, I know.
That's it. All it takes is taking it apart and learning about it.
And you get so much confidence.
And you understand how the actual product works. So if you look at this and you look at your speakers and where they go, you can find out how music and sound is traveling through them. Now, we saved the best for last. We've got two parts right here. We've got the cassette player in here. Now, for those of you who grew up in the streaming age, the cassette was a tape reel. And what it did was it made sounds played off the tape deck. But what we can see here is these buttons and what they do. This was our pause button, as is evident up here on the front. If I were to spin this around, you can see how each button lines up and what it does. We've got our play over here, and you can see how the inner workings snap to and off whenever you press certain buttons. Looking at all of that, spinning them, seeing how the gears work, that's the fun of unmaking. Just seeing how all of that stuff works together.
Right.
But my favorite part is the CD player. And the reason is because the CD player works on a gear set, so you don't have to have power to activate it. So what we're looking at now is we're looking inside the CD player. And if you take the time to pop off some plastic pieces and look in, you'll see the little laser that's in there that'll help you play your CDs and read them and make the music and everything. But you'll also see all these wires. And these little wires with their white pieces connect to various parts on the circuit board inside. You can easily remove them. They don't hurt, and it's safe to touch. What I usually use is a pair of pliers to pull them out, just to be safe. But you can use your fingers and your fingernails if you would like. Just be careful whenever you're doing it that nothing gets caught back up and nothing breaks. If something breaks, put it to the side. You want to make sure that you're being safe because a broken piece can have sharp, jagged edges. But as we go through and as you look at everything, you'll find out how it works. You can take a look at the spring-loaded mechanisms, the gears that operate this. You can pull those out. You can look at them, and it'll help you understand how the piece works.
That's so cool. You know, one of our most heavily used books before the internet was a series called The Way Things Work. And it basically gave you almost the patent drawings, the blueprints for all kinds of machines. In the same way Stephen Macaulay shows us the inner workings of the castle or the pyramid, it showed us everything. And kids and grown-ups would have a wonderful time kind of unpacking the device. And like you said, maybe even repair it or upcycle it. So really cool.
And again, if you keep all of your stuff together and you keep all of your screws together, you can reassemble the actual product and show it off to your friends. Now, the beauty of it is while you're figuring out how it works, you can show people, you can ask people, and you can consult books like we have at the library on how those things work.
So I just love this whole tinkering concept. I think it gives you so much confidence. Now, I've taken apart many a clock, not on purpose, but as you start to put things back together and they actually work, you do have those eureka moments. And it's inspiring. So thank you for that, Wes.
Well, thank you guys for joining me, and we'll let you take it back, Mary.
All right, so we're going to toss it over to our good friends in Lafayette. We heard from them earlier today, and we're going to take a virtual tour of the South Regional Library Makerspace in Lafayette, Louisiana.
Hi, and welcome to South Regional Library's Makerspace. Today, we're going to explore what we can do in the Makerspace and see how the machines work. First, the Makerspace is a place where people can create new things using traditional techniques or using technology. Everything in the Makerspace is free to use, although we do set limits to keep it fair for everyone. That's right, it's free. The most popular technology we have in our Makerspace are our 3D printers. We have big ones, small ones, old ones, and new ones here at South Regional Library. What a 3D printer does is it takes a designed object on the computer, converts the design into code with a special program, then the printer works its magic. Be careful though, it's very hot. As we can see, the printer heats up the filament like a hot glue gun and deposits it in the way that the code says. That's why you can sometimes see ridges on the final product. The next thing I'm going to show off is our Cricut Maker. This vinyl cutter can make a variety of things using an online program called Cricut Design Space. You can design a decal for your tumbler, a bumper sticker for your car, or design a t-shirt. The library has indoor, outdoor, combination, and heat transfer vinyl for patrons to use. Another technology the Makerspace has is sewing machine. These are Janome Schoolmate machines, so they're great for beginners because they can sew slowly or fast. If you want to use a sewing machine during open access, bring fabric and notions you want to use. We have thread, cutting mats, seam gauges, pins, and other sewing essentials. So what else could there be in South Regional's Makerspace? Well, there's more. The Makerspace has an arts and crafts rack with a variety of consumables. There's modeling clay, velvet art to color, plastic lace for bracelets, beads for jewelry making, and perler beads. The Makerspace has STEM games as well that help foster design-based thinking. Use Kiva planks to build a tower or a ramp. Use Cuba maze to make a marble run. As we've seen, there are many different types of projects that a person can do in South Regional's Makerspace. What's more is that there's a Makerspace at your local Lafayette Public Library. Lafayette Public Library has a Makerspace at Main, South Regional, North Regional, East Regional, and West Regional libraries. Visit LafayettePublicLibrary.org to see the dates and times your library's Makerspace holds open access.
Thanks for giving us that grand tour. You know, I can't wait until people can actually take their up close and personal look at the River Center Makerspace as soon as we get the badging worked out with our new COVID restrictions, because it's so high touch.
It is so high touch. We've got to work on that, but we're
That's
getting
right.
there.
Well, and that's what the panelists were talking about earlier. I mean, how do you do something that's so touchy-feely in closed circumstances and air and all this? So that's going to happen. But in the meantime, our teen services staff did sneak a little video tour of the River Center Makerspace, and they snuck it in on their part of the website. So if you really want to, you can go check that out right now. Now, coming up next, we're going to hear from a special local maker,
Little young maker.
who's going to take us into the world of fantastic creatures.
Baby Yoda, baby Yoda. Today I will be telling you how to make your own DIY Yoda ears. You will need paintbrushes, a plate, some paint, a headband, Model Magic, it doesn't matter what color, and a Ziploc bag. You'll need one Ziploc bag and a scissors to do the first step. You need to cut it to make sure it lays flat. Open it up. Now you need to make the shape of your Yoda ears using the Ziploc bag we just cut and a marker. Take it out and open it up. Now form it to your pattern. When you're done shaping it out, add a little curve at the top. Don't forget to make one for the other side, and do your best to make sure they look the same. You then want to take your headband, place it, and then wrap the clay around. I'm using spring green. Then you want to take your brush and just cover the whole thing in green. Do the back too. Then add pink. I'm using Cameo Pink. And it's okay because we're going to make a second coat. Make sure you do both ears. You can even paint your head. And that's how you make DIY Yoda ears.
Baby Yoda, baby Yoda, baby Yoda, baby Yoda, baby Yoda.
That was a fantastic look at good bit of fantasy that I love, since The
And-
Mandalorian's coming back on October 30th. And what do you got there?
Well, this is a wonderful, fantastic creature made by a maker right here in the library, the fabulous Sarah, in the children's room, because this summer, our summer reading program was all about imagination and imagining spaces and places and stories. It was called Imagine Your Stories. We reimagined it because of COVID, but we still had fantastic creatures everywhere. And she turned this into this.
That's quite a piece of art.
And she made like 20 of them. So, man, there was a lot of hours. And behind me on the table, I don't know if anyone's had a chance to zero in, we have some fabulous paper dragons behind us.
Epicura, I think it's called.
Yeah,
it takes 3D models and put it into paper.
Right. So whether it's origami or something a little more high tech, but still with paper. And we also have some made with the 3D printer. And then, like I said, some old school low tech stuff made. So we love that. And just as a shout out to all you Star Wars fans, of which I am one, don't forget that the library's got it all. Everything from the Wookiee cookbook to the Star Wars series at children's level, teen level, and adult level. And hey, there's a new Timothy Zahn book out.
I gotta check that out.
Yes, Thrawn Returns. It's so good. And then the comics, which you are
the comics
especially
are so fantastic and
you-
well drawn.
Yeah, and then of course the DVDs, the Blu-rays, and even the sound scores. So don't forget that. And now over to Jessica.
Well, we are at our last panel of the day. Last but not least, we saved the best for last. This is our panel on art and activism. Here we have some wonderful local Louisiana creators, artists, activists, wonderful folks who can join us today. I'm going to have you ladies introduce yourselves. We'll go around the room, so to speak. And then I'll hand it off to Rain. She's going to go ahead and lead the conversation. And you guys can talk about the wonderful ways that art and making and activism all tie together. So, Leslie, let's start with you.
Hi, my name is Leslie Moore. I'm with Get Rec Tech Support. It is a website where women can get together and we talk about IT and gaming. And I offer a lot of resources for women who are interested. All the resources on my site are free if you're interested in learning more about IT or getting into gaming.
Bonnie.
Hi, I'm Bonnie McDonald. I teach performance studies and communication studies at LSU and try to make art within my job context there. But I've also got my hands in various projects over the years, making weird trash art performances to talk about plastic pollution, doing dialogue facilitation using creative movement to talk about race and race politics, and generally trying to get people to use their bodies to make social commentary and figure out social issues together.
Excellent. Alex?
Hey, I'm Dr. Alex Torres. I'm Program Director for Humanities Amped, a Baton Rouge-based nonprofit that focuses on amplifying well-being, community-minded problem-solving, and critical literacy in public schools. We believe that youth are problem solvers and not problems to be solved, and we believe that the arts is a way to think through solving social justice problems.
Excellent. And Paige, welcome back, Paige. We just saw you in our last panel. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
I am Paige Colwell. I am a public school teacher. I teach art at McKinley Middle Magnet. I also was formerly the owner and operator of Avery Page Designs, which did a lot of arts and activism work, especially centered around like the marches and things like that. I work with a number of organizations. One of them is PSN, Baton Rouge, and I do a lot of kind of teaching activism to my kids.
Excellent. And Rain.
Okay, hey again, everyone. I'm Rain Araneda, and I wear a lot of hats today. I'm wearing my makerspace and MC hat for this panel. And I have worked with mostly all of you. And so I might ask some personal direct questions. Leslie, I'm very curious to work with you in the future because that's happening. Because if you were on the last panel, I'm also a STEM teacher. STEAM, what? So I want to go ahead and get started. I'm really, really excited about this panel. Following this panel is a small student film festival, so feel free to tune in and continue with that and see what our kids are up to in the world of creating art. And then feel free to judge as well. So the first thing I want to do is kind of get to let everyone else get to know a little bit about you guys. And I want you to tell us what it means to be an artist. What mediums do you use to facilitate your art? So I have seen Bonnie's work. I love Bonnie's work. I have seen Alex's and Paige's work. And Leslie, I've heard a lot about your work. So tell us about what is your medium and what does it mean to be an artist? Let's start with Bonnie. I'll just like pick some folks. I know, so sorry. You were like writing.
I think of myself as an educator, maybe first. So like a teaching artist, right? So for me, often that is a piece of what's happening, even if I'm working with a group of adults who's making work together, that we are entering to collaboratively into an experience where we're all going to learn. So not necessarily that I am the educator, right? Like the sole leader and educator of the thing, but while I might have a vision for facilitating a project that we're working together, that we make an agreement that we're teaching each other and that our goal is to, teach those who encounter our project and inspire those who encounter our project. So, and maybe that's a little bit of just like fear of claiming the title of artist, right? I feel like that is a long time, like fear for maybe women in particular. I'm not sure, like giving myself permission to call myself an artist and to follow that like calling in my heart has always conflicted with my need to be practical. And I don't know, right? So I'm always sort of trying to balance and also talk to young people and students who have that similar conflict and interest, right? Like trying to make it work, because a lot of times art isn't as valued. Like a lot of the coolest arty projects I've done, I've not been paid for. So trying to figure out how to work art into the curriculum I use at LSU in various classes, including like basic public speaking class or whatever, has been a part of what it means for me to be an artist, right? So, but I think like this general question of sort of what is art and being an artist is about I think of art as an invitation to know ourselves better, to know each other better, to invite ourselves to recreate ourselves in the world in a more fair and equitable image. So I think invitation is like when I saw a list of questions, possible questions, and that's the word that came to mind. Like, how can we give ourselves, I think art gives us permission to more fully be ourselves and to more fully see others.
And you do a lot of performance art. I've seen the work that you produce, and I have my close personal person who has been in your arts and wearing all of the trash. And for me, that's a beautiful thing as an environmentalist. I love that. Would you say that performance art is your main medium?
Performance art and performance poetry. I came into it, the artistry scene as a performer of other people's poetry through speech and debate as a high school student, and then really took that up as a performance poet. And I didn't really get into more of the theatrical directing, public performance kind of stuff, like collaborative performance, until I was a graduate student at LSU.
Well, I can definitely say that street theater is one of my favorite things as an activist to see at different events. I love street theater. I love puppets. It's my jam. Mm-hmm. And I also appreciate the segue to bring it to Alex. Alex, tell us what it means to be an artist and what your medium is.
Yeah, I think I really resonated with Bonnie whenever Bonnie was saying the teaching artist, right? I think in terms and the strangeness of claiming the title, I certainly write poetry. I am a writer, but to call myself a poet sounds, it sounds weird to claim that title. But I'm also an educator as well. And I think that there is an art to teaching and facilitating that a lot of people don't realize, that the quality teaching and facilitation takes in a degree of finesse and thinking through and acknowledging emotion and expression in a space. So yeah, I think that all of these things are interconnected, and definitely in our nonprofit and with the students that we work with, we want them to understand art, be it when we write poetry together, when we draw together, when we do forum theater together, as this way to like analyze the world around them.
One of your students, who is one of my former students, did a really wonderful piece that they came out of my environmental science class and wrote a beautiful piece on the world and current climate change issues and race issues and environmental justice. And I thought that the ability to put those issues into spoken word was just fantastic. I'm going to shout out Asia Reese, if you're ever listening to this, watch it later. Amazing student. And as a person who also used poetry growing up as my expression to redefine who I was and what I thought, I really value spoken word. So, but I also value the digital and the graphic arts world, and also a lot of different mediums that are more textile. Like I want to get my hands dirty. I like to build stuff, as we know if you were watching another panel. So I'm going to take that over to Paige and Leslie in any particular order, if you guys want to jump in and speak to what it means to be an artist and what your medium is. Ooh, Leslie, jam on it.
My medium is more digital art. Like I said, my website is up. If anyone saw it, might have seen throughout the convention, there was a presentation I did about my business. I did the music that was included in the presentation. I do my own music through the website. I have gaming sprites. I have digital software. So basically I go with more of the technical side of art. And what I think it means to be an artist is a way to express yourself no matter how it comes across, whether you're using the normal mediums of paint or crayon, color pencil. Because I have a son, he's an artist and he loves to sketch and he loves to draw. So I'm surrounded by art constantly. And he wants to go into more of the digital realm and be an animator. And that's kind of a segue into project I'm putting on at the end of the month. I'm actually going to have an animated history of video game consoles. So I'm doing that. I'm doing all the music. I'm using animation software, but that's the medium I chose. And that's something I love to work with, and using my art as a way to teach women the easiest way you can. If you're a gamer and you've always wondered where the concept of video games came from, I want to show it in a way that's fun, easy to understand, easy to learn, easy to keep up with. And at the same time, you're going to enjoy it, and you can show it to kids, and kids will understand, like, oh, this is where video games came from, and this is why I like playing the games. And I'm just going to always use the digital form.
Yeah, I appreciate music a lot. Also, I'm sure everyone does. And I think the intersection of the visual with music that we see in film, we saw someone on another panel for Novak, that intersection of the light, of the music, of the visual really gets into who we are. It really touches places sometimes that we didn't even know existed. There was a recent article I was listening to about Requiem for a Dream, and how just the simple string chords that they put together, which we all, if you've seen that movie, it's pretty, you all know that part, exactly which part I'm talking about. And it was just the magic moment, right? The magic moment that created that space that they didn't even know that it was there. So good. We have lots of mediums here. I'm feeling it. Paige takes away to another mediums.
So first I'd like to say, I think I need to get Leslie in my classroom with my kids. I teach animation, Leslie, at McKinley Middle. So, and we do a lot of gamifying in the classroom. So turning lesson plans into games. And I think that you would be a great person to kind of talk to. So we'll get together. I hold the title of artist, activist, and educator, all three of those. And I mostly work these days, kind of going off of what Bonnie said, because it also really resonated with me. My art is teaching my kids how to problem solve through art. And I think that that's really what it means to be an artist, is creative thinking, creative problem solving, finding interesting ways to solve the problem. And so that's what we focus on in my classroom. And then I forgot what the second part of the question was.
What's your favorite jam medium that you like to use?
So for me, I am a illustrator and graphic designer. That's what I was before I became a teacher. And that's what I still do somewhat. But I mostly use pen and ink and Photoshop, digital illustration.
Awesome. Yeah, I obviously love your work as well. We'll get into that later as I ask some individual questions. But first, I also want to, I think it was Bonnie talked about, and also Alex, like, what does it mean to call yourself an artist, and like, how do you claim that title? Another really controversial title that people don't always like to claim is the term activist. And since you all agreed to be on this panel, you must in some way see your work as focused on making a change or some kind of impact in society or culture. So I'm going to ask you to tell me what it means to be an activist. What does that word mean? It's so, it's one of those really controversial terms. People shy away from it. So tell us what it means to be an activist, and kind of break the stigma. Bonnie. I am, just keep doing it.
Yeah, I think, for me, it's partly content related when we're talking about the blend between arts and activism. So if I have an intentional message designed to ask people to change a belief or action, I think we're doing activism. And maybe I'm being too concrete here, but I guess I'm just working my way in. And so, because I think that they're making, say, a beautiful painting that doesn't have a concrete message for changing the world is useful. And, I can see how you could philosophically think of it as activism in terms of following your heart and making space for yourself to do your thing. And so I'm leaving room for that. But in performance and in poetry, I think there is a distinction where there is, in fact, sometimes within performance studies, at least, there can be a sense that, or in theater in particular, if you're doing activism and you have a really clear message, that it is sort of less artful in some ways, right? Like that you're crossing over into kind of a public performance or maybe even spoken word, but the doing a traditional kind of theater piece is sort of art in and of itself, perhaps, while for me, when an activist angle is introduced, there is a clear ask of the audience to think about something differently or take a different belief. Take up a different belief. However, I do think that there is an activist component in even, for example, asking folks in a classroom to use their bodies to interact with curriculum, right? I think that, and in fact, even just using arts in curriculum where we don't otherwise expect it to be is also a form of activism, because of the ways that the institution of education is maybe increasingly rigid, and doesn't leave as much room for student expression. So like making space for inviting that kind of expression, I think, is an activism in its own right. And I see that at the college level too, right? There is something, even just by privileging using arts as a way to interact with whatever kind of content, from science to communication studies, English, is doing this thing of supporting a belief or like a underlining, calling to action the use of arts as education. So I guess those are sort of two ways of seeing activism. Yeah. But for me, I'm really interested and love to get people talking in creative ways about our own trash, our own production and culpability in plastic pollution, and also about examining our racial interactions and racism. And so those are sort of overt, right, asks and activists questions.
Love it. Alex, you want to follow up with that?
Yes. So for me, what activism or activist does is really imagine what could be and actively make strides to transform that injustice to make it be that way, right? And so like in our nonprofit Humanities Amped, we really give students the tools to analyze the problems around them, to think critically about what their current context is, and then think about what can we collectively do together. We also like really have this idea of like transforming yourself to transform the world, because as you know, Adrienne Marie Brown writes about this idea of the fractals of like, if you transform a smaller system, it impacts the larger system, right? So you know, how we read the world, how we analyze the world, how we analyze these problems, we have to know the roots of the problems in order to be able to fix the problems. And we need to really have a clear vision that we collectively agree upon to work towards. So I think that's where activism, that kind of definition is what resonates with me.
Awesome. Thank you. Leslie, and Paige, as a female-bodied person and somebody who loves anime a lot, you may or may not, yeah, lots. My kids are always like, what? I'm like, yeah, you know nothing. But let's talk about, well, first, you know, tell me about what it means to be an activist to you. But if either one of you want to touch on the subject of animation and women's issues while you talk about what activism is, I'd love to hear it.
Well, I think of myself as an activist for women involved in two industries that have always been male dominated. That is information technology and the video game industry. It's an all boys club. And there are women in these industries, and I'm trying to add more women, period, overall. I feel like since we're not there, and there are a lot of women who might want to get into IT and then they're scared or they don't know where to start. That's why I'm offering all reference materials I've collected over the past 15 years of my career. I'm giving them away so people can get started. If you want to get certified, I got certification stuff. You don't have to pay hundreds of dollars. I did that for you. I want more women in these fields, and especially in the animation side as well, especially with anime, with tropes with women. Same thing with video games. We have a lot of female tropes. Female armor is very exposing. The strongest armor you have, you might be a string bikini, but here we are. And there's a lot of negativity and sexism in these industries. And I feel like if we get more women involved, we can start changing the conversation and we can start having more input. I would love to see more women, especially in gaming. I want to be able to sponsor eventually an all-female esports team. I want women. There are women out there. I'm part of an all-girl gamer group on Facebook. It's called the Athena Alliance. Shout out the Athena Alliance. We are hardcore gamers. We're just as bad as guys. I kid you not. And I feel like women can get in here, get a foot in the door. We can make some major change. And that's how I'm trying to do as an activist. I'm giving more women an in rather than giving them an out. And,
yeah, I agree with you 100%. As a science and engineering background person, it's changed a lot for sure, but not enough. And I'm constantly trying to encourage the girls that I might have in my classroom or that I come across. Don't shy down. Don't shy away from using your voice. And you know, Bonnie and Alex have both talked about like the vocal component. But there's a lot said in imagery, right? I mean, I have a photography background also, so there's a lot there that you can represent. And so, Paige, let's talk about how you might see yourself as an activist, and if you want to talk about some inspirational graphic artists or some work that you've seen as part of your activist and art integration. Let's hear about that.
So most of my activism has been using art to raise the funds to fund activism, with the exception of the activism that I feel like I do in my classroom, because it goes back to what both I think Bonnie and Alex talked about, where you have to teach the kids how to critically analyze what is happening around them, and what the information that they're taking in, and you also have to teach them how to not necessarily tell them how to respond to it, but teach them the avenues of response that they have to it. So my kids this week just learned that they can write their school board members. They didn't know that was an option. And so they don't know these things, but these decisions affect them. So you just basically just opening the door for them and showing them, hey, you can do this. In terms of how visual arts comes into activism, aside from just, selling the work to raise the funds, there is also something to be said for how visually artwork and compositions, and I talk about this with my kids all the time, can play a mind trick on you. So when you're standing there and you're looking at a piece, I tell them you have 5 seconds to get your viewers' attention. So they need to be able to scan it in 5 seconds and find a reason for their eye to stay. And once they do that, they start wandering. So we talk about movement and how to control your viewers' movement through your piece. And you have to give them something to process. And that again goes back to teaching the kids how to analyze, because if you don't teach them how to analyze a piece of artwork and critically analyze it, then they become the adults who walk in and don't understand how to analyze it in a gallery or on television or on a t-shirt, but yeah, there's a lot of psychology that goes behind how you build a composition there, right? To bring your viewers' attention to one thing or another.
I think you touched on a really interesting point too. There's a lot of conversation around what a piece means to a person, right? And so that brings you into kind of a political conversation sometimes, whether the art is politicized or not. Just the politics behind where you're coming from to interpret that is really interesting. So whether it's your racial background or your gender background or what have you, like your interpretation is really based and rooted in your own experiences and your own demographic for how you interpret that. So there's a lot of controversy around whether or not artists should use their platform, whether you're a musician, whether or not you are let's say you're Banksy, right? Love Banksy. If you're a graphic artist, if you're speaking, right? If you're Maya Angelou, who are you? What are you doing? And do you have the right to use your platform in this way? And that's a really big conversation that I find fascinating. In my opinion, I mean, I guess I shouldn't give my opinion here, but I'd like to hear what y'all's. I really would like to, but I'll just let y'all give your opinion on whether you think it is the responsibility of artists to use their platform, if it's something that should be used at times, but maybe not others. Like, what if you are able to use your voice and use your art and whatever it is that you make in a way to touch people? Do you have a responsibility to ask people, as Bonnie said, to think about these issues and to really bring them into that conversation, intentionally or otherwise? Anybody want to volunteer, or shall I start with Bonnie again? All right, Leslie, go for it.
I think we all have a responsibility, as long as we have a platform, to make a statement. I said, I'm purposely making a statement that, yes, I am saying blatantly, on my site it says a safe space for women in IT and gaming. I'm blatantly saying I have every right to use my site to encourage women, to upbuild women, because we have obviously seen we're underrepresented, and why not have a space that's for us? And I'm still young, I'm still fledgling, so I'm expecting about a pushback at some point, but also at the same time, I say on my site, I have already written up a response for what this site means and what I'm trying to do. I'm not saying you've got to enjoy what I'm doing. I'm not saying you have to like it. I'm not saying you have to agree it, but I have the right as an American to do this. And I'm using my right to help other women who don't have that voice. I just want to be one of many to get that out there. So I am going to use my platform, and I feel like most people who have the opportunity should.
Yeah, Bonnie mentioned privilege when it comes to art in general. I mean, being able to make it as an artist and survive as that being your main, I mean, everybody here kind of has a second gig, right? So the privilege of being able to use your art to make money, if you are given that privilege, right, do you have the responsibility to speak on behalf of, or speak for those that you might assume are also waiting for someone to say something when they can't. So anybody else want to volunteer on this issue of whether or not you have the right or responsibility?
Yeah, I think it's sort of the point in a lot of ways. And I wanted to add that I think if we're afraid to take that stand, or if public figures, maybe you're like a pop singer and your fame comes from, and your artistry is not necessarily activist oriented, right? That seems to be where that question kind of comes to bear in some cases. And in those cases, I do think definitely come on, help us out. But for those of us here and for myself, I don't know. I mean, I'm interested to hear further, but I agree with Leslie that it's if we don't claim that stance, and if we're afraid to claim that stance, I think we're in dangerous territory, and I'm interested in how that is operating right now within a university or a secondary, or like a school system, where I think there is this sense like that a teacher sometimes isn't allowed to have an opinion. And that some students come in with that idea. And there's a lot of different ways to sort of play that game of wanting to teach critical thinking and wanting to teach about justice and equity, for example, without losing some of the maybe even activist students who come in with a different agenda. And so I'm interested in like how institutional policies might be written to allow room for those opinions on one hand. But also, like, I think that it is important to be savvy about the way that we, in the context at least of public institutions, right? The way we shape those invitations and messages so that the point and purpose and the teaching of empathy and maybe some of our messages sometimes I think have to be more subtle in those institutions and sometimes can be more overt. But either way, I think it's an interesting tension. And so I appreciate the question in terms of like the public figure in a broader kind of like famous person scale, and the public figure when it comes to inside a school or inside a city or inside like a place that isn't otherwise an invitation to take that stance. And I would say, yeah, we need to do it, but sometimes we have to be strategic about how we do it, lest we get booted out of that same system.
Paige, Alex, you want to follow up on that? Go for it, Paige.
So I'm really glad that Bonnie brought up the celebrity behind that question, because that was what I was going to bring up. And so I can just build on it. So I think that as individual citizens of this world, we do have a responsibility. However, we also, in order to be activists, have to survive. And in order to do that, you have to have a job. You have to be able to feed yourself, right? And so a lot of this comes down to an individualized situation where, like she mentioned, there are people who are in situations where they can't really speak up for fear of some kind of retaliation. Excuse me, whether that be losing their job or public persecution or what have you. And so I know a lot of people in the school system who are afraid to speak up, and because they will face some sort of retaliation. And so I try to be very mindful when I'm seeing these people, because to me it seems kind of spineless, but I don't want to be too judgmental, because I don't know what their consequences are or what they're hiding from. So
yeah, and Alex kind of walks a line there. Alex has been in teaching before and kind of has a little bit more liberation this year with Humanities Amped. And I'm familiar with the program. I work with Humanities Amped as well, and have seen their work progress since the beginning. And I really would love to hear from your perspective, especially building students' voices, what you feel about this issue, and also to kind of touch on what Paige said regarding whether or not you have the ability to speak up more now, potentially.
Right. I do want to first add that, like, politics is personal, personal is political, and that, nothing is created in a vacuum. So, like, art is contextualized, and it has to do with how you're feeling, and it's personal, right? So, and that every choice, as Paige and Leslie brings out, especially when we think about representation in art, again, it's already political. So in terms of working with students, as working within the system, trying to transform the system from within is exhausting, and it just takes so much energy to try to stand in your own integrity and model what that looks like for your students. And that's why, like, self-care really is essential, and finding a community that you can kind of collaborate with and vent with and just support each other with, because the systems are created to be oppressive. Systems are created to keep certain people in power. And so what I always have told my students is that they still have power regardless of whatever context they are in. Depending on the context, they might have less power or more power than others, but they still have power. So I think that, as Paige pointed out, having her students write to school board members, there's still ways to kind of sneak in the ways to critical thinking, or again, it's like, oh, we're writing letters and it's building up their skills in literacy, but it's also subversive, right? Like, you can find the ways to work the system from within. It's really hard to do it from within, and that's why I'm very lucky to not be within the system in terms of my paycheck is not tied to EBR, the school district, or LSU, So there is more freedom there. But, I think it's just remembering what kind of power you do have and building power with your community.
Very well said. So we're at a stopping point. We have some wonderful film screenings from some great students at Novak that we have to share. So thank you so much for joining us for this panel. We had a wonderful day today. Some of you came back, Paige and Rain, and we really hope that this conversation continues. We hope that you guys keep in contact with each other, and any information about all of our panelists will be on batonrouge.makerfair.com. Thank you, ladies. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, guys.
Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday.
Thanks, Jessica.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Listening to that panel reminded me again
of the activism and community engagement of GIS Day?
That's right, because technology allows us to do things we weren't able to do before.
Mm-hmm.
So tracking where student engagement is happening throughout the community is not only cool, but it kind of leads you to the next step.
And that's happening November 18th?
That's right. That is a virtual event. Of course, it's free. You can find out more about it at gisday.brla.gov. That is a collaboration of the library, the city parish IS department.
It's a great thing for us.
They do, and ArcGIS and Baton Rouge Green, and a few other local partners, and we're so thrilled to be a continual sponsor of that. We'll actually have an art display related to it.
Yes, we will.
We'll have things here and downtown, and I'm looking forward to that in November. So coming up next, we're going to go into the art world with Sherwood Middle and their virtual art program. So let's see that package.
We're doing Arduino. I'm using an Arduino Uno and a breadboard that's separate from the Arduino Uno to allow us to work independently on the breadboard. All of it's connected to a little wood block. I'll go ahead and start by plugging in a 9-volt battery hooked up to a connector that will allow us to plug it into the Arduino. This allows us to not have to use a computer so that we don't have to write any code. I'll plug in my 5-volt over on the Arduino, over to my power, over on the breadboard. I like to keep mine red so that I can indicate where my power lies. I'm plugging in a black cable to my ground over to my negative side. That way I understand where my ground is, and I can work it a little more easily. Today, we're using a 220 ohm resistor to allow us to work on our switch and our LED. I'll plug one side into the power and one side into a random line. Doesn't matter which one, but as long as you hooked into power, you're okay. I'll now take a switch and spread it across the chasm of the breadboard. This will allow us to be able to activate a switch to use an LED. I'll now take a small connector and put it on the very bottom peg of the switch. This will allow us to connect it easily to the LED. I'll now take a red LED, because they're a little bit softer and light, and I'll take the long leg, the anode, and the short leg, the cathode. The long leg should go on the top, and the short leg on the bottom. Now, I'll run out with a small connector, my ground, to the cathode of the switch, of the light. Now, whenever I press the switch, I'll get a light. And there you have it.
Thanks, Wesley. And don't forget, you can check out Arduino kits at the main library. Lots of little pieces to play with.
So many little pieces to play with.
Yeah.
And now we're going to head over to Sherwood Middle, and they're going to show us all of their art.
Thank you guys. You know, we love to promote student art in all of our library branches, and we often have them on display on
Like
the various
the DuBose EBR schools.
the gifted and talented. And then this spring, we're going to be doing some things with digital art display as well as physical art display as the school system does an art walk downtown. That's going to be a special feature. But we also display art constantly of
At every
professional artists.
Right, at all 14 locations.
Yeah, and adult amateur artists and plein air artists and things like that. And we love putting that A in STEAM and making it STEM. And we love providing resources to help these artists, whether they are small businessmen, like right now, Jade Brady's art is on display at the main library, and we've had some other wonderful local artists. I'm holding in my hand the business card of Chad Shoemaker. We had his art on display a few months ago.
So a coaster business card there.
There you go. It's three things in one. But we love highlighting all this creativity and inspiring people to keep creating. So that brings us to
Ziggy and the Junkyard Band one more time with I think a special guest, amazing Bacon, who visited us for last year's Baton Rouge Maker Faire, and she was amazing.
Yes, we were making bacon with her. So thank you. Bring it on, Ziggy and the Junkyard Band with special guest, Amazing Bacon.
Theater, ballet, the symphony, the stage, food and literature, philosophy. Oh, the finer things.
Hey, Nick! Don't do that! You're going to give me a heart attack.
Sorry, buddy. I just wanted to let you know I'm finished dumping in the junkyard today. A real neat load. A bunch of old circus stuff.
Thanks for letting me know. I'll go check it out.
Yeah. Oh, no, that weird green kid. He's already out there looking at it.
Oh, that's Ziggy. He's fine.
All right. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Nick! What is going on today? I can't take it.
I found the weirdest thing in the junkyard.
Oh, weirder than a Chuck Berry-obsessed space alien?
It's a talking trunk.
A trunk?
It's a talking box.
Well, that is weird.
Oh, it's just one of those old trunks. These are everywhere out in the junkyard. Never heard of one talking, though.
Just listen. Hello?
Hello, are we there yet?
Was that a horn?
It doesn't sound like any horn I've heard before.
Could you please open me up?
What do we do?
Well, I suppose if the talking trunk wants to be opened up, we should open it.
But I'm scared, Nick.
Hey, buddy, we're all scared of things that we don't understand. Let's just open it up and see what's going on.
Thanks for finding me. I've got plenty of room in there, but my joints have been getting really squeaky.
Welcome to the junkyard. My name's Nick.
Hi, Nick. I'm Bacon, like the meat. Not everyone likes clowns, but everyone loves bacon.
What kind of clown are you?
A clown that likes to boogie. I guess they threw it all away. I've been waiting for my circus to open back up, but thanks for finding me.
Oh, happy to help. But I actually didn't find you. My friend did.
Your friend? Where is he?
Over there.
Ah, an alien!
What's that?
She's a clown. He's an alien, but he comes in peace.
Oh, I come in squeaks.
What's a clown?
Like from outer space?
Okay, everyone, let's just calm down. There's nothing for anyone to be afraid of. Let's just sit down and talk this out.
So, Ziggy is a space alien who came to Earth in search of Chuck Berry, but now he lives with us in the junkyard. Get it?
Kinda.
And Bacon is a clown who lives in a box who lost her circus and ended up in the junkyard with us. Get it?
I still don't understand what a clown is.
She's just a person, Zig. A very special person.
I've never seen a person like that.
And that can be scary. But once you get to know her, you'll find that they're not very scary at all.
So, what do you do?
I like to boogie and do lots of things. Let's see. I brought all my bells and whistles.
Thank you so much, Ziggy and the Junkyard Band, and thank you, our viewers, for joining us for the 7th Annual Baton Rouge Mini Maker Faire.
And also a big thank you to, all of our production team, staff, to the IT guys.
Our presenters, the IT, Wi-Fi rules, and the fabulous Stuart Poulton, our director, producer, broadcaster for this event, and basically lion tamer and ringmaster, which we could not have pivoted to this virtual Maker Faire without Stuart. So a big shout out to Stuart Poulton. This is going to be aired later.
This will be aired later. You'll be able to catch it all on YouTube and Facebook, and you'll be able to look at the little pieces of it on YouTube.
Yeah, whenever you want, or watch it twice, or make your own Ziggy montage. Which brings me to something else. We're going to take it out with a montage of entries from the Baton Rouge Film Fest, and we'll see you next year.
Like Trump ain't feeling us, cops still killing us. Don't shoot! 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 All's my life I has to fight. All's my life hard times like bad trips like Nazareth, I'm f***ed up, homie, you f***ed up. But if God got us, then we gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Huh? We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. See, when you know we've been hurt, been down before. When our pride was low, looking at the world like, where do we go? And we hate poor, wanna kill us dead in the street for sure. I'm at the preacher's door, my knees getting weak and my gun might. We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Huh? We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright.
Optimistically, I'm here. Realistically, not seen. I walk the halls hollow, part of someone else's never-ending dream. I want to scream, be part of the wall. That way they won't bump into me at all. Kindness doesn't see me. Kindness doesn't see me. I try to carry on my day. Life is packed in my backpack along with binders, books, and today's worries. I am in no hurry, but I rush off the halls anyway, because I know that their laughter is coming my way. Storms are coming. Storms are coming. I should hide and move out their way, turn into a shadow and fade away. Kindness doesn't see me. Kindness doesn't see me. Is it blind? Does it not recognize its own kind? I am trying to find why kindness doesn't see me. And like a wrecking ball, I fall after it goes right through me. They see right through me, so why don't they see the best in me? Pick me. Pick me. Just somebody, please pick me up. They look down on me, so I feel like I should just give up. Everything I touch, I mess up. I'm always looking to God. That's the only reason why I keep my chin up. Kindness doesn't see me. Kindness doesn't see me. I just want to fit in. My shoes are too big for my feet to fit in. Clothes are too small. I have a phone, but no one to call. I wish someone would pay me attention, even though I can't afford it at all. Kindness doesn't see me. Kindness doesn't see me. We don't know her. We don't know him. We continue to walk right past them. We don't know her. We don't know him. We continue to walk with no grin. Silence is deafening, louder than the crowd. How did it get to be so loud? Silence is deafening. It walks around proud. How did we let it be allowed? I hear you. Always have. It starts with one. You do the math. I see you. I'm not blind. Let's show our kind how to be kind. Here we go, triumphant as ever, taking life to a whole nother level. Yes, this is it, the moment of truth. I can show the world what a little kindness can do. It started with me and continues with you. A ripple effect we won't neglect from a drop of honeydew. Being friendly to others shouldn't be strange. Like 4 quarters to $1, it's time to make change. Do you understand? It is now or never. Faith the size of a mustard seed can make you see the world much better. However, we have to fight just despite our difference. Show someone that you care and you'll be there, like Twitter. Put in your mentions. Start the process to access someone's story. Reach one to teach one. Be a Montessori. I hold each of you accountable. Call it a teleline. You don't have to go far to be kind. Start with you, like Nemo, you're fine. And I'm trying to be kind so I can make the most of my days. I'm not just trying to make ripples. I'm trying to make tsunami waves. People walking around with natural disasters in their brain. Sometimes they just come to school to escape the hurricane. Today it is them. Tomorrow it might be you. Show them in the present that you're present, but let them know that they're a gift too. You don't know what they've been through or what they have to endure. If you see someone who's lost a smile, why don't you just give them some of yours? We don't know her. We don't know him. But we won't continue to walk past them. We don't know her. We don't know him. But we won't continue to walk with no grin. Silence is rude. Kindness is self. Make an example for somebody else. Silence is rude. Kindness is self. Create a ripple and start with yourself.
You are amazing.
You are awesome.
You are strong. You are beautiful.
You are loved. You are one of a kind. Create a ripple. It starts with one.